After spending several months away from the origin continent, Lin Moyu chose a location to open the gate. There is no world within billions of miles around. It is very empty and can withstand a great war. The most critical step of the whole plan has arrived. After so many years of preparation, various methods have been used to open this door, even going to the great spiritual realm of Su Kunlun and facing guys like the soul-eating spirit. It's finally time to begin. Even with Lin Moyu's heart, he was a little excited at this moment. But before opening the door, there is still some preparation to be done. Lin Moyu began to arrange the formation. Based on his understanding of the Tao of formation, he used the modified divine talisman to set up a killing formation. This formation gathers the power of the great Tao, with the original energy of the great Tao as its core. It is the strongest killing formation that Lin Moyu can currently arrange. It took a month to complete the formation. Lin Moyu named it the Great Array of Destruction. The Tao-destroying formation can easily trap and kill the Tao Master. Even if the Tao Master enters it, he will be skinned alive if he does not die. In his imagination, only eternity could have a chance to break through this formation. This formation has a very wide range, spanning 1,000,000 miles, and has carved out a restricted area in the fog of the world. Lin Moyu stood in the center of the formation, and he deliberately left a space of 100,000 miles in radius. The gate was taken out, and the 9 rings above it shone brightly, illuminating the entire gate. There were exquisite patterns carved on the gate, but Lin Moyu couldn't understand the meaning of the patterns. It was also possible that they were just for the sake of beauty and had no real meaning. Reach out, exert force, and push the door. With a slight friction sound, the door was pushed open a crack. In an instant, a terrible force surged out from behind the door. Lin Moyu immediately moved to the side to avoid the impact from behind the door. The door opened a crack, and a terrible force roared out from the gap. Like a giant beast that had been sleeping for countless years waking up and looking around at this world. The space in front of the gate was shattered layer by layer. This force shattered the space. A strong wind whistled through the area of billions of miles. The fog of the world was all blown away, and Lin Moyu saw a void. No wonder it can't be opened in the soul world. Lin Moyu saw the clue. The fog of the world was not blown away, but was crushed by an invisible force. If you open the door in your own soul world, this power will crush your soul world to pieces. Not only the soul world, but also the universe will be affected, the technological world will not be immune, and even small trees may be implicated. I may not die then, but it will be very troublesome. This force may even break through the boundary between reality and illusion and directly descend upon the origin continent, destroying it as well. My intuition was not wrong. The howling wind gradually calmed down, but then a mysterious and unusual aura came out from behind the door and spread to the distance. Before, through the gate, Lin Moyu had already sensed some indescribable aura behind the door, which was completely different from this world. Now that he could truly feel it, Lin Moyu discovered that this aura was somewhat similar. Emperor Kunlun created a space channel in Su Kunlun. At the other end of the space channel was the world of the Soul Devourer. At that time, I almost fell into the world of the Soul Devourer because of the shattering of space. There, he felt a similar atmosphere. From this, it can be judged that the area behind the door does not belong to this world. This door is like a passage, connecting each other. After the door was completely quiet, Lin Moyu continued to push the door, and the door gradually opened. A faint light shone through the crack in the door, filling Lin Moyu's sight. If you don't enter the gate, you can't see the world inside. Lin Moyu used a lot of effort to open the door to 3 meters and then stopped. For him, 3 meters was enough. He is not a giant beast, so he doesn't need to open it so big. And the bigger it is, the more power is required, so there is no need to waste it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu walked in, stepping into this place where many powerful people in history had entered, an empty alien space. The strong light faded away, vision quickly recovered, and the first thing I saw was a high mountain. Looking more closely, I found that it was not a mountain, but a huge monument taller than the mountain. The huge stele is densely engraved with various runes, patterns, and texts. Lin Moyu didn't recognize the words on it. They were not from this world. Those runes are similar to the runes that he has been studying for thousands of years, and they have the same origin. As for the pattern, it is even more incomprehensible. It is just some messy lines that seem to have no rules, but seem to contain some kind of truth. Lin Moyu focused most of his attention on runes. This was the only thing he could understand. After all, he had studied it for thousands of years and had some experience with it. He tried to write down all the runes, but he found that they were difficult to record. I just recorded one and forgot it in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the large stele made a quick buzzing sound, and 3 large characters that he could understand appeared before his eyes. Wonderful monument. Lin Moyu was surprised. So this is the Wanmiao monument. It's right there when we first came in. No wonder everyone can see it. Some people have comprehended secret techniques from the Wanmiao monument. The secret techniques that each person comprehends are different. The Emperor's soul-stealing technique comes from this. Look, what I can figure out. The soul power surged out and connected to the Wanmiao stele, and the words and runes on the Wanmiao stele glowed at the same time. The text that was originally incomprehensible has changed slightly, and Lin Moyu feels as if he can understand a little bit of the meaning of the text. Understanding what was meant, Lin Moyu strengthened his soul power. He has one advantage: as long as he does not overuse his soul power instantly, his soul power is almost endless. 0. The world tree will continuously replenish soul power. As the realm improves, the world tree becomes stronger and the replenishment speed also increases. Just like the origin of magic, it used to be measured in seconds, but now he can use it for a long time. The soul power was consumed quickly, and the world tree continuously replenished Lin Moyu's strength, allowing Lin Moyu to have no worries. The countless words on the Wanmiao monument lit up, and the runes also lit up. Runes light up relatively slowly, far less than words, and require more soul power. However, the patterns are the slowest to light up. These patterns made of messy lines require more soul power than the runes and words combined. Lin Moyu felt that even if eternal existence exhausted all his soul power, he would not be able to completely light up the Wanmiao monument. Eternity is because their great Tao has entered the place of origin, and their own realm is still that of Tao Lord. Their souls are a little stronger than ordinary Tao Lords, but the difference is not huge. According to Lin Moyu's calculations, the human emperor could at most light up all the characters, and it was hard to say whether he could light up even 1/10 of the runes, let alone the patterns. The human emperor may not have mentioned this matter for the sake of his own face. But even if he only lit up all the words, the human emperor had already comprehended the soul-stealing technique from them. If I could light up all 3 elements, words, runes, and patterns, I might be able to obtain more profound techniques. Lin Moyu was very patient and continuously injected soul power into it. Half a day later, all the runes lit up, and then it was the pattern's turn. At this moment, the words and runes combined with each other, and a spell appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. Spirit Control Pills. Unexpectedly, the combination of words and runes directly presents a spell. Spirit Controlling Technique can manipulate the spirits of the world. The name and function of the spell are very simple, just a few words without any more specific information. Lin Moyu knew that if he wanted more detailed information, he would need to choose this technique. If you choose this technique, then there will be no problem later. According to the D Ting Beast, everyone can only choose one magic on the Wanmiao tablet. Lin Moyu did not choose the soul control technique, but said to himself, if I am not mistaken, the human emperor should have only lit up the text and some runes and obtained the soul-stealing technique. Soul-controlling technique should be a step further than soul-stealing technique. Soul-stealing technique can seize the soul of the world and make it your comrade or subordinate, but it cannot completely control the soul of the world. The world will that people talk about is called the World Spirit 360 in the Wanmiao Monument. It's just a different name, but actually refers to the same thing. Lin Moyu learned about the soul-stealing technique from the Deting beast, and knew that although the soul-stealing technique could occupy the world and make the worlds will become his comrade in arms. But this comrade sometimes has his own ideas and is not completely obedient. Of course, I won't betray you, I'll just be disobedient. The art of controlling spirits goes a step further and can manipulate the will of the world and make it completely controlled by one's own commands. Although the soul-controlling technique is a step further than the soul-stealing technique, the two should be mutually coordinated techniques. The soul-stealing technique occupies the world's will, and the soul-controlling technique then manipulates the world's will. These two spells are a set, and this set of spells includes more than just soul-stealing and soul-controlling spells. There should be others. Lin Moyu had some expectations in his heart. He wanted to see if any new magic would appear after all the patterns were lit up. He had figured out that the reason he was not allowed to see the soul-stealing technique was because he already had the soul-stealing technique. The soul-stealing technique is in the soul and is sensed by the Wan Miao monument, so it no longer appears. The soul power continued to be injected, and now the total amount of soul power injected has already exceeded several times that of the Dao Lord realm. Lin Moyu didn't know who else besides himself could possess such a powerful soul power. Anyway, in this world, only I can do it. One day later, all the patterns were lit up. The spirit-controlling technique floating before my eyes changed. Soul-destroying technique can destroy the soul of the world. There is one more spell, the soul-destroying spell, which is used to deal with the spirit of the world. The soul-stealing technique and soul-controlling technique are used to manipulate the will of the world, while the soul-destroying technique is used to destroy the will of the world. This can be understood from two levels. One is to destroy the worlds will controlled by oneself, and the other is to destroy the worlds will controlled by others. The latter is more likely to be the case. The first two spells are about possession and manipulation, and the last one is about destruction. I feel like this set of spells is not finished yet, there should be more to come. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart, and his soul power was still being injected. After the pattern, soul power began to flow to the entire Wan Miao monument, and the entire monument was glowing faintly. Lin Moyu realized that lighting up the pattern was not the end, the real end was to light up the entire Wan Miao monument. Judging from the current consumption of soul power and the lighting speed of the Wan Miao monument, it would take almost 100 times the soul power of an ordinary Taoist master to light it all up. Which Taoist master can possess 100 times the soul power of an ordinary soul realm, unless he is like Emperor Kunlun, who can take another half step after eternity. But once you step out, you will not be accepted by the world, which is really contradictory. Another day passed, and the Wan Miao steel was finally lit up. The mountain-like steel kept buzzing, and endless power emanated from it. The text and runes on the steel seemed to move. They intertwined with each other to form countless magical spells. Just as Lin Moyu was dazzled, the previous soul-controlling and soul-destroying techniques disappeared, and another technique took its place. Mystical method of all spirits. Lin Moyu smiled, that's right. Just as he thought, the so-called soul-stealing technique, soul-controlling technique, etc. are all branches of a set of techniques, and this set of techniques is called the secret technique of all spirits. Finally, after lighting up the entire Wan Miao monument, he obtained this set of Wanling secret techniques. As soon as he thought about it, the four big words the secret method of all spirits drilled into his mind, penetrated into his soul, and turned into a magic. A huge amount of information exploded in his soul and was quickly absorbed and digested by Lin Moyu, allowing him to fully understand the role of the Wanling secret. The secret art of all spirits is a complete set of secret arts, which includes 5 techniques, namely the art of creating souls, the art of seizing souls, the art of controlling souls, the art of nurturing souls, and the art of destroying souls. The human emperor only obtained one of the soul-stealing techniques, which is nothing. The 5 techniques of the Wanling secret method complement each other and can only achieve maximum effectiveness when used together. Among them, the creation of souls can create the soul of the world. Some worlds do not have a world soul, so the creation of souls can be used to create a world soul. The spirit of the world is the will of the world. According to Lin Moyu's knowledge, the birth of the will of the world requires many conditions. For example, the strength of the world, the number of living beings in the world. Only when these two basic conditions are met, and after a long period of soul-giving process, can the world will be formed. This time has been counted from the beginning of the world, and it takes billions of years. But with the art of spiritual creation, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Even if there are no living beings in the world, we can gather the power of the world and create the world's will. A world without living beings but with world will can evolve and develop under the guidance of the world will and give birth to the desired living beings. If combined with the art of controlling spirits, then whatever kind of world, whatever kind of creatures, whatever kind of cultivation system you want can be achieved. The soul-stealing technique is relatively much worse. The prerequisite for the soul-stealing technique is that the world has entered the soul-forming stage, and then the soul-stealing technique can be used to seize the dominance of the world's will. In this way, the world will become a comrade in arms or a subordinate, but it cannot be completely controlled independently. There is also a soul-raising technique in the secret method of all spirits. The soul-raising technique can nourish the will of the world, make the will of the world become stronger, and quickly transform from incarnation to full shape, and even enter eternity. The most important thing is, with the art of nurturing souls, the world's will does not need to sacrifice any living creatures in the world in order to impact eternity. In the description of the mystic law of all spirits, the will of the world is very important, and the creatures in the world are equally important. The strength of the will of the world is related to the creatures in the world to a certain extent. Sacrificing 0.6 lives in the world for eternity is the worst possible approach and is not advisable. The secret law of all spirits calls the will of the world the spirit of the world, and the living beings in the world are also called the word spirit. The relationship between the two parties is complementary, rather than a relationship of exploitation and being exploited. Lin Moyu completely agreed with the secret of all spirits. He felt that the person who created the secret of all spirits was a genius, stronger than any genius Lin Moyu had ever seen. The founder of the mystic art of all spirits has reached a height that has surpassed eternity. The last and most powerful spell among the 10,000 spiritual secrets is the spiritual technique. Soul destroying can not only be used to deal with other world wills, but the most important thing is to destroy one's own world will. The reason for this technique is that the will of the world sometimes betrays, becomes polluted, and has problems, and needs to be cleaned up. So there was this method of checks and balances. Unexpectedly, he got a big surprise just after entering the gate. Lin Moyu was in a good mood at the moment. The secret art of all spirits was very important to him, especially the soul-exterminating art. The enemy he was about to face was the world will of the origin continent. In terms of combat power, he had already surpassed him. What we are really worried about is that he will become desperate and sacrifice all living things in the world. The formation was set up on the origin continent before to prevent him from doing this, but it may not be able to prevent it, and Lin Moyu is not completely sure. Now that he had the soul extermination technique, a technique that specifically targeted the will of the world, he could kill it at the fastest speed. The faster you kill, the less likely the other party is to sacrifice lives. It's not about beating it into a deep sleep, but about actually killing it, eliminating the root of evil once and for all. Lin Moyu made various plans, thought of various possibilities, and asked the undead servants to use the avenue of destiny to predict the future. The future is unpredictable, and the undead servants have predicted tens of thousands of possibilities, all of which end with their own victory. The result is the same, just the process is different. There were many times in the 31 predictions that the world will of the origin continent sacrificed all the living beings on the origin continent using special methods. The formation he had set up protected a part of it, but only a part. All the guys in Tianwai Avenue died one by one, leaving no one alive. There were several times when he predicted that his formation lost its effect, and everyone died except those who had used the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade. This situation is not what I expected. I can only make the best preparations as possible. Now the emergence of the Wanling secret technique has given me greater confidence. It would be best to kill him in one blow, leaving him no chance to fight back. Lin Moyu digested the Wanling technique, and the Wan Miao monument gradually became dim, and then turned into a shadow and disappeared before his eyes. The road behind the Wan Miao monument came into view. It was a mountain road that led straight to the sky. As soon as he took the first step, a deep voice came from the void and echoed through the sky. Understand the secret art in the Wan Miao monument, and you will be free on the road to eternity. The deep voice went straight into his soul, and Lin Moyu almost instinctively respected it. In his sight, he seemed to see an almighty powerful being standing above the clouds and talking to himself while looking up at the sky. His words are like heavenly words, telling everyone what goals they should strive for. There are countless secret methods in the Wan Miao tablet, but everyone can only get one, and cannot be greedy for more. The human emperor obtained the soul-stealing technique, and he himself obtained the secret technique of all spirits, which included the soul-stealing technique. As for other secret methods, they are opportunities for other people and do not belong to you. This is the first half of the sentence. As for the eternal road in the second half, Lin Moyu doesn't know whether it refers to the road in front of him or the level of eternity. The key to this sentence is the last two words, free. What is freedom? Everyone has a different understanding of this word. If you want to be at ease, you must first be free. Is the human emperor free? Are those eternal beings, the lords of the great Tao, and the emperors free? Not at all. They are still working hard and are neither free nor at ease. If you want to be free, you have to reach the top, with no one in front or on your left or right, and everyone left behind. Only then can you be free. Holding the power of the world in his hands, he can do whatever he wants. If you delegate power, no one will dare to disturb you or disrespect you. You can do whatever you want and accomplish it. Any fate, cause and effect, and taboo are all ignored. One word can determine cause and effect, and fate can be decided. This is the freedom that Lin Moyu wants. No matter what others think, this is what he thinks. With this thought in mind, Lin Moyu stepped onto the stairs. At this moment, he had a sense of déjà vu again. He climbed the stairs for divine power in the small world, climbed the stairs in the boat for salvation, and now. Different places, different realms, but the same feeling. It's very strange. Boom! There was a sound of thunder in the air, and there was cloud and mist on the top of the steps. It seemed that there were mythical beasts flying in it, and there was thunder all over the sky. With every step you take, there is a sound of thunder. Lin Moyu felt that the thunder would strike at any time, and he felt alert in his heart, but his soul did not warn him, so there was no fatal danger. After walking up 100 steps, there were suddenly two flat roads on the left and right sides, and behind the roads were many magnificent buildings like fairy palaces. Lin Moyu couldn't help but stop and watch, an idea growing in his mind that he could go over there. There were good things in those buildings. But Lin Moyu did not move. He saw that the same thing was suspended on the top of these buildings, and it was exactly the same halo as the one outside the gate. There are 10 rings outside the gate, but only 3 here. Lin Moyu understood instantly that this was an area that could be reached by opening the door at the initial stage. If he went there, he would not be able to come back, and the 9 rings that he had worked so hard to obtain would be useless. The human emperor once talked about some of the experiences behind the door. He came in 3 times and each time was different, so it is not very meaningful for reference. At least the human emperor had never climbed these steps, so he saw a different view. Take a deep breath and climb upward. Boom! The blue thunder fell and hit Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't feel anything. There were countless avenues in the world, and trillions of undead servants were helping him share the attack. Lin Moyu simply ignored the thunder. I felt that these thunders would fall before, and now they have really come. After a flash of thunder, a shadow appeared above the clouds. Blue lightning refines the body, purple lightning refines the soul, and freedom is achieved above eternity? How ridiculous and lamentable! The long and deep voice carried a hint of sigh, as if somewhat helpless, but at the same time it was filled with a strong will to fight. This made Lin Moyu realize that this person still had a vision for the future. What makes him sigh is the reality, not the future. This kind of humanity is extremely firm and has strong confidence in their own future. Only this kind of people have the opportunity to reach the top. Blue lightning refines the body, purple lightning refines the soul. Lin Moyu said that it was not necessary, as both his physical body and 637 souls had already reached the peak of Tao Lord and could not go any further. Otherwise he would be condemned by the heaven and earth, otherwise he would not have stopped using the soul-devouring spirit powder. Above eternity is the final step. Can't you feel at ease after taking this last step? This seems to be what this powerful man said. Lin Moyu thought of the old man in green robe. He seemed to be busy with something and calculating something. He really didn't get the so-called freedom. Is the freedom he mentioned a state of mind or a condition? Lin Moyu pondered and continued to climb up the stairs. The roar continued, blue and purple thunder continued to fall, one after another. Green body refining and purple soul refining are great opportunities for others, but for Lin Moyu, they are useless. He walked hundreds of steps in the lightning and reached the middle. At this time, two avenues appeared on both sides again. Wherever the avenue reaches, there are more magnificent palaces. Above the fairy palace, 6 halos were shining brightly. This is a place where people who use 6 halos to open the door can go, but it is not a place where you should go. He did not stop, but climbed upward. The lightning suddenly became stronger. While retaining the effect of refining the body and soul, the double blue and purple lightning also had a powerful attack power. The figure in the void spoke again, if something cannot be done, then there is no need to force it. If it is not destined to be done, then it cannot be obtained. If you take a step back, you will be eternal, but if you take a step forward, you will be doomed to eternal damnation. These words were meant to advise myself not to force myself. If I couldn't stop it, I might as well retreat. The 6th Ring Road area was where I should go. But these words were of no use to Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu simply ignored them. He opened the gate with the 9th ring, so how could he possibly retreat back to the 6th ring area? However, he also knew that the thunder at this moment was already the limit for ordinary Taoist masters. Even the Lord of the Great Tao has to be careful when facing this level of thunder. Only eternity can protect oneself. The test is twofold. Opening the door is only the first step. There are still tests behind the door. If you can't pass the test, it will be useless even if you open the door perfectly. At this point it is only a test, and it is not yet time to follow the rules as the human emperor said. He has not yet reached the area where the treasures are located. Suddenly there was a howling wind, and the sudden strong wind almost blew Lin Moyu off the stairs. The power of this wind was so great that it was like a strong man slapping you in the face. The roar of beasts came to his ears, and one mythical beast after another evolved in the air, staring at him with cold eyes. These mythical beasts were also part of the test, but Lin Moyu ignored them and continued to move forward. The divine beasts moved. They stirred up strong winds, spewed flames, and turned light into arrows. Various attacks evolved and fell like a storm. Lin Moyu continued to advance despite all the attacks, not retreating an inch. He accepted all the attacks and retracted his previous thoughts. Facing such a level of attack, the Lord of Tao would not go up. Of course, climbing the stairs is just a form, and the same is true for the Thunder Beast. It may not be the same for others who come in, but the difficulty of the test will not change. In this way, if the Taoist master opens this door, even if the 6th ring is opened, he can only reach the low-level area of the 3rd ring at most. The Lord of the Great Tao can reach the middle-level area of the 6th ring, and only after eternity can he reach the high-level area of the 9th ring. Lin Moyu walked to the top of the stairs while bearing the attack, and came into contact with the clouds filled with thunder. The moment it touched the clouds, everything disappeared. At the end of the steps, there is a flat avenue in front, behind the avenue is a square, and further back are various magnificent palaces. 9 rings hang high above the fairy palace. This is the high-level area of the 9 rings and also the destination of this trip. If it is opened with 10 rings, there may be a way above. However, Lin Moyu had a feeling that if he used the 10 rings to open the door, he might not be able to get in with his current strength. The last test will probably be very difficult. That's where the human emperor released the soul-devouring spirit. I wonder what he did with it. Lin Moyu walked along the passage into the square. As soon as he entered, Lin Moyu's eyes blurred, a breeze blew, and countless people suddenly appeared in the square. They were wearing uniform clothes, sitting cross-legged, concentrating and staring at the sky with their bright eyes. In mid-air, an old man with a dignified look was also sitting cross-legged. The old man glanced over and landed on Lin Moyu. "You are the only one missing. Sit down quickly. I will start the lecture soon." At this time, someone waved towards him. "Junior brother, you are the only one missing. Come and sit down." Lin Moyu looked down and found that his clothes had become the same as those of everyone else in the square. He was a little confused, but he still walked over quickly and sat down next to the man. Just as he was about to speak, the old man in the air shouted, "Silence, I will begin to preach. Everyone please be quiet." In an instant, everyone fell silent and the square became completely silent. In this case, Lin Moyu resolutely remained silent. The old man's voice sounded slowly. He went straight to the point and spoke in a mysterious way. Suddenly, golden light descended from the sky, and the square was also filled with brilliant rays of light. Everyone was listening attentively, intoxicated. Lin Moyu was very familiar with preaching, as he often gave sermons to people. However, compared with what the old man said, Lin Moyu found that he was far behind, and the two were not at the same level at all. What shocked Lin Moyu the most was that the old man was talking about the secret method of all spirits. I had just obtained the Wanling secret method and had not studied it carefully yet. Now, after listening to his sermon, all the mysteries of the Wanling secret method were imprinted in my mind. Before he knew it, Lin Moyu was also fascinated by what he was hearing, and immersed in the mystery of the secret technique. I don't know how long it took, but the old man stopped. Lin Moyu also gradually woke up from the mystery of the secret method. The secret method of all spirits is very complicated. If you want to fully master it, or even practice it to perfection, it will take tens of thousands of years. This listening session has saved me at least 10,000 years of time. I wonder if the emperor of the past had such treatment. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes, only to see that the square was empty, with no disciples, and the old man who was preaching had disappeared. This is an opportunity, a rare opportunity. If I had not come here, but retreated to the intermediate sixth ring area, I would definitely not have such an opportunity. Walking along the square towards the fairy palace is magnificent and exudes an ethereal aura, which makes people feel extraordinary from afar. There are many immortal palaces, spreading out into the distance and eventually disappearing in the clouds. It is impossible to count how many there are. With so many immortal palaces, there should be a lot of people living here. But Lin Moyu felt it was a little unreal, as these immortal palaces were empty. The eye of the undead has scanned and did not see any soul flame. But the sermon in the square just now made him feel strange again. The old man and the disciple who greeted him later obviously saw him. It's hard to explain this weird feeling. The closer you get to the fairy palace, the stronger this sense of unreality becomes. But Lin Moyu couldn't find the source and felt very uncomfortable. There is a 1,000-meter-long lake in front of the fairy palace, and there is a stone bridge on the lake that leads to the other side. There is a 10-meter-long monument standing by the bridge, with 3 large characters engraved on it, Wanling Pavilion. Lin Moyu shouldn't have known these 3 words originally, as they were exactly the same as those on the Wanmiao stele. But after listening to the old man's sermon, I suddenly recognized him. Is this Wanling Pavilion? Could it be that the area behind the gate is Wanling Pavilion, or is this place called Wanling Pavilion? Wanling Pavilion, Wanling Secret Method. From the sermon just now, it seems that Wanling's secret method came from this Wanling Pavilion. This place is too mysterious. Everything is beyond Lin Moyu's, know-all-ease, understanding. No matter how well he guesses, he can't deduce too much. Stepping onto the stone bridge with some doubts, he did not cross the lake directly, but chose to walk along the bridge honestly. It's better to be careful in such an unknown place. Soon after getting on the bridge, the lake water suddenly began to ripple, and then a head emerged from the lake. The head is like a dragon and a tiger, and looks a bit strange, but it is undeniably majestic. A pair of big eyes stared at Lin Moyu, and Moyu couldn't help but become alert. After a few breaths, the head suddenly spoke. You have mastered the secret method of Wanling, and you are qualified to enter Wanling Pavilion. After saying this, the big head sank back into the lake and disappeared. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the requirement to enter Fanbiao Pavilion is to master the Fanli secret method. So, the human emperor did not enter the Wanling Pavilion back then, or rather, he entered another place. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, and at the same time, he had linked all the causes and consequences together, and got an answer that was very likely to be correct. After entering the door, every single thing actually conveys a lot of information. For example, the unknown senior who was standing on the clouds and preaching the truth, the senior who was preaching in the square, and the giant beast head that just appeared. Although it is not stated explicitly, clues can be found from it. I blend what I see and feel together, and add some of my own. Lin Moyu has basically understood the cause and effect. After entering the gate, the first thing you see is the Wan Miao Monument. You need to use soul power to light up the Wan Miao Monument. The extent to which you can light up the Wan Miao Monument and what you can gain from it have already determined what you will encounter in the world behind the door. Even if he opens the door in the 9th ring state, if he fails at the Wan Miao Monument, then he won't have any good gains afterwards. The Wan Miao stele is divided into 3 layers: text, runes, and patterns. The magic skills obtained by lighting up all the words and part of the words will inevitably be different. Lin Moyu didn't know what others had obtained, but to use the soul-stealing technique, one must light up all the words in order to obtain it. Moreover, the Wan Miao Monument will give different techniques based on your needs, soul, thoughts, and other factors. If you light up the entire Wan Miao Monument by yourself and obtain a complete set of Wanlingshu secrets, it can be considered a perfect lighting. But this is only the first step. After that is the real world behind the door. Going through numerous tests will determine where you can eventually go. The tests during this period come with rewards that can help you refine your body and soul, and even your heart of Tao, which is considered the 2nd level of reward. And because I completely lit up the Wan Miao Monument, obtained the complete secret method, and successfully arrived at the place I was supposed to go, I received the 3rd reward, listening to the Tao. A session of listening to a sermon saved me tens of thousands of years and helped me quickly master the secret method of all spirits. Lin Moyu believed that even the Emperor of Man would not receive such treatment. However, the root of all this lies in the fact that I lit up the entire Wan Miao Monument. Then you can enter the Wanling Pavilion. The reason why it is called the Wanling Pavilion is because of the Wanling secret method. If you comprehend other secret methods, you may go to other places and hear sermons, but they will definitely be other teachings. When I think of this, a vast world appears in my mind. There are infinite secret techniques in the Wan Miao Monument, and each secret technique has a corresponding area, which is the infinite area. If we regard it as a world, it is infinitely larger and more powerful than the ordinary world. But if the world behind the door is not a world, but a sect. When Lin Moyu thought of this, a chill surged from the depths of his soul. If this is a sect, how powerful will this sect be? Although it seemed incredible, Lin Moyu felt that it was more likely to be a sect than a guest from a certain world. I don't know why, but he feels that way. A sect, with different branches formed due to different secret methods, each branch is extremely powerful. While thinking, Lin Moyu walked across the stone bridge and truly entered the Wanling Pavilion. A magnificent fairy palace is right in front of you. If you want to move forward, you must pass through this palace. In front of the hall were 8 round stone pillars with exquisite patterns carved on them. This time Lin Moyu understood some of them. There are spheres on the pattern, which are similar to the planets in the starry world. A majestic figure emerged above the sphere. This figure was fighting against heaven and earth with unparalleled power, but there was also a person standing on the shoulder of this figure. This person controlled a tall figure, stood with his head held high, and looked at his enemy. Their enemy is the giant beast. The giant beast had a python head and a lion body, and looked strange. Lin Moyu had never seen one before, but it was not difficult to imagine how powerful it was. Lin Moyu looked at the other stone pillars again. The scenes on the 8 stone pillars were somewhat similar. Basically, the people from Qingling Pavilion were manipulating the will of the world to fight, and their enemies were giant beasts of various appearances. These are all world wills. The Wanling Pavilion is manipulating the world will to fight. Where do the behemoths fighting them come from, and what level are they at? Since battles could be carved on stone pillars, it means that such battles were the norm. In the secret art of all spirits, the number of world wills that can be manipulated is not the same for each one. Most people can only cultivate and manipulate the will of one world throughout their lifetime. Only a small number of people can cultivate the ability to manipulate the will of the 2 worlds, and such people are already at the genius level. There are also very few people who can cultivate the ability to manipulate 3 or even 4 world wills. They are geniuses among geniuses. Lin Moyu didn't know how many world wills he could manipulate, but it shouldn't be just one. Walking into the fairy palace, the palace is filled with mist, exuding an ancient and vast atmosphere. No one has come to this fairy palace for a long time. Lin Moyu had a feeling in his heart. He was very sensitive to the changes of time. For at least billions of years, no one has come here. This also confirmed his guess. Although the human emperor had obtained the soul-stealing technique, he was not qualified to enter the pavilion of all spirits, let alone come here. With the arrival of Lin Moyu, the fog in the fairy palace changed and gradually dissipated. Hundreds of head-sized spheres appeared in sight. They floated above the fairy palace, moving in a seemingly irregular but actually orderly manner. These spheres exude a strange aura. They are not magical weapons, but rather worlds. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. They are all dead worlds. He saw at a glance the peculiarity of the spheres. They were all dead worlds. I have seen a world similar to the dead in my ancestral land before, and it is not much different from what I see now. 100 dead worlds means that 100 top powerhouses died in battle, as well as countless lives within the world. Lin Moyu's heart moved, he waved his hand, and the world emerged. The universe opened a channel and sucked all the dead worlds in. The world is dead, but that doesn't mean there is no possibility of rebirth for these worlds. The Jihai world is the best example. Lin Moyu took away these dead worlds, and under the nourishment of the universe, they are very likely to come back to life. This is a win-win situation. It not only helps these worlds and gives them a glimmer of hope, but also brings benefits to our own world. The big world can evolve new small worlds independently, but the evolution process is very slow. By doing this, Lin Moyu is taking a shortcut and saving a lot of time. Just when Lin Moyu took away all the worlds, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the fairy palace, and a person appeared on the seat at the head of the palace. This person's face could not be seen clearly, but his majesty could be felt. At the same time, hundreds of people appeared in the hall. They stood together and formed a small square formation. This appearance is just like an army before going to war, ready to follow the general's command. The head of the hall spoke, "Today, our Star Spirit Hall will go to battle and will not retreat until death. If anyone retreats, his cultivation will be taken away, his soul will be destroyed, and he will be doomed to eternal damnation." The voice was not loud, but it made people feel awe. Hundreds of people in the hall shouted in unison, "Respect the order of the hall master, and never retreat until death." The next second, everyone in the hall flew out of the hall. A huge breath came from outside the hall. Lin Moyu immediately walked to the door of the hall and saw those people flying into the void, summoning their own world. The world will evolved one after another, and they stepped on the shoulders of the world wool and turned into streams of light and left. Looking at this scene, Lin Moyu felt a surge of emotion. There used to be 100 top warriors here, rushing to the battlefield with their world will. When they came back, all that was left was the world destroyed in battle, and they themselves could no longer return. When did this battle take place? Lin Moyu could vaguely feel that these world wills had reached the eternal level and had unparalleled combat power. In this state, they all died in battle. How strong must the behemoths fighting them be? The most important thing is that it is a mystery whether this battle is a battle in this world or belongs to another world. There was too little information to be gained here. Lin Moyu looked around the Star Spirit Temple again. After making sure there was nothing new to gain, he left the back of the temple and headed for other areas. The Star Spirit Hall is the main hall of the Wanling Pavilion. There are 4 roads behind the hall, leading to different areas. There is a road sign in front of the road. After countless years of vicissitudes, the words on the stone road sign are still clearly legible. From left to right, the 4 roads are Yunling Road, Yangling Road, Baoling Road, and Jianling Road. Lin Moyu can roughly understand the function of the area pointed to by each road by analyzing the literal meaning. Just as I was about to go, the road sign suddenly glowed faintly, and a middle-aged man emerged from the faint light. The road sign is a magic weapon, and it also has a spirit, which surprised Lin Moyu a little. I never thought that after so many years, someone would come here. The middle-aged looking spirit spoke with some emotion, and Lin Moyu even heard some sighs. Although there is no limit to the lifespan of weapon spirits, as long as the magic weapon itself is not damaged, they basically will not die. Moreover, the influence of time on them is very small. Even if billions of years have passed, they will remain the same, and even their personalities will not change much. But the spirit in front of him looked withered, and time had left deep marks on him. This alone made Lin Moyu realize that the length of time that had passed here was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Moyu bowed slightly to the other party. Lin Moyu, meet the senior. No matter how strong or weak the other party is, after all, they have existed for so long, so Moyu maintained the necessary politeness. The most important thing is that this spirit of the weapon clearly looks like a human. The spirit of the weapon looked at Lin Moyu and laughed. It's great to be young. You don't have to call me senior. No one here calls me that. Everyone calls me Lao Lu. Old Road? The spirit of the road sign is called Lao Lu, which is quite interesting. Lin Moyu asked, Senior Lao Lu, where exactly is this place? The old man looked strange. This is Wanling Pavilion. Isn't it written on the stone tablet on the bridge before? The words are so big, you should be able to see it. Lin Moyu knew that the other party had misunderstood his meaning. Junior knows that this is Wanling Pavilion, and I am asking what Wanling Pavilion is. Lao Lu felt even more puzzled. Wanling Pavilion is Wanling Pavilion. What else could it be? I don't know if he really doesn't understand, or if it's because he's old, but Lin Moyu feels that he has some questions. Lin Moyu didn't care about these things and changed the subject directly. Senior Lao Lu, do you know where all the people here have gone? Lao Lu sighed. They are all dead, all died in the battle. All 16.72 million monks of Wanling Pavilion, no one survived. Lin Moyu was shocked. There were actually 16.72 million cultivators. No wonder there were so many immortal palaces here. After all, they had to accommodate so many people. He immediately asked, what realm are they in? Lao Lu looked at Lin Moyu, then slowly said, the monks of Wanling Pavilion are divided into 4 levels. The weakest outer cabinet disciples are equivalent to you. The inner cabinet disciples are a little stronger than you, and the hall master is even stronger. As for the pavilion master, he is the supreme being. Lin Moyu chatted with Lao Lu for a while and asked some questions related to realm. Lao Lu couldn't explain it clearly. He was just a spirit on a road sign and knew very little. But there is one thing that is correct, that is, as a Taoist master, I am equivalent to the weakest outer disciple in Wanling Pavilion. The outer court disciples are also the largest group in Wanling Pavilion. If the cabinet disciples are stronger than me, then they may be able to exist forever. The hall master might be the one who takes the last step. If not, he has at least taken half a step. The pavilion master is even stronger and is an almighty being. He must be the one who takes the last step. It is said that eternity will not die, and the existence above eternity will not die even more, but in Lin Moyu's view, eternity is not completely immortal. To put it bluntly, eternal existence is not beyond heaven and earth, but still depends on heaven and earth. The so-called eternal existence will only be silent, that is referring to the interior of heaven and earth. If the entire heaven and earth collapsed, then eternal existence would also die. Not only did the eternal being die, but even the pavilion master who took the last step died. Thinking about what the man said when he was climbing the ladder, who can truly be free? 0 request flowers. Lin Moyu asked, Old road, where do those roads lead to, and what are they used for? As a road sign spirit, Lao Lu was very familiar with this area and immediately replied, The soul pregnancy road leads to the myriad worlds of heaven and earth. Disciples who are allowed to enter can choose a world to conceive a soul. The soul cultivation road is naturally a place to cultivate world spirits. Disciples can cultivate their own world spirits there. The pavilion master has made some magical arrangements inside. Cultivating world spirits inside will be twice as effective with half the effort. Baoling Road is the treasure house of Wanling Pavilion, which contains many good things, but only disciples who have been granted permission can go there. The Battle Spirit Road is where disciples practice martial arts. In it, they can learn how to manipulate the spirits of the world to fight. The 4 paths are different. After becoming a disciple of Wanling Pavilion, you must first choose a suitable world to nurture your own world spirit. 0. Of course, this process will not be easy. Nurturing the spirit of the world is equivalent to taking this world into one's own hands, which will inevitably involve struggle. It is conceivable that some people choose a powerful world where there are already strong people, so they must fight a big battle and win before they can continue to conceive spirits. Some people choose a weak world, in which case the spirit of the world born will also be weak, or even congenitally deficient, and its growth will be limited. As for the soul cultivation path, disciples who already possess the world spirit can go there to cultivate their own world spirit and save a lot of time. Baoling Road is the treasure house of Wanling, which contains treasures needed to cultivate the world spirit, as well as other treasures. 0121062001 Feilu 1601905560. As for the Battle Spirit Road, it is a place for disciples to compete in martial arts. There are 4 different roads, representing the 4 areas of Wanling Pavilion. Lin Moyu thought about it and made a decision. I want to go to Baoling Road, but I wonder what I should pay attention to. He sincerely asked Lao Lu for advice, but Lao Lu just shook his head. There's nothing to pay attention to. Yunling Road has been abandoned. I don't know what it has become. No one has walked on the Yunling Road for a long time. It is not clear whether the arrangement made by the pavilion master is still useful. It was maintained by the hall master back then, but it is hard to say now. There used to be a ban on Baoling Road. Only those who were allowed could enter. I guess it's gone now. As for the Battle Spirit Road, it may be the most dangerous of the 4 roads. After all, it was a place of battle in the past. I remember that about 10 million or 20 million years ago, it seemed like something ran out of the door from there. Lao Lu has lived so long that he no longer counts time. Millions of years, tens of millions of years, or even longer, it doesn't really matter to him. But these words sounded different to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu realized that the one who ran away at that time might be the intelligent soul-eating spirit. The soul-devouring spirit escaped from the pavilion of all spirits and had a fight with the human emperor, but human emperor suffered the loss. When the human emperor left, the soul-eater should have been looking for a way out in the world behind the door. It was not until the Lord of Hell opened the door again that the soul-eater completely escaped and came to the real world. Now the soul-eater seems to be planning to come back again. I wonder what he wants to do. The old man asked, Where are you going? Lin Moyu said, I want to go to Baoling Road. Lao Lu hummed, The end of Baoling Road is actually the treasure house of Wanling Pavilion. The restrictions from that year should no longer exist, but it's hard to say. Just be careful when you go there. Lin Moyu asked, Do you know what is in the treasure house? Lao Lu shook his head, I don't really know about that. Lin Moyu said and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the many immortal palaces in the distance. How do I get to those immortal palaces? Lao Lu looked up at the sky and said, fly over there. There used to be a road there, but it's all collapsed now. If you want to go, just go there by yourself. The immortal palaces are all residences for the monks of the Wanling Pavilion. They look gorgeous, but they're all the same. There's nothing interesting about them. Lin Moyu doesn't think so. There are often some good things in the monks' residences. Some things cannot be taken with you, and these monks may not have thought that they would not be able to come back in the end. After walking along Lingbao Road and visiting the treasure house, you can also visit these fairy palaces. Saying goodbye to the old road, Lin Moyu entered Lingbao Road. There was fog behind me, and the sign for the old road disappeared in the blink of an eye. The fog ahead dissipated, revealing a flat road, and at the end of the road was a huge fairy palace. As a fairy palace, it is more noble than most of the fairy palaces here and exudes an overwhelming aura. This fairy palace alone is an incredible treasure. The fairy palace at the end of Lingbao Road is itself a magic weapon, and a very powerful one at that. Both sides of the road should have been covered with formations, but now most of the formations have become dilapidated, leaving only a few traces. Lin Moyu found it a little strange. A long time had indeed passed, but the formation should not be so dilapidated. Formations at this level have eternal properties that are difficult to erase with the passage of time. The battle back then did not spread here, but the remaining formations were as if they had experienced a great war. It was not until he reached the end of Baoling Road that he could see the immortal palace clearly. There were a lot of damages on the palace, which meant that there had been a battle in this palace. The immortal palace glowed faintly, and in a trance, Lin Moyu seemed to see the scene of that year. A strong man grabbed the fairy palace and flew into the air, carrying the formation on the Baoling Road, and turned into a long rainbow and rushed into the sky. Afterwards, no strong man returned, only the damaged immortal palace returned alone, and the formation had been broken. Wanling Pavilion has indeed not experienced any war, but this fairy palace has participated in the battle. There is a stone tablet in front of the fairy palace, on which is engraved the name of the fairy palace, Baoling Palace. There is also a line of words, no one is allowed to enter the hall without permission, and violators will bear the consequences at their own risk. The rules are the rules of the past, and they are no longer useful now. In the past, Wanling Pavilion had someone in charge of its management and was protected by a powerful formation, but now there is nothing. When they arrived in front of the Baoling Hall, the door was closed. Lin Moyu raised his hand and pressed on the door, pushing hard, but the door did not move at all. Lin Moyu continued to exert force, but the door remained motionless. He summoned undead servants, and thousands of them exerted their strength at the same time, but the door remained motionless. The Baoling Hall was damaged and no one had repaired it, and the gate could not be opened. Lin Moyu flew up and circled the hall a few times, hoping to enter the Baoling Hall from the damaged area. Although there are many gaps, unfortunately, no one can enter them. Lin Moyu did not attack the Baoling Palace. He did not know whether an attack would lead to bad consequences. It's better to be careful when you are in a strange and mysterious place like Wanling Pavilion. He went back to the front door and took out the Scepter of Calamity. Since he couldn't push it open, he could only break it open. Using the Scepter of Scourge to smash it wouldn't make much noise, and it would be better than attacking with magic yourself. That should work. Lin Moyu has confidence in the Calamity Scepter. Although the gate of the Treasure Spirit Hall is strong, it seems to be a little worse than the Calamity Scepter. He trusted his instincts and smashed the Scepter of Calamity over. Bang! A sound like hammering iron was heard, and countless cracks appeared on the sturdy door as the Scourge Scepter struck it. It really works. Lin Moyu immediately struck it a second time, and the cracks became more numerous. Then the third time, the fourth time. After 5 consecutive hits, the door was finally broken, revealing a large hole more than 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Astonishing aura rushed out from the Treasure Spirit Hall, and Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there is something else. Just from these auras, Lin Moyu could tell that there were still many things left in the Treasure Spirit Hall. Entering the hall, the space is not small, the layout is very simple, there is no distinction between inside and outside, there is only one space. There are a lot of debris in the center of the hall. This should be the core of the magic weapon, but now it has been completely damaged. The same is true for the formations in the palace, almost none of them are intact. The damaged formation could not withstand the ravages of time, and after so many years, the formation became even more damaged. These are all records of the past. Lin Moyu is not from Wanling Pavilion, so he doesn't really care about what happened back then. Glancing around, he saw a number of boxes lying in the hall in all directions. Many boxes were damaged and the contents had long since disappeared. Only a few boxes were still intact. In addition, there are a large number of vases on the ground and in the niches. Like the boxes, the vases are made of unusual materials. However, most of the vases have fallen over, and the contents inside have long disappeared. Lin Moyu guessed that the things in the vase and the box must have been consumed in the war. What's this? Lin Moyu saw something special among the pile of broken pieces in the center. A relatively intact jade token was hidden in the broken core fragments. If one did not have sharp eyes, it would be easy to miss it. Lin Moyu reached out to take it, but immediately withdrew his hand as soon as it touched the fragments. There were several wounds on his fingers, some of which were so deep that the bones were visible. 1.2 The blood was interrupted at the wound but did not flow out. The life force was flowing naturally and the wound was gradually recovering. Not only the body is hurt, but the soul is also hurt. My magic doesn't work. Lin Moyu was surprised that he was actually injured. The world and the undead servants could not share the damage. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu knew why this was the case. These fragments are the core of the Treasure Spirit Palace. In the past, an almighty powerful being manipulated the battle of the Treasure Spirit Palace. The power of that powerful man was injected into the core of the magic weapon. Even though it turned into fragments, it still remains to this day. The power belonging to that strong man can bypass the physical body and soul and directly attack the true spirit. It may seem that your finger is injured, but in fact it is your true spirit that is hurt, and the physical soul is just a superficial phenomenon. It is precisely because of this that his own magic cannot share the damage. Directly attacking the true spirit, what a terrifying bandit. Lin Moyu did not touch the fragments again, but let the undead servants do it. Undead servants don't have any real spirits, and the power in these fragments cannot cause any harm to them. He took the jade token out from the pile of debris and handed it to Lin Moyu after making sure it was okay. The jade token is the size of a palm, with a green glow all over, and of excellent quality. The word Baoling is engraved on the front, and the back shows the appearance of the Baoling temple. The soul power probed into the jade token, and a message was immediately transmitted. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up slightly. This jade tablet recorded the number and purpose of all the treasures in the Baoling Hall. Soul-nourishing pill, boundary-breaking pill, soul-nourishing tree, sky-blocking stone, immortal gem. Everything is recorded in the jade plaque, along with information such as the appearance and effects of each item. The soul-nourishing pill can help give birth to the world will, and the boundary-breaking pill can help the world will complete the soul-nourishing process ahead of schedule. Nurturing the spirit tree can allow the world's will to be absorbed and quickly become powerful. The heaven-covering stone can conceal the secrets of heaven and do something special. The immortal jade can restore the dead to life, and can be used alone or in conjunction with the heaven-covering stone. Lin Moyu was not interested in these elixirs. What he wanted now was the heaven-covering stone and the immortal pressure. His eyes fell on the unopened box number 301, I hope there is more. With his previous experience, he did not do it himself, but commanded the undead servants to open the box. There was no formation restriction on the box, and the undead servant easily opened the first box. Fist-sized stones appeared in sight, and Lin Moyu was slightly delighted. Heaven-shading stones. In this box, there are 20 pieces of sky-covering stone neatly arranged. This harvest is much better than he expected. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste even a second, so he waved his hand and put the heaven-covering stone and the box into the storage space. With the heaven-covering stone, part of his plan has been completed. At least he himself can now leave the origin continent. The second box was opened, revealing some wooden strips, each about half a meter long and as thick as a baby's arm. This is a spiritual wood that is of great benefit to the growth of the world's will. In terms of value alone, it is no worse than the heaven-covering stone, but to Lin Moyu, its value is far less than that of the heaven-covering stone. Putting away the spirit-nourishing wood, Lin Moyu whispered, "I hope the last box contains the immortal treasure." The Bubasai jade is a strategic material that can revive the dead in battle and is equivalent to a life. This kind of stuff is consumed very quickly during a war, and Lin Moyu is really worried that it will be used up. The undead servant opened the third box, and a strong purple light burst out from the box. Pieces of purple gems were neatly stacked in the box, also 2 liters each. The immortal jade. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. He really got the immortal jade. The combined use of the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade can allow the 3 ancestors and others to come back to life after faking their deaths, thus breaking free from the control of the origin continent. So far, his plan has been largely successful. Just as he was about to put away the immortal jade, his soul suddenly sent a warning of danger. A beam of white light came from behind, passed through the gate of Bowling Palace, and rushed towards him. The undead servant reacted immediately and used the avenue of thick earth to transform himself into a meat shield on the spot. Lin Moyu was not panicked at all and put away the immortal jade first. Even if this attack would cost him his life, he would first put away the immortal jade. He could still be resurrected if he died, but the immortal jade was not easy to find. The sudden white light hit the undead servants, shattering the road and instantly turning the undead servants into pieces in the attack. The white light continued to come, falling on Lin Moyu like thunder. The universe roared slightly, and billions of undead servants shared the damage. Not all attacks can directly reach the true spirit. Ordinary attacks, even at the eternal level, are unlikely to kill you in one strike. He took in all the white light without moving, and at the same time looked at the hole in the door. A shadow appeared in the hall, and the next second he had turned into Bai Yuan. Lin Moyu chuckled, "You really came here." Just as Lin Moyu expected, the one that came was indeed the soul-devouring spirit. The formation he had set up outside the gate obviously failed to stop the soul-devouring spirit, but it should have blocked it for a while, otherwise it would not have taken until now to come over. Lin Moyu knew that the origin of the great Tao still had some effect on the soul-devouring spirit. The soul-devourer whispered, "Hand over the soul-nourishing wood." Not only is he wise, but he also speaks human language. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "So it's for the purpose of nurturing spiritual trees. It's not impossible for you to nurture spiritual trees, but you have to answer a few questions first." The soul-devouring spirit seemed not to understand Lin Moyu's words, and continued to whisper, "Hand over the healing spirit wood." Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. "It seems that we can't talk under the covers anymore." Seeing that Lin Moyu had no intention of handing over the soul-nourishing wood, the soul-eating spirit suddenly took action. He transformed into Bai Yuan and also used Bai Yuan's moves, punching out and transforming into a huge fist shadow that covered the sky. Lin Moyu's aura suddenly rose, radiating from its source, and he instantly entered that level. The great Tao destroying world palm. With a palm strike, he shattered the Soul Devourer's fist and at the same time blasted the Soul Devourer back, crashing it into the wall of the Treasure Spirit Hall. This soul-devouring spirit was very powerful, and Lin Moyu held back, so Dao Miesher Dang did not destroy it. The Treasure Spirit Hall was very solid, and Lin Moyu's great Tao destroying world palm was unable to break it. The Bowling Hall was shaking continuously, and countless treasure vases in the niches fell down, making a constant clanging sound. Some of the vases still had residual substances flowing out of the mouths, giving off a strange smell. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Without giving the soul-devouring spirit any chance, he struck him with several palm strikes in succession, and then the world-burning fire also flew out, following the great Tao world-destroying palm and falling on the soul-devouring spirit. A scream sounded, and Lin Moyu's mouth curled up slightly. Having wisdom has both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that you will feel pain, have all kinds of feelings, and even be afraid and retreat. Fire that burns the world. How can you be the fire that burns the world? The soul-eating spirit deformed while screaming, constantly changing its shape while screaming nonstop. Lin Moyu was surprised that Soul Devourer 387 actually knew about the burning world destruction. This was the first person who called out the name of the world-burning fire accurately since he came into possession of it. Lin Moyu completed his rebirth in the purple light, elevated his realm again, and continued to use the Great Tao-destroying world palm. He gradually increased the power of the Great Tao world-destroying palm, suppressing the soul-devouring spirit so that it could not move. The Soul Devourer's body was almost shattered, and the world-burning fire burned more and more vigorously. Lin Moyu knew that this guy would not die so easily. He controlled his strength to the limit that the Soul Devourer could bear, and asked, "How did you know about the world-burning fire?" The soul-devouring spirit did not answer, but roared, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Amid repeated roars, the soul-eating spirit suddenly transformed into the appearance of the human emperor. A sword appeared in his hand, bursting out with amazing power, and forcefully shattered the Great Tao world-destroying palm. The sword fell, and the bright light illuminated the Bowling Hall. Lin Moyu frowned. He didn't expect the soul-devouring spirit to suddenly explode. Another palm strike was thrown out, with twice the force as before. Bang! The Great Tao world-destroying palm collided with the sword light and was annihilated. His eyes blurred and the soul-eating spirit was already in front of him. The sword light stung his eyes. The attack landed, and it was Lin Moyu who was knocked away. With the damage shared, Lin Moyu survived the blow and was only knocked away. The soul-eating spirit roared and chased after him. He looked like a madman, full of murderous intent. The Great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu no longer held back, increasing his strength to 80%, and slapped out with every strike. The Great Tao of Destruction palm, with 80% of its power, beat the mad soul-eating spirit back. He was pressed against the wall of Bowling Palace, unable to move. The Bowling Palace was roaring continuously due to the palm strike of Dao Bushi, and the whole palace became a giant bell, resounding throughout Wanling Pavilion. If it was in the past, the entire Wanling Pavilion would have been awakened, but now Wanling Pavilion. There was no one in Wanling Pavilion, but there was nothing there. As if in response to the battle in Bowling Palace, bursts of sharp screams were heard from another place. On the Wanling Road sign, Lao Lu appeared with a look of shock on his face. There are still people alive in the Battle Spirit Hall. This is bad. Lin Moyu didn't know this, and he continued to deal with this strange and powerful soul-devouring spirit. He felt that this soul-eating spirit must have a big secret. He had refined so many soul-eating spirits before and had dealt with the soul-eating spirit king. This was the first time he had seen an intelligent soul-eating spirit. How did the Soul Devourer gain wisdom, and why did the Soul Devourer appear in the pavilion of all spirits? Moreover, this soul-devouring spirit is very ancient. Perhaps we can get some secrets of Wanling Pavilion, or even the secrets of the world behind this door, from him. Under the suppression of the Great Tao world-destroying palm, the soul-devouring spirit's body gradually broke apart, and the world-burning fire continued to burn, trying to refine it. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the strength of this soul-devouring spirit is comparable to that of the soul-devouring spirit king's clone, and it is not easy to refine it. But it's not impossible to refine it. It just takes some time, a few years, maybe less than 10 years, a few or even hundreds of years will be enough. If it really was 100 years, I didn't know how many times I would have to use the original magic, how many times I would have to forcibly improve my realm, and how many times I would have to complete rebirth. This is a number that gives me a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately, I have also experienced the journey to Su Kunlun and I am used to it. What he needed now was patience. Lin Moyu ignored the soul-devouring spirit's screams and, expressionless, slapped out the Great Tao-destroying world palm like a machine. No matter what form the soul-devourer took, no matter how he tried to fight back, no matter how he roared, it was all in vain. He could only watch his body gradually break into pieces. Although he was not afraid of it breaking into pieces, once his body broke into pieces, the pain brought by the burning world fire would be magnified exponentially. The more the body is broken, the more intense the picture will be. Originally there was only one strand, but now it has become several. The flame will wrap around every piece of debris, bringing unspeakable pain. This is the disadvantage of having intelligence and feelings. If it were any other soul-eating spirit, it would not know what pain is. Lin Moyu said calmly, I have killed many soul-eating spirits and refined them to become the nutrients for my soul's growth. But those are all soul-devouring spirits in the virtual world. This is my first time in the real world. I will refine you and see what I can produce. I have a feeling that after I refine and absorb you, it will be of great help to me. His voice was cold and heartless, as if he was stating a fact, and he no longer mentioned the questions he had mentioned before. Since you can't communicate, then don't communicate. The Soul Eater was still roaring, and he responded to Lin Moyu with his roar. Lin Moyu did not speak again, but just struck the Soul Devourer with one palm after another, not giving the Soul Devourer any chance to resist. Half a day later, the soul-devouring spirit's body was broken into pieces even more severely, and the world-burning fire enveloped every piece of it. The pain was doubling. Finally, the soul-devourer's roar weakened, as if he knew that no matter how much he shouted, it would be useless. What on earth are you asking? The Soul Eater turned into Meng Anwen's appearance. He read Lin Moyu's memory and knew the position of Meng Anwen in Lin Moyu's heart. Meng Anwen has always been calm and never panicked. He seemed to want to use this to calm himself down. However, the Meng Anwen that appeared now had a slightly ferocious expression. The severe pain made his face distorted and he looked like he was grinning. Lin Moyu knew that the Soul Eaters were beginning to compromise. This was the advantage of being intelligent. They could think, and when they were sure that something was impossible, they would choose to settle for the next best thing. This point can be used exactly, which is why the power of the great Tao world-destroying palm is always controlled and not shattered all at once. Lin Moyu asked, Why do you have wisdom? The soul-devouring spirit shouted, You should ask that old fellow Wan Xianling about this question. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, Who is Wan Xianling? The soul-devourer suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard a great joke. You are in the Wanling Pavilion, but you don't even know who Kai Xianling is. Lin Moyu showed displeasure in his eyes, and the fire of burning the world became more intense, causing the soul-devouring spirit's pain to increase sharply, and his face became more hideous. Lin Moyu said, It's normal not to know. Who is Wan Xianling? Why do you have wisdom? Explain clearly. The soul-devouring spirit said, Wan Xianling is the master of the battle spirit hall of the Wanling Pavilion. That guy captured me and forced me to merge with a world spirit. The real emperor? This guy calls himself the emperor. Lin Moyu got to the point, What was your identity before you were arrested? The soul-devouring spirit suddenly shouted angrily, I am the soul-devouring spirit emperor, the soul-devouring spirit emperor of this world, the great ruler, the supreme being. He roared repeatedly, as if declaring his status. Lin Moyu was disdainful, You had no wisdom before, you were just a walking corpse with some instincts, what status do you want to talk about? This sentence made the former soul-devouring spirit emperor stunned on the spot. Lin Moyu was telling the truth. When there was no wisdom and people acted completely on instinct, there was only a difference in strength, not status. Lin Moyu said, Wan Xianling merged you with the spirit of the world, giving you wisdom, and then what? Where did he go? The soul-devouring emperor suddenly changed his mood and let out a suppressed, low laugh. He was eaten by me. Lin Moyu said, He is much stronger than you because he can capture you. Do you have the ability to eat him? The soul-devouring emperor said, I admit that he was a little stronger than me at that time, but his strength was limited. He was seriously injured, so isn't it normal for me to eat him? Lin Moyu thought of this unknown war. If Wan Xianling was seriously injured in this war and then eaten by the soul-devouring spirit, it would not be impossible. Qianzi. But this statement is also problematic. The soul-devouring king is already very powerful. One of his clones is scary enough, let alone the soul-devouring emperor. How come this former soul-devouring spirit king in front of me is so weak? With his current strength, it is impossible for him to eat Wan Xianling. No matter how badly Wan Xianling was injured, he could be killed with just a hint of will. Something must have happened afterwards. Lin Moyu said, "You were the soul-devouring spirit emperor back then, and you could eat all the mysterious spirits. Why have you become so stubborn now?" As if he had hit a sore spot, the soul-devouring emperor shouted as if he had lost his mind. It was all because of that guy Wan Xianling. He actually prepared a backup plan. He blew himself up, and at the same time, he also detonated the world spirit that had merged with me. He seemed to be venting and began to talk nonsense, saying a lot at once. Lin Moyu did not interrupt. While controlling him with the great Dao Miesher palm, he listened to his venting and basically figured out what happened that year. The soul-devouring king's mood is extremely unstable, with great ups and downs. He is sometimes calm, but appears crazy most of the time. In his manic state, he said a lot of random things, both relevant and irrelevant, mixed with countless curses. The funniest thing is, he doesn't use the same language. During the hours-long curse, he used at least dozens of languages, including those of the human race, common people, and other races. Lin Moyu basically figured out what was going on. Back then, Wan Xianling captured him and used him as a test subject to merge him with the spirit of the world. After the fusion was successful, the soul-devouring spirit emperor gained wisdom. In Wan Xuanling's opinion, the soul-devouring emperor has no intelligence. After merging with the spirit of the world should become dominant, so that the soul-devouring emperor can be controlled. With the help of the soul-eating emperor, one can control billions of soul-eating spirits, which will be an extremely terrifying force. But he didn't expect that after the fusion, the soul-devouring emperor gained wisdom and became the dominant one, and the spirit of the world was suppressed instead. The spirit of the world created the soul-devouring spirit emperor, but was unable to control him. In terms of strength, even the eternal world spirit is not as good as the soul-devouring spirit emperor. But Wan Xianling also left a means. He can 773 detonate the spirit of the world and thus severely damage the soul-devouring emperor. Later, the war broke out and Wan Xianling returned seriously injured. The soul-devouring emperor took the opportunity to devour Wan Xianling. In the eyes of the soul-devouring emperor, Wan Xianling was his mortal enemy. It was he who captured him, and he never thought that his wisdom was also given by Wan Xianling. Wan Lingxian self-destructed at the last moment, and detonated the members of the world that merged with it. The terrifying force severely injured the soul-devouring emperor. This was not an ordinary injury, but a wound to the root. The soul-devouring spirit emperor's power dropped sharply to the Tao Lord realm, and then he fell into a deep sleep. He slept for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and only woke up when the human emperor arrived. He looked for a way out everywhere, but when the door was closed, he couldn't get out. Many years later, until the Lord of Hell opened the gate, he took the opportunity to escape. But after escaping outside, he found that the rules of heaven and earth had changed, and he fell into a deep sleep again. But he was not completely asleep. He needed to eat because Wan Xianling had injured his foundation and his strength and wisdom were not stable. If you don't eat, you will return to ignorance and your strength will continue to decline. So he began to destroy the world and devour all living things. After devouring a large number of living creatures, it takes time to absorb and digest, so just continue to sleep. In this way, between sleeping and waking, he began to adapt to the rules of heaven and earth. The vast number of worlds and billions of lives not only made his power more stable, but also brought him more ideas and thoughts, which, as he said, was an increase in his wisdom. He realized that this was not a solution. If the world was eaten up one day, he would be finished too. Devouring living creatures was only a temporary solution, not a fundamental solution, so he thought of raising spiritual trees. When the world spirit was detonated, it was not completely destroyed. The world spirit can be nurtured again by using the soul nurturing technique. If the spirit of the world is well, he will also become better. This was the experience of the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, and Lin Moyu didn't know whether he should sympathize with him or not. He was originally a carefree soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. Although he was ignorant, his status was indeed supreme. Unfortunately, he was captured by Wan Xianling in the end, and gaining wisdom might not be what he wanted at all. But after countless years, none of this matters anymore. Now the Wanling Pavilion is empty and the world has changed. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know what happened exactly back then?" The soul-devouring emperor was still a little crazy. "What do you know?" "I know nothing. They are all dead, they all deserve to die, everyone deserves to die. It seems that nothing can be asked, as what happened back then has been buried in the years." He didn't even know where Wanling Pavilion was, so there was really no need for him to explore what happened that year. Now that he has obtained the Qingzation Stone and the Immortal Jade, his plan has been mostly successful. He just needs to go back and carry it out step by step. The current matter is how to deal with this soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. He had two choices. One was to seal it here, but this was not easy, as the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor could ignore ordinary formations. If the Baoling Palace had not been damaged, he would have pushed the door open and would have been trapped here by simply closing the door, but that was not possible now. The second is to kill the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, but this guy is not easy to kill. It will take at least 100 years for the world-burning fire to refine him. That's at least, maybe a little more. If possible, Lin Moyu didn't want to waste this time. Time was precious to him. And if we continue to let this guy live, if someone opens this door again in the future, he might get out again. By then, all the worlds will suffer again. As long as he is given enough time, he will definitely be able to devour countless worlds between heaven and earth. How to quickly eliminate him? After thinking about it, Lin Moyu came up with a possibility. Soul-destroying technique. Among all the spiritual secrets, the only offensive technique is spiritual magic. The soul-destroying technique targets the spirit of the world, not the soul-devouring spirit. But this soul-devouring Spirit Emperor had once merged with the world spirit, and the world spirit became a part of his core. After Wan Xianling detonated the world spirit was not completely destroyed. Instead, it was protected by the power of the soul-devouring spirit, leaving only a part of it. If he could erase the spirit of the world, it would be equivalent to erasing the core of the soul-devouring emperor. Even if he didn't die, he would at least fall into a deep sleep, or even lose his wisdom and return to ignorance. If this is really possible, it would be a good method. Lin Moyu had made a decision in his mind, but before that, he had to smash the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor first so that he could use the soul-destroying technique more conveniently. After all, his realm was still low, and he had only just mastered the mystical art of all spirits, and had never even used it once, so Lin Moyu was not sure how much effect it could have. In this case, breaking the soul-devouring emperor into pieces can weaken it and enhance the effect of the soul-destroying technique in disguise. The Soul Eater is very difficult to kill. Even when the Soul Eater King's clone was smashed into powder, smaller than smoke and dust, it was still able to reassemble and revive. Even the world-burning fire could not completely burn and refine it. This time, Lin Moyu was not completely sure that it would become the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. After a rebirth, the power of the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm was increased to 100%. Lin Moyu used all his strength and smashed the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor into pieces after 4 strikes. This was not enough, he smashed the fragments into powder with one palm after another. Until it was broken to the limit and could not be broken any further, Lin Moyu felt the refining effect of the burning world fire on it. After some experience, Lin Moyu determined that the refining effect was very poor. His previous judgment was correct. It would take at least 100 years to refine it, and there must be no accidents during the process, otherwise it would take even longer. Although I can endure loneliness, if there is any other possibility, I really don't want to waste hundreds of years. Lin Moyu tried to use the power of death to corrode the environment, but he found that his realm was not high enough and the power of death was not as effective as the fire of burning the world. Take a deep breath, and after a new life, a purple light appears on your fingertips. Soul-destroying technique. Surrounded by purple light, Lin Moyu's fingertips exuded an indescribable aura, ancient and vast. Between heaven and earth, some ancient power was aroused. This power had not been touched for many years. It was so ancient that Lin Moyu felt like he was in another world. The ancient power emerged from a hidden corner of heaven and earth, came to Lin Moyu's fingertips, and then exploded into a ball of light, illuminating the entire Baoling Palace. Bang! Lin Moyu heard the sound of explosion, as if something was annihilated, and something seemed to be lost in the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor's powder, and then an indescribable breath emanated. Lin Moyu recognized this breath, pure soul-devouring spirit breath, without any impurities, exactly the same as the soul-devouring spirit breath he had seen before, only more powerful and at a higher level. At the same time, the effect of the burning world fire became weaker and almost useless. Lin Moyu's face changed, and he realized that something was wrong. The development of things was not what he expected. The soul-devouring technique did not kill the soul-devouring emperor. Instead, it allowed the soul-devouring emperor to return to his true self. The fusion of the world spirit with him brought him wisdom, but also made him controllable and weak. Therefore, Wan Xinling did not completely destroy the spirit of the world back then, but only severely injured the soul-devouring emperor. It was not that he could not destroy it, but he could not kill the soul-devouring emperor, so he had to use the spirit of the world to restrain it. Now that the world spirit has been destroyed, the soul-devouring emperor has been severely wounded, but he is not dead and will recover in a relatively short time. After recovery, he becomes a complete soul-devouring emperor, who is more powerful than the soul-devouring king and is an existence that cannot be killed by himself. If something like this happened in the real world, there is a high probability that Zhulong would show up. Zhulong should not be able to kill him, but he can at least exile him and drive him away from this world. It is also possible that the world's rules themselves will drive them away. Both possibilities exist. But now, Zhulong will not appear, the rules of heaven and earth cannot touch here, and the soul-devouring spirit can exist freely. The soul-devouring emperor has no wisdom and will kill all living beings he sees. Once he fully recovers. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu waved his hand and took away all the treasure boxes in the treasure spirit hall, even though there was nothing inside. It is also a top-grade material. What's more, there are things in some of the bottles, and we can study what they are later. The undead servants also picked up all the core fragments of the treasure spirit hall and threw them into the box, taking them away together. During this period, Lin Moyu continued to use the Great Tao-destroying world palm to smash the soul-devouring spirit emperor's body into pieces, delaying the soul-devouring spirit emperor's recovery time. But the effect of the Great Tao-destroying world palm was weakening, and Lin Moyu knew that his strength was not strong enough. All this was done in less than 2 seconds. Lin Moyu turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the hole in the treasure spirit hall without looking back. Following the same path I came from, I rushed out of Baoling Road and saw Lao Lu standing on his road sign, as if he was waiting for me. Lao Lu shouted, "That guy entered the treasure spirit hall." "You met him, didn't you?" Lin Moyu said, "He is in the treasure spirit hall. I can't kill him. I guess he will come here soon." Lao Lu said, "He can't get through." As he spoke, he pointed at Baoling Road and whispered, "Seal it." A thick fog suddenly rose on Baoling Road, and Baoling Road disappeared, sealed by an invisible force. Lin Moyu looked at Lao Lu in surprise. He didn't expect that he had this skill. Lao Lu was a little complacent. "I am not only a road sign, but also the manager of the spiritual road. I have the power to block the spiritual road." "Well, I underestimated the other party before." Lin Moyu asked, "Will he not be able to get out like this?" Lao Lu said, "I can't get out for now, but..." Before he could finish his words, a sharp cry suddenly came from the depths of the battle spirit road. The sound pierced his soul. Lin Moyu instinctively turned his head and vaguely saw a huge shadow. Lao Lu continued, "But I can only block one spiritual path at a time. A guy in the battle spirit hall has woken up and wants to rush out." Can you go and deal with him? Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think I can beat him? Lao Lu looked at Lin Moyu and said uncertainly, it should be okay, I think it's about the same. That guy is not as scary as the one in the Treasure Spirit Hall, at least he can be killed, and the one in the Treasure Spirit Hall is hard to kill. Lin Moyu also echoed Lao Lu's words, the soul-devouring emperor is indeed difficult to kill, but what realm is this guy who came out of the Battle Spirit Hall at? Lao Lu looked at Lin Moyu, I am at the same level as you, but a little stronger than you. The realm is the same, that is the Tao Master. There are also ordinary Tao Masters among them. There are Masters of the Great Tao who exist eternally. They are all Tao Masters, but their actual experiences are vastly different. If the opponent is a little stronger than you, then he is at least the Master of the Great Tao, or even an eternal being. However, the opponent did not include the Great Tao into its place of origin. At most, his combat power was equal to that of an eternal being, but he did not have the characteristic of being unkillable. 0. Request flowers. So what Lao Lu said was right. If there is a chance to kill him, it is at least better than the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. Between two evils, choosing the lesser of two evils, Lao Lu made the right choice to block Baoling Road. Lin Moyu said, okay, I'll go try it out. What is that thing? Lao Lu said, if I remember correctly, it should be a python rock. Python? Lin Moyu said he had never heard of it. Lao Lu said, the Momping is a chaos giant beast, not a very powerful one. There were quite a few of them in the Battle Spirit Hall before, and the disciples of the Wanling Pavilion used them for training. The Battle Spirit Hall is now deserted, but before that, most of the Mangping were dead. I didn't expect there are still survivors. He must have been sleeping the whole time, and only woke up because of the noise in the Treasure Spirit Hall. 0. Lin Moyu asked, what will happen if we don't kill him? Lao Lu said, Mangping is different from the guy in the Treasure Spirit Hall. He is a chaotic beast with the instinct to destroy everything he sees, and his attacks will turn everything into chaos, and then absorb the chaos to strengthen himself. He is not strong now. If he destroys more things, he will become stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire Wanling Pavilion will be destroyed by him. Lin Moyu felt that the situation was quite serious. Compared with the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, the destructive power of the Python Peng seemed to be even greater. Now that he had mastered the Wanling art and had heard the elders of Wanling Pavilion preaching, he had obtained the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade in the Baoling Palace, which meant that he had a deal with Fangling Pavilion. Since Wanling Pavilion is in trouble, I should indeed lend a helping hand. Moreover, there is a possibility that I might come here again. If Mangping becomes stronger by then, I might be in danger when I come again. After calculating the gains and losses, Lin Moyu whispered, okay, I'll go and deal with him. Lao Lu sighed, do your best. If it's impossible, then forget it. Lin Moyu naturally knew what Lao Lu meant. Mangping could destroy everything and turn everything into chaos, naturally including Lao Lu. In the past, Shun was just a tool for disciples to practice. But now, Mangping has the potential to destroy the entire Wanling Pavilion. Lin Moyu entered the Battle Spirit Road and headed towards the Battle Spirit Hall. I have already made a mistake with the soul-devouring Emperor, and I cannot make the same mistake again this time. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to completely kill the soul-devouring Emperor. The Battle Spirit Road is not long, and soon we reach the end and see the Battle Spirit Hall. There is a fairy palace behind every spiritual road, and each fairy palace is different. The Treasure Spirit Hall itself is a magic weapon, but the Battle Spirit Hall is not. The War Spirit Palace is not a single immortal palace, but a group of them. Each War Spirit Palace is extremely huge and occupies a large area. Lin Moyu felt that the space here was different. It should have been transformed by someone in a special way, and the space had been expanded many times. Although there are hundreds of immortal palaces, from the outside, the area they occupy is almost the same as the Baoling Palace. There is the aura of the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor here. Lin Moyu keenly sensed the remaining aura of the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. Obviously, the soul-devouring emperor had stayed here for many years, which is why he left such a strong aura. In addition, there are some strange auras here. Each aura is different. Some are ferocious, some are cold, and some are violent. Different behemoths can be distinguished from each other by their breath. Lao Lu said that there used to be a large number of chaotic behemoths here, and those behemoths were used by the people of Wanling Pavilion to practice. Every war spirit temple is both a prison and a fighting arena. All the chaos beasts in the battle spirit temple were killed that year, but for some unknown reason one escaped and has existed until now. The sharp cry of Mangping sounded again. Feeling the cry of Mangping at close range, the soul was shaken more violently. Lin Moyu clearly felt Mangping's aura. He was very strong, not weaker than the human emperor, but he did not have the human emperor's immortality. After calculating his own methods, Lao Lu realized that he did have the possibility of killing the other party, which made him feel rusty. A huge roar came from one of the War Spirit Halls, and the python was attacking the War Spirit Hall. The Battle Spirit Palace is not a magic weapon, but its material is very strong. Under the repeated attacks of Mangping, the Battle Spirit Palace can still withstand for a while. Lin Moyu heard the sound and came to the gate of the Battle Spirit Hall. Behind the gate was the python, which was constantly hitting the gate, causing the entire Battle Spirit Hall to tremble and shake. Many cracks have appeared on the Battle Spirit Hall. If he goes there again, in another 10 days or half a month, he will be able to break down the door and get out. Countless undead servants appeared in the void. Faced with such existence, Lin Moyu did not dare to take it lightly and had to be fully prepared before taking action. Hundreds of billions of undead servants were released, occupying the entire space of the Battle Spirit Palace. The sky and the ground were filled with undead servants, and even the Battle Spirit Road was filled with undead servants. If there was not enough space in the Battle Spirit Hall, Lin Moyu would have wanted to release more undead servants. The undead servants were not very useful. Lin Moyu did not expect them to surround and kill Mangping. He just wanted them to stop Mangchi here and prevent him from escaping. Several elemental liches appeared around him, and the Space Demon, Sword Demon, True Fire Demon, Red Blood Demon, and Rebellious Demon were also ready. No matter whether it is useful or not, it is definitely a good idea to prepare first. Lin Moyu even took out the ancestral water. He didn't know how long it had been since he last used the ancestral water, but the enemy he faced this time was different, so there was nothing wrong with being well prepared. Take a deep breath and think, do it. The undead servants took action, removed the huge lock on the door of the Battle Spirit Hall, and pushed it open violently. The main door of the Battle Spirit Hall opens inwards and is locked from the outside. It is not difficult to push in from the outside as long as the lock is removed. Wanling Pavilion had already thought about how to prevent the things inside from escaping, so it was designed this way. The door opened and Lin Moyu saw Mangping. The body of the Mangping is about 100 meters long, with a python body and peng wings, and its head is also like a peng. When the rock's wings are spread out, they are hundreds of meters long, longer than the python's body. This chaos beast is a bit small. Lin Moyu felt it was weird. Since it was called a behemoth, shouldn't it be very big? Why was it so small? Even in the origin continent, some powerful spirit beasts there are hundreds of meters in size, and the larger ones may even be 1,000,000 meters in size. Could it be that there is some special formation in the Battle Spirit Hall that caused him to be so small? The undead servants and elemental lich did not take action immediately. At this time, Lin Moyu stood in the front and looked into the eyes of the python. Lin Moyu looked at Mangping, and Mangping was also looking at Lin Moyu. The man and the peng stared at each other with wide eyes. After a moment, he suddenly cried out. The voice was not so sharp, and even had a hint of intimacy. His cry fell into Lin Moyu's ears, penetrated into her soul, and turned into 2 words, Mom. Lin Moyu almost stumbled and fell from the air. This python actually called her mother. A chaotic beast that is powerful enough to destroy the world actually calls himself mother. Lin Moyu wondered if he was struck by heaven's punishment today. How could such a thing happen to him? Momping flew towards Lin Moyu, ignoring the undead servants and the elemental lich. As the terrifying aura approached, Lin Moyu made a conscious decision to stop the undead servants and elemental liches from taking any action. He trusted his instincts. His soul did not send him any warning of danger. Mang Ping came in front of Lin Moyu and suddenly stretched out his tongue to lick Lin Moyu. His tongue was bigger than Lin Moyu's entire body. He licked from her feet to her head, and Lin Moyu was covered in saliva. Lin Moyu still didn't move. After licking her, Mang Ping seemed very happy. He heard the voice of his soul again and called out affectionately, "Mom." Lin Moyu's soul moved, and he replied with the same soul, "Can you become smaller?" Direct dialogue between souls, regardless of language, as long as intelligent creatures can communicate directly. Mang Ping didn't seem to understand the meaning of becoming smaller, and just continued to shout, "Mom." Lin Moyu gestured with his hands, "That's it, a little bit." After a moment, this time Mang Ping seemed to understand what Lin Moyu meant. He slowly shrank, and eventually became about 10 meters long. At this point, he could no longer shrink, and at the same time he cried out again, "Mom." The tone of voice changed a little, as if asking me if it was difficult to do this. Lin Moyu said, "That's right, but you don't have to call me Mom, you have to call me Dad." Then Lin Moyu explained and communicated again, and finally after some effort, he taught Mang Ping to call him Father. Mompim called his father again, and he seemed very happy. Lin Moyu entered the Battle Spirit Hall, which was like a coliseum with a huge battle area. There should be a formation controlling the battle area, but now the formation has been abandoned. This is where the disciples of Wanling Pavilion practice with these chaotic beasts. Lin 4.7 Moyu searched around in the Battle Spirit Hall and finally found a clue behind the Battle Spirit Hall. In the corner, he saw a small piece of eggshell left. This is Mompim's eggshell. After he was born, most of the eggshell had been eaten, leaving only a few fragments. From this, we can also infer Mang Ping's origin and why he was able to survive. At that time, all the chaotic beasts in the Battle Spirit Pavilion were killed. This python rock that called himself Father was still an egg at the time and was lucky enough to be left behind. He was born countless years later. At this time, Wanling Pavilion had been destroyed. He had no relatives and had been sleeping in Wanling Pavilion ever since then. Until this time I was awakened and saw myself for the first time. So, I became his closest person. Lin Moyu was surprised that such a powerful chaos beast had no bloodline inheritance. But Lin Moyu liked this accident very much, and he got a powerful chaos beast. The chaos beast was very powerful. After a friendly exchange with Mang Ping, Lin Moyu knew that this guy was still young, had just been born, and was far from fully grown. Although he had no blood memory, Mang Ping seemed to know that his growth would take billions of years. And it had only been tens of millions of years since he was born. But even so, he is already stronger than the Lord of the Great Tao, and not much worse than the Eternal Being. He can continue to become stronger, and he doesn't have to do anything to become stronger. If it could devour something, it could grow even faster. At this time, Lin Moyu already knew that Enailu's worries were unnecessary. The Mang Ping in Lao Lu's memory were the powerful Mang Ping of the past, not the little Mang Ping in front of him who called himself Father. He currently does not have the ability to turn everything into chaos, and can only turn some lower-level matter into chaos and devour it. As his strength grows, he can transform more powerful things into chaos. This is a gradual process, and it is not that simple. Otherwise, this Battle Spirit Temple would have ceased to exist long ago. At least little Mang Ping currently does not have the ability to turn it into chaos. Lin Moyu took out some lower-level materials and asked them to undergo Chaos 03 transformation. Mang Ping was very happy. For him, this was food, and it was food brought by his father. He became more dependent on Lin Moyu than before. Lin Moyu also witnessed the entire process of chaos. The Mang Ping spewed out a gas similar to dragon's breath, which contained chaotic energy. It was very similar to the chaotic energy evolved in the universe. The difference was that the chaotic energy spewed out by the Mangping was aggressive and more active. The materials that he took out were quickly decomposed. They did not melt or rot, but were continuously decomposed, as if they had turned back into their original appearance. The material is shattered, it turns into powder and returns to its original appearance. All the properties that should exist are stripped away and disappear. It became its most primitive state. In this state, even if Lin Moyu refined it, he would only get some useless things. The properties that once served as a refining material have completely disappeared. Then the powders became disordered and chaotic. Countless powders collided and entangled with each other, evolving various properties. Each grain of powder seemed to have become a new material with its own properties. They collided with each other, and a powerful force erupted in a small area. In this process, these materials annihilated each other, turned into gas, and became chaotic air. Mumping sucked hard, sucking away the chaotic energy that the materials had turned into, completing a meal. As if he was full, Mangping laughed happily and rubbed his head against Lin Moyu affectionately. His head is bigger than Lin Moyu's, but he behaves like a child. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "I will call you Xiaoping from now on." The name Xiaomong had already been taken, so Lin Moyu decisively took the name Xiaoping. At the same time, Lin Moyu also deeply realized that his talent in naming and his talent in divine runes were two extremes. Extremely weak and extremely powerful respectively. But none of this matters. At least Xiaoping seemed very happy after getting his new name. Putting away the undead servants, Lin Moyu and the little python wandered around in the battle halls. The Battle Spirit Hall was once a place where the disciples of the 10,000 Spirits Pavilion practiced. They could manipulate the spirits of the world and fight against the Chaos Beasts. The Chaos Beasts captured here are strong and weak. The aura of some of the powerful Chaos Beasts still remains today, but this also further demonstrates the power of Wanling Pavilion. Lin Moyu felt the auras that remained until now, and felt that if a powerful chaos beast really appeared in the world, the eternal beings in the world would probably have a huge headache. Touring the Battle Spirit Hall is like strolling in a street. Because of the different chaos beasts you face, the interior of the Battle Spirit Hall is also different. Some battle halls are not only places for fighting, but also places for cultivation. People build secret rooms inside which can be used for retreat. In some secret rooms, there are still some items of the Wanling Pavilion disciples left, which seem to be those that were not taken away when the war broke out. This also told Lin Moyu that the war that year seemed to have broken out very suddenly. Lin Moyu found some materials, including a sky-covering stone and a bottle of Yangling pill. The soul-nourishing pill was placed in an exquisite vase, ignoring the passage of time. Even after so many years, its effect was still retained by more than 70%. After visiting the Battle Spirit Hall, Lin Moyu rode Xiaoping to leave the Battle Spirit Road and return to the road sign. Lao Lu looked at Lin Moyu, then at Xiaoping under his feet, and was speechless for a moment. "How did you do it?" Lin Moyu laughed. "It doesn't matter, Senior. I want to go to the Soul Pregnancy Road and Soul Cultivation Road, and then take a look at the fairy palaces behind." Lao Lu said oh and didn't object, but just reminded, "The Soul Cultivation Road is fine, but it has become a ruin now. You have to be careful on the Soul Pregnancy Road, the space there is broken, and some places may lead to some unknown places." Lin Moyu nodded. "I will be careful." He went to Yangling Road first and saw the Yangling Hall at the end. The soul-raising hall is extremely huge, comparable to 10 treasure soul halls, and the space inside has also been expanded using special means. In the soul-nourishing hall, there are pools of water that were once used to nourish the spirits of the world. The pool is dry now, but it seems that it was once very lively here. At the deepest part of the soul-raising hall, Lin Moyu saw a large tree that had withered and corroded. Judging from its remaining appearance, it should be a spirit-nourishing tree. The soul-nourishing wood that the soul-devouring spirit emperor wants comes from this soul-nourishing tree. Including the pools in the soul-nourishing hall, their core essence also comes from the soul-nourishing tree. What a pity! Lin Moyu sighed softly, waved his hand, and with a roar, the entire spirit-raising tree was taken away. He wanted to go back and try to see if he could revive the spirit-nourishing tree. If successful, he would have the spirit-nourishing wood of 307 buchang. It will be of great benefit to one's own universe and the world of science and technology. Leaving Yanling Road and entering Yunling Road, we soon reached the end. The Yunling Palace just sits there, looking ordinary. It is not a magic weapon itself and is not as good as the Baoling Palace. There is only one Soul Pregnancy Palace, not as many as the Soul War Palaces, and its size is not as huge as the Soul Raising Palace. But it is very unique. Around it, cracks constantly appear in the void, and the space sometimes breaks and then quickly recovers. When the space is broken, an astonishing aura will erupt. Lin Moyu feels that these spaces are connected to unknown places. Entering the Soul Pregnancy Palace, I saw a ruined formation. The formation fell into disrepair and finally broke down after running for countless years. As time went by, the formation became more and more broken, until it finally became chaotic and unusable. This formation is very complicated, arranged by combining tools and symbols, using some things similar to magic weapons as the center of the formation, and adding the blessing of runes. Lin Moyu carefully observed the formation. Although it was damaged, he could still see some clues. This formation seems to be used to open a space channel to a very distant place. There are disciples of the Wanling Pavilion who use formations to go to those unknown places, find the right world, breed the spirit of the world, and bring the entire world back. This is considered an invasion. From the Soul Pregnancy Hall, it can be seen that the former Wanling Pavilion was very domineering. The disciples went through the area of the Soul Pregnancy Pavilion and found the world to conceive souls. They did not go to discuss it, but took them away by force. There will always be a world that will resist, but facing the strength of the disciples of Wanling Pavilion, resistance is meaningless. Whether you agree or not, I like it and I want it. The disciples of Wanling Pavilion don't seem to care much about cause and effect. This is an era where the strong are respected. Lin Moyu realized something and knew that everything was the same in every era. Although the formation is in ruins, there are still things worth learning. Lin Moyu wrote down the structure of the formation. Maybe he would be able to replicate it in the future. As the research deepened, Lin Moyu discovered that in addition to the teleportation function, this formation also had an extremely important function, which was to find positioning. Through the formation, one can directly find a certain world, locate it, and then teleport. As for whether the world is suitable, that needs to be decided by the people of Wanling Pavilion. But in this way, efficiency is greatly increased and there is no need to search aimlessly. The space outside the Soul Pregnancy Palace is now constantly breaking apart, which is the aftereffect of the formation. It keeps breaking up space, and after so many times, some parts of the space become difficult to heal. The chaotic space channels become something that exists forever. These space channels will constantly connect the two spaces, so no one knows what is behind a broken space. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't try it, he's not stupid. Carefully avoiding these constantly shattering and disappearing spatial passages, Lin Moyu left the Soul Pregnancy Road. The 4 spiritual roads of Wanling Pavilion have all been traveled. The 4 spiritual roads represent the entire process of Wanling Pavilion's training of disciples. Choose the world spirit, obtain enough treasures, cultivate the world spirit, and then use the chaos beast to practice fighting and accumulate combat experience. The entire system can be said to be very complete, covering the entire cultivation process from the beginning to the end. After saying hello to Lao Lu and following Lao Lu's directions, Xiaoping carried Lin Moyu high into the sky and headed for the fairy palaces in the distance. That was the area where the disciples of Wanling Pavilion once lived. According to Lao Lu, there used to be fairy lights guiding them from the spiritual road to their residence, so Chu Jian didn't need to fly by himself. But now it's gone, I can only fly there by myself. Fortunately, the formation guarding the immortal palaces had become dilapidated due to the passage of time and did not prevent Lin Moyu from arriving. Time is a terrible thing, and very few things can survive time. The Tao realm can achieve eternal life, provided there is no disaster. Eternal existence can be immortal, provided that the Tao is indestructible. But during the long years, all kinds of accidents may happen, not to mention the Great Road, even the heaven and earth may be destroyed. When the heaven and earth are destroyed, the so-called eternal immortality will become a joke. As for the final step, Lin Moyu once believed that when the eternal being takes the last step, that is transcendence, that is true immortality. But now it seems that it is not that simple. There must be such a person in Qingling Pavilion, but where is he now? If he is still alive, how could he not come back? But is it really so easy for such a being to die? On second thought, it seems unlikely. While daydreaming, Lin Moyu passed through dozens of stopped formations and entered the range of the Immortal Palace group. The Immortal Palace has experienced a great war, too. Only by actually entering the range of the fairy palaces can you see their appearance clearly. From the outside, these immortal palaces appear magnificent and majestic, but only when you get close can you see that a lot of damage has occurred in the palaces. We, Wanling Pavilion, are never afraid of fighting. If you want to fight, then go ahead. A majestic voice suddenly sounded, and Lin Moyu saw a terrifying and powerful figure standing between heaven and earth above the group of immortal palaces, as if declaring something to heaven and earth. His fighting spirit soared into the sky, and as his voice fell, countless disciples of the 10,000 Spirits Pavilion flew out from the immortal palaces. They held the spirits of the world in their hands and also roared to the sky. War. Countless people spoke in unison, and the fighting spirit rose to the extreme. The terrifying and powerful figure waved his hand, and the immortal palaces rose from the ground. His majestic voice sounded again, "All disciples, listen to my orders and go into battle with me." Countless people said in unison, "It is our honor to fight alongside the Pavilion Master, and we will never retreat until we die." Never retreat. Such fighting spirit is rarely seen. They hold the world in their hands, step on the immortal palaces, and rush towards the sky together with the master of Wanling Pavilion. A great battle broke out from outside the sky, and then the scene changed, and a group of damaged fairy palaces flew back from the sky. However, the previous Pavilion Master and countless disciples of Wanling Pavilion have disappeared. The group of immortal palaces returned to their original place. Under the corrosion of time, the last bit of power was exhausted and they turned from magic weapons into ordinary objects. What kind of enemy is this? Lin Moyu didn't know how powerful the Pavilion Master was, but he was definitely stronger than Eternity, but he was still no match for their enemy. Lin Moyu couldn't imagine how terrifying this enemy was. The image of the old man in green robe appeared in his mind. Now he felt that the mystery of the old man in green robe seemed not to be greater than that of the master of Wanling Pavilion. If the enemy of Wanling Pavilion is at the same level as the old man in green robe, then it is possible. Lin Moyu approached the Immortal Palace, where there was still a trace of fighting spirit. As someone who has fought all the way through, Lin Moyu has a deep feeling about these fighting intentions, which contain the determination to die. Those disciples seemed to know how powerful the enemy was. They felt that they would die, so they left with the determination to die. The Immortal Palace was where the disciples of Wanling Pavilion used to live and work, and now it was like he had broken into someone else's home. That's right, Lin Moyu came to other people's homes to look for things. The war broke out suddenly, and the disciples of Wanling Pavilion went there with the determination to die, so they must have taken something with them. These things may not be rare to the disciples of Wanling Pavilion, but they may be rare and good things to me. They're all dead anyway, so it's a waste to keep these things. Lin Moyu was very patient, searching room by room as if he were looking for treasure. He did find something, as he had thought, but not much. Most things have lost their effectiveness due to the passage of time, and only special materials like the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade have been preserved. After a long search, he obtained 9 pieces of sky-covering stones, 8 pieces of immortal gems, and more than a dozen spirit-nourishing trees. Adding what he had gained before, the total value of the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade in his hand, which cost money, reached 30 pieces, which was enough. Before he knew it, Lin Moyu had arrived deep inside the fairy palace complex and saw some unique fairy palaces. These fairy palaces are more magnificent and larger. There is no need to guess, it all belongs to the middle and high-level officials of Wanling Pavilion. In particular, there is a particularly huge fairy palace at the end, which should belong to the pavilion master, but this fairy palace was the most seriously damaged and almost half collapsed. Lin Moyu planned to go there and look around later. These people might have better things there. The disciples' belongings were relatively simple. Just as I was thinking this, a voice suddenly came, "My friend, have you found anything good?" With his hair standing on end, Lin Moyu looked up suddenly and saw someone looking at him with a smile. I have met this person not long ago. He is the pavilion master who fights against heaven and earth. Being caught as a thief by the owner, even with Lin Moyu's thick skin, he felt a little embarrassed. He bowed slightly to the other party. Lin Moyu greets the senior. The head of Wanling Pavilion smiled softly. "It turns out to be you, little friend Lin. I am Wan Zongling, and I am honored to meet you." Wan Zongling, Wan Xianling, these names are so similar. Are these two related? Wan Zongling seemed to see through Lin Moyu's confusion. "Little friend Lin, there is no need to guess. Wan Xianling and I are brothers. I am the elder brother and he is the younger brother. So that's how it is." Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he seemed to know everything that happened after she entered Wanling Pavilion. Wan Zongling continued, "This Wanling Pavilion was created by me. Although my real body has gone to reincarnation and I don't know where I am now, this remnant of my soul can still know what happened in Wanling Pavilion. I have seen everything you did and how you reacted when you faced the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor." Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. I was wrong and ruined Senior Wan Xuanling's plan, allowing the soul-devouring emperor to reappear." Although this senior was only a remnant soul, Lin Moyu knew that it would not be difficult for him to kill him. Although Wanling Pavilion was destroyed in the war, God knows how many cards it still has. Anyway, it is better to respect such an existence. Wan Zongling shook his head. "This is a trivial matter. I originally disagreed with what Xianling did. The soul-devouring Spirit Emperor is difficult to kill and destroy, but fortunately he has no wisdom. As long as we ignore him, nothing will happen. But it can't be said that Xianling's idea was wrong. He wanted to use the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor's hand to manipulate the soul-devouring spirit to fight against the enemy together. Unfortunately, his idea failed. And that great enemy is not one that the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor can fight against." Lin Moyu could fully understand Wan Zongling's words. The fact that the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor was captured meant that he was not strong enough. At that level, quantity doesn't mean much. Just like his trillions of undead servants, if they were to surround and kill the human emperor, they would only end in failure. So when they knew that the enemy was so powerful, Lin Moyu and Wan Zongling had the same idea that controlling the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor would be of little use. Lin Moyu said, "Now the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor has been sealed in the Treasure Spirit Hall by Senior Lao Lu, and it is unknown how long he can be sealed." Wan Zongling said, "Several 100,000 years shouldn't be a problem, but even if it can't be sealed, it's okay, there are ways to solve it." Lin Moyu was very curious, how to solve the problem of soul-devouring king being immortal. Wan Zongling smiled and said, "It's very simple. Just lead it to the Soul Pregnancy Palace. Since we can't kill it, then don't kill it. Lead it to the Soul Pregnancy Palace and go somewhere else through the space channel. As for where Ak is going, no one knows, and I guess Wan Zongling won't care." Lin Moyu didn't think so. If he was exiled like this, would he be able to enter the real world where he was? That would be a disaster for the real world. Even if Zhulong brought down punishment from heaven and earth, it was hard to say whether he could be able to deal with him. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Where does the space passage of the Soul Pregnancy Hall lead to?" Wan Zongling looked at Lin Moyu. "Little friend Lin, do you really want to know?" Lin Moyu nodded. The younger generation is very curious. Wan Zongling did not answer, but asked, "Then do you want to know who our enemy is, little friend Lin?" Lin Moyu added, "Younger generations are very curious, but they also know the importance of things and will not ask about things they should not know." Wan Zongling smiled even more. What a smart kid. People must be curious, otherwise they will not be able to explore the unknown. But curiosity cannot be too strong, otherwise you may encounter bad luck. Lin Moyu knew the limit. There were some things he couldn't touch. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You can pick something that the younger generation can listen to, but of course don't involve cause and effect." Wan Zongling said, "In fact, there is nothing that cannot be said. This matter has long been forgotten in the years. It doesn't matter whether it is said or not. But I know the whole story best. You mentioned cause and effect. If we had understood cause and effect earlier, we wouldn't have ended up like this." Lin Moyu was shocked. Such a powerful being didn't understand cause and effect? Wan Zongling didn't even understand something that he himself understood. Wan Zongling sighed, "My friend, don't feel strange. The environment we cultivated in was a little special. The avenues were isolated from each other and the secrets of heaven were obscured, so we couldn't see the cause and effect. Nor can they understand cause and effect. At a level like mine, I can still understand the Tao of cause and effect, but many people practice for their entire lives and still don't know what the Tao of cause and effect is. There is actually such a thing." Lin Moyu was really shocked this time. What kind of era was that? The great ways blocked each other out, and practitioners didn't even know that other great ways existed. Lin Moyu immediately discovered the problem. If that was the case, where did so many powerful beings come from? From everything we have seen before, most of the tens of millions of disciples of Wanling Pavilion are at the Tao realm, and some are as strong as the Tao Master or even eternal. He always thought that this was an extremely powerful place, more powerful than the place where he was. Wan Zongling saw Lin Moyu's doubts. "We are very special here. My friend, you can see that there are many disciples in Wanling Pavilion, and they are all geniuses. This is also the result of the mutual shielding of the Great Ways. The Great Way cultivated by the Wanling Pavilion illuminates this area, and the power of other Great Ways cannot enter. The power of the Great Tao is concentrated, which makes this area full of geniuses. That's why our Wanling Pavilion has so many talented disciples. I have calculated that in the area of this Great Tao, there is almost one genius for every 100 people. It is actually possible to do this. The power of a Great Way illuminates an area, causing geniuses to emerge in this area, and these geniuses are very suitable for this Great Way. If there is only one genius among 100 people, how worthless will that genius become? Is this word still appropriate? The avenue of Wanling Pavilion is like this, and so are all other avenues. Counting in this way, the number of geniuses is truly innumerable." However, Lin Moyu also realized the problem. But if this is the case, it is difficult to polish jade with stones from other mountains, and it is even more difficult to extract the essence and remove the dross. I am afraid it will be difficult to reach the true peak. Wan Zongling nodded. "Yes, so among the millions of talented disciples in Wanling Pavilion, no one can reach the top except me. Even if I am this old man, I can only go this far. It is difficult to go any further. So I thought of some ways to save myself and to help the thousands of disciples in the pavilion. I have arranged 4 spiritual paths and asked someone to arrange a formation so that my disciples can go to other realms, nurture the spirits of the world, and feel the avenue through other realms. Unfortunately, this approach has had little or no effect." Wan Zongling finally got to the point. He was the one who arranged the 4 spiritual roads and asked someone to set up the formation. They led to other realms. What exactly are the other realms? Lin Moyu doesn't know, but he thinks they should be very far away. Wan Zongling's idea was good, but unfortunately it didn't work. Those worlds brought back by the pregnant souls were soon affected by the Wanling Pavilion Avenue and lost their original characteristics. Time and time again, Wan Zongling really couldn't think of any good solution. Lin Moyu didn't understand and asked, "What are the other realms?" Wan Zongling said, "Other realms are other realms. I don't know where they are specifically. This is the decision I made, but it is also because of this that Wanling Pavilion is heading for destruction, and even the entire realm is heading for destruction." In the end, Wan Zongling still talked about some of the past. That was all history, things that happened countless years ago. He believed that it was his own actions that harmed Wanling Pavilion and the entire realm. The Soul Pregnancy Road has opened up passages to other realms time and time again, and the disciples of the Wanling Pavilion are constantly looking for suitable worlds to conceive souls. No matter whether that world agrees or not, the disciples of the Wanling Pavilion will bring it back and make it their own world. This kind of behavior is no different from robbery, and in this process, a large amount of cause and effect is accumulated. The disciples of Wanling Pavilion had no idea about cause and effect and didn't care at all. There are also strong men in the Wanling Pavilion who will capture a large number of chaotic beasts and put some suitable ones into the Battle Spirit Hall for the disciples to practice. The number of chaotic beasts that die in Wanling Pavilion every year is staggering, and this also accumulates a huge amount of cause and effect. Perhaps the cause and effect are too huge and will explode one day. One time, the formation on the road to pregnancy opened a passage to the realm of life, and in that realm there were a large number of giant beasts. These behemoths are extremely powerful, even more powerful than the chaos behemoths. And they are organized, like an army. The disciple who went over at that time died tragically on the spot, and the giant beast locked onto Wanling Pavilion. The formation in the Battle Spirit Hall was not created by the Wanling Pavilion, so it could not be closed in time. Feng Zongling was also in seclusion at the time. By the time Wan Zongling discovered it, it was too late. He only had time to change the coordinates of the formation, and the giant beasts came to the chaotic area outside the heaven and earth. Thus, a war broke out. Wanling Pavilion accepted the battle, but unfortunately the beast was too strong and Wanling Pavilion was defeated. At this time, various forces took action, and a war involving the entire realm broke out. But the end result? Wan Zongling sighed, "We were defeated, and our realm was almost destroyed." But those giant beasts were not doing well either. Several of our strongest men fought their way into their realm, without turning over a reply. At the same time, we completely cut off the connection between the two realms, making it impossible for them to find us again. Lin Moyu said, "It turned out to be a giant beast from another realm. I thought it was a chaos monster." Wan Zongling shook his head. "The chaos beasts are indeed very strong, but they have no organization. Most chaos beasts act alone, and even if they form a group, their number will not be large. They are not difficult to deal with. To be honest, the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor is more difficult to deal with than the Chaos Beast." Lin Moyu felt the same way. The immortal soul-devouring Spirit Emperor was indeed difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu asked, "What realm do you need to be in to kill the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor?" Wan Zongling shook his head. "It's not a matter of realm. In terms of realm, all the Hall Masters in Wanling Pavilion are stronger than the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, but it is almost impossible to kill him. My friend, you should know the origin of the soul-devouring spirit. It was bred from the impurities in the realm, especially the soul-devouring Spirit King, which can be said to be the impurities among impurities, the essence among essences, and then it reached the extreme, triggering the effect of the reversal of the avenue, forming a weird creature. It can be said that as long as the realm is not destroyed, the soul-devouring spirit will not die. If you want to kill the soul-devouring emperor, you must destroy the world and the region. So that's why. No wonder Wan Xinling was able to capture the soul-devouring Spirit King but couldn't kill it, and even wanted to use it to control other soul-devouring spirits." Lin Moyu asked, "What realm are you and the other Hall Masters in?" Wan Zongling looked at Lin Moyu. "The names of different realms are different in different eras. I wonder what the name of your current realm is." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I show you how to do it?" In front of Wan Zongling, Moyu burst out with his original aura. Anyway, Wan Zongling knew everything he had done after entering Wanling Pavilion, so there was nothing to hide. "I am now the Lord of Tao, then the Lord of the Great Tao, and then the Lord of Eternity." Lin Moyu's aura rose step by step, and according to his experience, one level after another was demonstrated. His aura reached eternity and then stopped. In fact, in my opinion, these three realms are all Tao Lord realms. The difference is just the level. For example, there are 3 stages: low, medium, and high. Then there is this level. As he spoke, Lin Moyu's breath surpassed eternity and he entered another realm. I don't know what this realm is called, but in my realm, the heaven and earth cannot tolerate me and will expel me. But here, no one has driven me away. It's just that my body and soul can't bear it. 3 seconds later, his body and soul collapsed together, and he was reborn in the purple light. Wan Zongling has understood. The Tao Lord realm you mentioned is called the Divine Spirit Realm in our Wanling Pavilion. The Divine Spirit Realm is divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced, which just corresponds to the 3 levels of Tao Lord that you mentioned. Lin Moyu was right in thinking that the Lord of the Great Tao and the Eternal Being were actually both at the Tao Lord level. Wan Zongling continued, as for the realm that you finally entered, we call it the Holy Spirit Realm. However, judging from your appearance, you have not yet fully entered that realm. You have only reached it through the practice of the Dharma. 0. Request flowers. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. That's true. He was a little surprised that Wan Zongling did not recognize the original technique, but called it a secret technique. Could it be that there are no origin techniques in the realm of the 10,000 spiritual sects? Lin Moyu was surprised but didn't ask. He knew the realm he had entered. Wan Zongling called it the Holy Spirit Realm, but he had no idea what it was called. Wan Zongling said, in our realm, the Holy Spirit Realm is the highest realm. I am in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm, and the several Hall Masters are in the early stage of the Holy Spirit Realm. The soul-devouring Spirit Emperor is also in the early stage of the Holy Spirit Realm, but is relatively weak. My friend, you said that the realm cannot accommodate the Holy Spirit. This is not impossible. I have seen realms that cannot accommodate the Holy Spirit. You need to find out the specific reasons by yourself. I am afraid that this residual soul of mine cannot help you. But I believe that you can find the root of the problem and truly enter the Holy Spirit Realm. Lin Moyu said, I will find out the answer to this question. This time I came here and obtained the full set of Wanling arts, so I am considered half the heir of Wanling Pavilion. If possible, I will pass on the Wanling arts so that the Wanling Pavilion's tradition can be reborn. Wan Zongling seemed to be waiting for Lin Moyu's words, and a smile spread across his face. Thank you very much, my friend. I wonder if you have any questions. I'm afraid this is all that this old soul can do. Lin Moyu said, I want to know the detailed usage and function of the heaven-covering stone, the immortal jade, and the soul-nourishing wood. Lin Moyu knew some of the uses and functions of the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade, but not in great detail. Lin Moyu had already taken away the dead spiritual tree, and he was confident that he could bring the spiritual tree back to life. If you can really do this, then you can obtain nourishing spirit wood continuously, and how to use the nourishing spirit wood is very important. Now Wan Zongling is right in front of him. The founder of Wanling Pavilion and the top powerhouse in the middle-level Holy Spirit Realm can naturally give him an accurate answer. Wan Zongling did not disappoint Lin Moyu and answered Lin Moyu's questions in detail. The heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade are indeed good things, and they only appear in large quantities in their realm and under such a special environment. Lin Moyu was very curious as to why things from other realms could be used in his own world. Also, why is the gate here? Is there any connection between the 2 realms? Wan Zongling, the remnant soul that existed countless years ago, once reached a realm beyond eternity. They call this realm the Holy Spirit Realm, which is the realm above eternity and the last step taken. If classified by their names, Lin Moyu knew that the realm he had reached through the origin technique could be called a half-step Holy Spirit. He had just touched the threshold of the Holy Spirit Realm, but was no longer tolerated by heaven and earth. The heaven and earth that he mentioned was also called the realm by Wan Zongling. 2 different worlds, different names, referring to the same thing. Lin Moyu turned what Wan Zongling said into something that was easier for him to understand. It seems that the world where he is in does not have as many geniuses as those in the Wanling Pavilion, but the avenues in his world are not isolated from each other. Practitioners can practice multiple avenues as a supplement while practicing one avenue, or even practice multiple avenues at the same time. In this way, the cultivator's understanding of heaven and earth will surpass that of the world where Wan Zonling 580 is located. Secondly, what Wan Zonling calls the Holy Spirit realm is the last step after achieving eternity. This step is very difficult and is not tolerated by heaven and earth. In the history of heaven and earth, few people have taken that step. Not to mention a whole step, even people like me who can take half a step are very rare. But Lin Moyu has a feeling that his world seems still young. As long as billions of years pass, someone will definitely take that step, and there will be more and more people. The whole world gave Lin Moyu a feeling of accumulation of strength for a great outcome. Things that happen over millions or even tens of millions of years are just extremely brief moments from the perspective of heaven and earth and the span of time. After all, for the heaven and earth, a major change will only occur in billions, tens of billions, or even tens of billions of years. After Wan Zonling finished explaining the specific functions of several treasures, Lin Moyu also knew that his journey had come to an end. But he still had some questions in his mind. "Senior, do you know the Wan Miao Monument?" Wan Zonling said, "Of course I know. The Wan Miao Monument was made by the first person in the realm, Wan Miao Great Venerable, who was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. The ingenious monument contains all the secrets of the waterways in our realm." Lin Moyu was surprised and asked, "Why did Wan Miao Great Venerable refine this steel?" Wan Zonling said, "According to what Wan Miao Dazun said at that time, he wanted to gather all the secret power of the realm to break the barrier of the avenue, but it seems that he did not succeed. If he succeeded, perhaps we would not end up like this." Wan Zonling's remaining soul was sighing. His previous realm was too high, and a wisp of his remaining soul could exist for countless years. Unfortunately, he was trapped here forever, and all his memories were past. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it was somewhat sad that he had existed like this for countless years. He wanted to live happily and die cleanly, but he didn't like this kind of life. Buzz! The sound of a bell came from nowhere, cutting through the space and turning into vibrations between heaven and earth, as if someone had plucked the deepest string, causing the soul to numb. A large stele appeared between heaven and earth, with a phantom standing on top of it. It was the phantom hidden in the clouds and mist, chanting some profound truths. Wan Zonling saw the other party and suddenly sighed. "I didn't expect that even the great venerable Wan Miao is gone. The phantom on the Wan Miao monument is none other than the great Lord Wan Miao, but he is not a remnant soul, just a wisp of will, the will that the great Lord Wan Miao left in the Wan Miao monument." After he appeared, Lin Moyu knew that her time was up and Wan Mia Bi was here to drive her away. Lin Moyu bowed to Wan Zonling. "Thank you for your guidance. I have learned a lot. I will definitely pass on your teachings. Please rest assured." Wan Zonling laughed. "I believe in you. Go back and practice well. You will definitely surpass me in the future." Lin Moyu nodded and flew towards the Wan Miao monument. The Wan Miao monument glowed faintly, and a hole appeared in front of it, from which a familiar breath poured in. Lin Moyu came to the Wan Miao monument, bowed respectfully to the Wan Miao Great Venerable, and then flew into the cave. The Wan Miao stele disappeared. Wan Zonling waved his hand and thick fog rose up in the Wanling pavilion, completely hiding it. Wan Zonling's voice came from the thick fog. "Is he the only hope?" "I hope it works, but it's been too long, it's not that important anymore." His voice was full of helplessness, and he disappeared into the mist with regret. Lin Moyu appeared between heaven and earth, the door closed with a roar, and then turned into a stream of light and flew away. After flying for a distance, the space shattered, and the door penetrated into the shattered space and disappeared. Lin Moyu took out the key and took a look at it. The key was dim at the moment and could not be used for the time being. Lin Moyu knew that it would take some time until the door reappeared before he could use the key to find the door. This period of time can be as long as tens of thousands of years or as short as hundreds of years. It is different every time. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry either. He had to deal with his own responsibilities now. This time when he entered the gate, the speed of time inside the gate was different from that in reality. He listened to a sermon inside the gate and had no idea how much time had passed. He took out the crystal of the great Tao of life and activated it. From inside, the voice of the Holy Heart came, "Fellow Taoist Lin, have you found that guy?" Lin Moyu said, "That guy has left and will not appear for the time being. Fellow Taoist Xingxin can rest assured." Xing Xin was a little confused. "Leave?" Lin Moyu said, "I opened the door, and the guy chased in. I fought him inside the door, and finally the guy was sealed inside the door. The soul-devouring emperor came from that gate, and now he is sealed inside the gate again. This can be considered as cause and effect." After hearing the news, Xing Xin seemed to be relieved. "If that's the case, that's good." Lin Moyu asked, "Fellow Taoist Xingxin, I would like to ask, how many years have passed since I parted with you?" The Sacred Heart answered without hesitation, 2,768 years. She remembered the time exactly, without a single mistake. "It's been so long." Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. By this calculation, more than 1,500 years have passed in the real world since he entered the gate. Now, there are only 1 to 2,000 years left before the world wool of the origin continent awakens again. If the world's wool awakens ahead of time, it may not even take 1,000 years. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, Taoist Saint Heart. I still have some things to deal with, so I won't bother you anymore." Xing Xin said straightforwardly, "Okay, if you need anything, please let me know." Lin Moyu put away the crystal of the Avenue of Life and entered the world with his consciousness. In the 3.7 world of the Great Thousand Worlds, Xiaoping is in the chaotic area. When he came out just now, Lin Moyu felt the punishment from heaven. Xiaoping was not a creature of heaven and earth and was not accepted by heaven and earth. Lin Moyu immediately took Xiaoping into the Great Thousand World. As a chaos behemoth, the Great Thousand World evolved into a chaotic area, which was just right for Xiaoping to settle down. Seeing that Xiaoping was very comfortable in the chaotic area, Lin Moyu felt relieved and summoned Huasan to fly towards the origin continent. A few months later, after more than 1,000 years, they returned to the original continent, and everything was normal on the continent. Lin Moyu stood outside the world and sensed it carefully, and found that the power of the world's wool had become stronger, but it would still take some time before it awakened. "There's still time, enough for me to do something. Hopefully that guy has found the right world." Lin Moyu entered the origin continent and returned to Yudao City. After saying hello to Xiao Wu and the others, he turned around and entered the virtual world. In the virtual world, Lin Moyu once again sensed the world wool of the origin continent. Combining the real and the imaginary, he once again confirmed his judgment that the world's wool was indeed reviving, and it would take about 1,000 years before it truly awakened. He was supposed to sleep for 5,000 years, but judging by the current situation, he woke up almost 1,000 years earlier. Maybe a little faster, but not much faster. Lin Moyu couldn't calculate the time with complete accuracy, and an error of 100 years was normal, so he had to do things in advance to leave himself enough time to respond. Entering the virtual world, Lin Moyu summoned the little python. But the little python did not answer. Following the sensing path, I found the little python curled up into a ball and was wrapped by a strange force, as if it was in some special state. Lin Moyu felt that the little python seemed to be transforming, so he did not disturb him. Instead, he placed a group of undead servants to guard him, and he took the heaven-covering stone and the immortal treasure to find the third ancestor. The third ancestor was currently sitting outside the core of a world. The Taoist master of this world had been cleared out by Lin Moyu, and even the core of the world's origin had been burned by the world-burning fire and became weak. In this way, the success rate of the three ancestors in occupying the world was greatly enhanced. This was the previous plan. According to the plan, he would also go find the D-Ting beast and use the D-Ting beast's secret method to further increase the success rate by 0.4 to ensure that there would be no mistakes. But this trip to the gate, where he obtained the secret method of all spirits, changed his plan. Along the way, Lin Moyu has repeatedly verified the feasibility of his new plan. After confirming that there are no problems, Lin Moyu intends to implement the new plan. The new plan does not require looking for the Deting beast, and it is safer and has an almost 100% success rate, except for one drawback. Seeing Lin Moyu, the third ancestor immediately smiled. "Little Lin, I thought you would never come back." He was obviously getting a little impatient as the time was getting closer and closer, but Moyu didn't make any movement. Lin Moyu said, "Just wait and see." The third patriarch asked, "How is it going? Is everything going well?" In fact, there was no need to ask. Looking at Lin Moyu's expression, the third ancestor already knew the answer. There must be no problem. Lin Moyu also joked, "It's okay, we have to make some changes to our plan." The third ancestor hummed, "Normal, it seems that things have changed a bit. Did you not get the heaven-covering stone, or did you get something better?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Neither, I got a set of secret techniques. With this set of secret techniques, you will have a better chance, and you can continue to be a human." According to the original plan, after becoming the master of the world, the third ancestor would change his identity. The soul is still the same soul, but the original body is definitely gone, and the body will become an entire world. Fortunately, practitioners like the third ancestor do not attach much importance to the physical body. What they value is their cultivation, their realm, and being alive. But now, if the secret method of all spirits is used, the physical body can be preserved, the three ancestors are still the three ancestors, the world can still be controlled, and it will be stronger than before. The third ancestor was not surprised by the change in the plan. "Tell me, what are the advantages and disadvantages of the new plan?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "The advantages are very simple, that is, you can keep your previous body, and it will remain the same as before. In addition, you can have an extra subordinate who may be stronger than you. The disadvantage is just as simple. Your recovery period will be relatively long, perhaps millions of years. During this period, you must behave yourself and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, you may end up in a fatal disaster." The third ancestor listened carefully at first, but he felt something was wrong later and realized that Lin Moyu was joking with him. The third ancestor could not help but laugh and scold, "You little b******************, D, when will I go to cause trouble? Do you think everyone is like you, causing unrest wherever you go?" Lin Moyu sighed, "Yeah, that's my ability, I cause trouble wherever I go." The third ancestor said, "Then follow the new plan. After all, I have been following you in my physical body for so long, it would be hard to get used to changing it all of a sudden." Lin Moyu said, "Since you have made the decision, let's do it. I will explain the process and you should do as I say." The Wanling secret technique was not told to the third ancestor. With the third ancestor's ability, it would take him 100,000 years to fully comprehend this secret technique. Even for myself, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It was only after listening to the teachings of the elders of Wanling Pavilion that I was able to barely make progress. I cannot say that I have mastered it completely, but at least I have mastered 280% of it. Moreover, there is one advantage of the all-spirit technique, which is that the soul pregnancy technique and soul-stealing technique can be performed by other people. Of course, it is best if you can understand nature yourself. However, even if it is the art of conceiving a soul, it would take at least 30 to 50,000 years for the third ancestor to master it, and there is not enough time. This time, Lin Moyu will perform the soul pregnancy technique on her behalf. But before the spirit is conceived, the third ancestor must die once. Lin Moyu took out the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade. You divide 1/3 of your soul and place it on the heaven-covering stone, then refine the immortal jade and integrate it into the remaining soul. Although the third ancestor was mentally prepared, he still frowned unconsciously. 1/3 of the soul is quite a lot. Normally, even if you create a clone, you only split off a wisp of the soul, not even 1/10,000th. If such a clone dies, it dies. It is completely bearable. But if 1/3 of the souls were killed, it would not be as simple as a serious injury. The remaining 2/3 would most likely also die. But this is exactly what Lin Moyu wanted, to let the third ancestor really die this time, at least to make this world believe that the third ancestor is really dead. Only in this way will the mark of the true spirit left by the three ancestors in the origin continent disappear completely. The true spirit mark is a symbol of the third ancestor's birth, cultivation, and growth in the continent of origin. With the mark, the third ancestor is a person from the continent of origin, and he can cultivate and attain enlightenment smoothly in the continent of origin. But at the same time, the worlds can also control the life and death of the three ancestors through the mark of the true spirit. Fortunately, the world does not control the true spirit mark. Whether the true spirit mark exists is controlled by certain rules between heaven and earth. The function of the heaven-covering stone is to deceive the rules between heaven and earth, and the immortal jade is to ensure that the third ancestor can come back to life after his true death. The third ancestor was also very decisive. 1/3 is 273 1/3. Lin Moyu handed the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade to the third ancestor. You can start. The third ancestor gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and with a groan, his soul split into two. One side is big while the other side is small, just like a dismembered body. The third ancestor grimaced in pain. Most people could not endure this kind of pain, except for people like Lin Moyu who were already used to it. Lin Moyu muttered, "Does it hurt so much?" The two souls of the third ancestor shouted in unison, "Of course it hurts. If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Lin Moyu didn't care at all. His soul exploded on the spot, not just split into two, but turned directly into pieces. Lin Moyu's voice came from the debris, "I don't feel anything." He had long been immune to this kind of pain and indeed felt nothing. The third ancestor was speechless for a while. "I can't compare with someone like you who is in the demon capture stage." Two souls, one big and one small, were refining the immortal jade and the sky-covering stone at the same time. The immortal gem turned into water drops and merged into the soul of the third ancestor. The third ancestor felt as if he had something extra, but he couldn't feel it. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the third ancestor's aura changed, his aura became hazy, and he himself could hardly see the third ancestor's true situation. The power of the immortal jade has enveloped the third ancestor, giving him a chance to come back to life. After being refined, the heaven-covering stone turned into the appearance of the third ancestor. Whether it's their aura, appearance, or realm level, they are exactly the same as the previous three groups. I only have 1/3 of the soul, but I can't feel it at all. The third ancestor looked at his separated soul and also felt it was very wonderful. For a moment, he forgot about the severe pain that was constantly coming. This sky-covering stone is so magical. Even he himself couldn't tell which one was his real body. He even had a vague illusion that the clone evolved from the sky-covering stone was the real body, and he himself was the clone. Lin Moyu said, "This is the function of the heaven-covering stone, to conceal the secrets of heaven. Now the rules of heaven and earth will think that he is you." With the heaven-covering stone, the world will not think that what the three ancestors sent out were clones, but will regard the three ancestors as their original bodies. Lin Moyu continued, "So are you going to self-destruct or be killed by me? The clone is complete, and the next step is death. The third ancestor can choose to self-destruct or be killed by others. But self-destruction requires courage. For someone like the third ancestor, although his faith in the Tao is firm, he would probably damage his faith if he self-destructs for no reason." Lin Moyu didn't feel anything about self-destruction. He didn't know how many times he had done it and he was used to it. The third ancestor thought for a moment and said, "You should do it yourself. I can't handle the self-destruction thing." Lin Moyu said, "Then let me do it. I will give you a quick death." The original aura rose, and Lin Moyu's realm improved rapidly. He said to give me a quick death, so let me give you a quick death. The most satisfying thing is, of course, the great Tao-destroying world palm. With one palm strike, the third ancestor will definitely not feel anything and will die instantly. Lin Moyu's realm has been raised to the peak of Tao Lord and has not been improved any further. The power of the great Tao world-destroying palm used in this state is naturally much weaker. It is only enough to kill the clone of the third ancestor. There is no need to reach that level. The third ancestor looked ready to die. Come on. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu slapped out with his palm without any hesitation, and a huge Taoist seal swept past, and the clone transformed by the sky-covering stone died instantly. The death of the third ancestor, following the rules of heaven and earth, instantly spread to the origin continent. The physical body of the third ancestor, who was in seclusion in the origin continent, lost its vitality on the spot. At the same time, a heavy rain swept across the great avenue of heaven, and everyone felt a strong sense of sadness. The Taoist master passed away, and the whole world mourned. The origin continent was in an uproar, and countless powerful people appeared on the avenue beyond heaven. They all looked solemn, saying that death was no small matter. Especially those who had experienced the origin catastrophe were even more nervous, thinking that there was another enemy invading. Later, I found out that there was no enemy invasion, it was just the fall of the Taoist master. They began to speculate again which Taoist master had fallen. There are many Tao masters in the origin continent. One of them sensed the great Tao and determined the identity of the fallen person. It's the third ancestor. The third ancestor has fallen. The news quickly spread throughout Tianwai Avenue and then entered the origin continent. The people from Lufeng Chamber of Commerce couldn't believe it. The place where the third ancestor was in seclusion was very secret. No one knew about it, and there was no way to prove it. I couldn't refute it. After all, this news came from a Taoist master, so it could hardly be false. For a time, some mortals in Lufeng Chamber of Commerce fell into sorrow. The third ancestor was their spiritual pillar. Now that he has passed away, how can they not be sad? In the virtual world, Mo Hei, the Demon King, and Shangwan Wendian all felt something. They knew that it was Lin Wu who started the action. The Lord of Sealing Realm looked a little solemn, and poured all the wine in the pot into his mouth. It's finally time to start. Life or death depends on this move. The incarnation evolved from the heaven-covering stone died, and 1/3 of the soul separated from the three ancestors was killed and immediately connected to the original body. The original soul also fell under the influence of the rules of heaven and earth. The soul had no breath, and at this time the immortal jade came into play. It glowed faintly and turned the soul of the third ancestor into a ball of light. That feeling is like a mother nurturing a child and giving birth to 1,000 new lives. Lin Moyu could feel that the souls of the three ancestors, which were supposed to be dispersed, were reuniting. Under the effect of the immortal jade, the reunited souls would become complete again, but because they had lost 1/3 of their souls, they would become weak. It takes a very long time to recover, and because the soul is not injured, the effect of the spirit flower is not great, at most it can only provide assistance. The soul's reunion was a little slow, and it took Lin Moyu a whole year for the Lord's soul to fully recover. Although the immortal jade can save a life, it is obviously restricted by certain rules and is not as quick as imagined. Moreover, during the process of rebirth, the third ancestor had no power to resist. If someone attacked him at this moment, he would surely die. Perhaps this was the shortcoming of the immortal jade. A year later, the ball of light dissipated and the three compartments reappeared. His soul aura was very weak, and he was barely still in the Tao Lord realm. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "How does it feel?" The third ancestor's expression was weak yet a little excited. "So this is what freedom is like." The mark of the true spirit disappeared from the world, and the three ancestors gained true freedom, no longer restrained by anyone. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "How is your soul world?" The third patriarch said, "It's coming, it should be here soon." Then wait. 3 days later, the soul world of the third ancestor flew out of the chaotic fog, flew into this strange world, and came in front of the third ancestor and Lin Moyu. The soul world has separated from the origin continent, which also means that Lin Moyu's plan has been largely successful. At this moment, the new world is no longer occupied, and the third ancestor can live freely. However, because he no longer had the support of the world and the great Tao, the third patriarch was only at the Tao Lord level, but his strength was far inferior to that of a true Tao Lord. If you encounter a powerful enemy, it will be dangerous. Lin Moyu said, "The next step is for your body to leave the origin continent, the sooner the better. I guess everyone in the origin continent thinks you are dead, you can easily shock them. The third ancestor hummed, and his soul returned to the spiritual world. His body, which was still in the origin continent, immediately woke up. As a living being in the origin continent, although it has now completely escaped, the aura in its flesh still remains. These auras are dissipating rapidly, and will completely dissipate in a period of time. By then, the three ancestors of the origin continent will regard them as outsiders, or even invaders. The third ancestor broke through his own secret retreat room and rushed into the sky. He appeared on the avenue beyond heaven, overlooking the origin, Nuo Wang Hao, continent. This appearance of Escher frightened many powerful people in Tianwai Avenue. The third ancestor is not dead. It's bad. The third ancestor is not dead yet. Someone is going to be in trouble. There's another good show to watch. The third ancestor's face turned pale. He saw that because of his death, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce that he founded on the origin continent had been oppressed by many forces within a year. Many people in the Chamber of Commerce have been injured. Moreover, many people were filled with worries. It was obvious that Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was not having an easy time during this period. He said nothing and took out a magic weapon. This magic weapon is an octagonal pagoda with a drop of blood hanging on each corner. The pagoda is 8 stories high, with a total of 64 drops of blood. The third ancestor snorted coldly. Bloodline pursues the murderer. 64 drops of blood flew out of the tower and landed on the most seriously injured disciples of the Chamber of Commerce on the origin continent. Then, lines of blood flew out from the injured and pointed at others. The bloodline pointed to the murderer. The third ancestor was not polite at all and directly sent down thunderous punishment from the heavenly avenue. The fighting power of the Dao Lord realm broke out completely at this moment, and the unreasonable force fell, not only killing the murderers, but also the forces that the murderers belonged to were killed on the spot. The third ancestor used thunderous means to punish all those who had bullied the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Many innocent people were implicated in the process. The third ancestor showed no joy or sadness in his eyes. As the Taoist master, he only cared about the people he cared about. Billions of lives were like ants and were not taken seriously by him at all. What's more, he is no longer a native of the origin continent and doesn't care about the consequences. So cruel. Many powerful people from Tianwai Avenue saw this scene. They realized that the third ancestor was originally the Tao Master. As the strongest existence, how could Jin and the ants reason with each other? The ruthlessness and protectiveness of the third ancestor were fully revealed at this moment. In a blink of an eye, he killed those who had bullied Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, and the third ancestor showed no sign of stopping. The octagonal pagoda in his hand became brighter and brighter, and the third ancestor shouted in a low voice, "Trace the origin." In an instant, the bloodline flew back from the origin continent and flew towards the depths of the heavenly avenue. The third ancestor not only wanted to kill those who had bullied the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, he also had no intention of letting go of the forces behind them. If there were no powerful forces behind them, those little guys would never dare to touch Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. If you want to establish your authority, then do it thoroughly. After that, even if I left, they didn't dare to move again. The three ancestors traced their origins and fought their way deep into the heavenly avenue, where a war broke out. The power of the Taoist master was fully displayed. The battle lasted for 2 days. The Tianwai Avenue was flooded with blood and several medium-sized forces were slaughtered. The third ancestor used his actions to tell everyone that he is very protective of his people. If you dare to touch me, I will kill your entire family. This is what will happen to anyone who dares to touch the people of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The voice of the third ancestor resounded throughout the great avenue of heaven, and even roared in the continent of origin, lingering for a long time. Many people who already had some ideas were silenced after hearing this and dared not make any further moves. After the killing, the third ancestor left in a leisurely manner, but no one dared to speculate whether he left, how far he went, or when he would come back. At least they knew that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce could not be provoked, because behind them stood a Taoist master who was extremely protective and unreasonable. The third ancestor left the origin continent and then returned to the Void Realm. 2/3 of the plan has been completed, with only one step left. Lin Moyu felt the murderous intent left in the third ancestor. Those guys thought you were dead, so they had some ideas, right? The third ancestor snorted, so this time I killed a group of people to establish my authority. Lin Moyu asked, how long can you maintain your prestige? The third ancestor shook his head, I don't know, I'll just hold on as long as I can. He was quite cool, Lin Moyu said, if I go back, I will help you take care of it. The third ancestor said, of course you have to help take care of it. Even if you don't give face to this ancestor, you have to give face to Feng Yao girl. Lin Moyu smiled and nodded, okay, give me a bit of your soul. The third ancestor screamed, you want souls again? Lin Moyu asked, what's the problem? The third ancestor shook his head, no problem, it's just an instinctive reaction. He took out a trace of soul and gave it to Lin Moyu, who sent the trace of the third ancestor's soul into the core of the world before him. Then he formed a set of complicated hand seals and whispered, pregnancy spirit. A strange force shot out from Lin Moyu's hand and also shot into the core of the world. Lin Moyu's power enveloped the soul of the third ancestor, sending it deeper and deeper, directly to the core area. Then Lin Moyu used his own soul power to maintain the stability of the world's core. What he is doing now is no small matter, but to allow this world to give birth to the spirit of the world, that is, the will of the world. The will of this world will be controlled by the three ancestors, so the first step is to implant the souls of the three groups into their ministers. Lin Moyu continued to perform the soul pregnancy technique, and the third ancestor asked curiously, how long will this technique take? To see the world and the realm, 10 days to half a month is about right. Lin Moyu used it for the first time and couldn't estimate the time accurately, but it was about right. Boom! 12 days later, the third ancestor and Ika, Lin Moyu heard a sound at the same time, like a heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, the heartbeat sounded again, much clearer this time, and it came from the core of the world. The third ancestor said in surprise, there is a connection between me and the core of the world. Lin Moyu nodded, it went more smoothly than expected. You have been injecting your power into it over the years. The core of the world already has your aura, so we didn't encounter any trouble this time. The world's will has begun to take shape. It will probably take a long time. It's a good opportunity for you to recover here. I have a soul-controlling technique that can be used to manipulate the will of the world. Lin Moyu passed the soul-controlling technique to the third ancestor. The soul-controlling technique is relatively simple and can be mastered in 10,000 to 20,000 years. Moreover, the third ancestor also needs to establish a connection with this world. After he left the origin continent, he needed a world to rely on. This world was his choice. However, he will control this world as the Lord of the world. Lin Moyu clapped his hands, okay, I'll go for a while. The third ancestor was in a good mood at the moment, and said with a smile, I guess those guys are getting impatient waiting too. Lin Moyu said, even if you are in a hurry, you can only come one by one. With that, Lin Moyu left. The next person he was going to look for was Shangguan Wendian, and then Shen Chen, Mo Hei, and the Demon King. After these people are dealt with, only Feng Dongdao and Antares are left. Lin Moyu felt that the most troublesome one might be Antares. Antares was a dragon and practiced the Yang Dragon Avenue. Along the way, he had found that there were not many worlds that gave birth to dragons. If he really can't find it, he will help Antares think of other ways. Lin Moyu has already thought of a backup plan for this. After all, Antares has a special relationship with him. If it really doesn't work out, he can send Antares into the Great Thousand World, let it settle down there, and then slowly build a suitable world in the future. 3 days later, Lin Moyu arrived in front of the world chosen by Shangguan Wendian. It has been dealt with before, and the situations of Shangguan Wendian and the third ancestor are not much different. Shangguan Wendian saw Lin Moyu and immediately said, it seems that the three-man team is working well. Lin Moyu knew that he must have sensed the death of the third ancestor and knew that it was his doing. Now that I see myself, I can guess that everything will go well. Lin Moyu smiled. There have been some changes in the plan, but the effect is better than before. Shangguan Wentian's eyes lit up. Brother Lin, tell me in detail. Lin Moyu explained his new plan. With the sample of Sanzu, Lin Moyu was already clear about the whole process and knew what needed attention, so he explained it in more detail. Shangguan Wentian completely believed in Lin Moyu. After listening to the plan, he immediately said, "Give me the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade, and I will split my soul immediately." He did not hesitate at all. After taking the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade, he immediately split the soul according to Lin Moyu's method. Amidst his cries of pain, Shangguan Wentian did not forget to shout really good. He was about to be free and was very excited. Not long after the third ancestor's fall incident, the origin continent and the outer heaven avenue once again welcomed a reign of sorrow. Another Taoist master fell. The Taoist master who had just mentioned that the third ancestor had fallen last time, this time acted like a coward and did not say anything. The third ancestor's previous appearance alive was equivalent to 2 slaps in the face, leaving him completely humiliated, and he was too embarrassed to show up again this time. Shangguan Wentian is not as famous as the third ancestor, and he does not have any power, so even if he dies, it will not have much impact. The wailing caused by it still affected many people, and many fragile people shed tears for no apparent reason. In the virtual world, Jingji Wentian's shattered soul slowly reunited under the pressure of the immortal treasure. Lin Moyu felt the whole process again, and he had completely understood how the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade worked together to complete the process of suspended animation. The heaven-covering stone first deceived the heaven and earth by using the death of 1/3 of the soul as a trigger, making the heaven and earth believe that this person was really dead. In this way, the mark of the true spirit left in the original continent will be erased, but the real true spirit in the world will not disappear. According to the rules of heaven and earth, the true spirit will be reactivated after a period of time, or it will enter a new world, which is commonly known as reincarnation. It is also possible to enter the virtual world, reincarnate as a virtual beast, and experience the life of a virtual beast. The remaining 2/3 of the soul should have dissipated, but they reunited under the effect of the immortal jade and recovered to their complete state after a period of time. However, after losing 1/3 of the soul, they would become very weak and need a long time to recover. At that time, Tindi would think that they had made a mistake, but the mark of the true spirit had already been erased from a certain world and would not reappear, thus completing the operation of leaving the world. Lin Moyu pondered, it seems that the true spirit can only leave a mark in a certain world when it is reincarnated. Then where are the true spirit marks of the virtual beasts? Not in the great spirit realm, nor in the small spirit realm. Could it be that they are in Zheng Yuan? Lin Moyu immediately thought of the most likely place. The true spirit marks of the virtual beasts should be in the beast abyss. Only in this way can it be explained. But that is just the mark of the true spirit, from the original body. If one day I find the true bodies of all the true spirits in the world, I will be able to control the life and death of everyone. Of course, this is just a thought. Lin Moyu feels that his fantasy is a bit unrealistic. A year later, Shangguan Wentian was finally resurrected under the effect of the immortal jade, but his weak soul almost fell to the Tao Lord realm. Lin Moyu used his life force and time, and with the help of the spirit flower, he managed to stabilize his state. Shangguan Wentian's strength was slightly weaker than the third ancestor, but fortunately he managed to hold his ground. After leaving the origin continent, Shangguan Wentian seemed extremely happy. Only he himself can understand that feeling of freedom. A few days later, Shangguan Wentian's soul world appeared before him, and the next step was for his physical body to leave. Somewhere on the great avenue beyond heaven, Shangguan Wentian's body awakened. Unlike the third ancestor, who had nothing else to do, he immediately flew toward the outside world. Just after he flew out for a while, a man appeared in front of him and stopped Shangguan Wentian. He looked at Shangguan Wentian, his eyes full of confusion. Fellow Taoist Wentian, what exactly happened? This person's name is Yu Song. He is also a Taoist master and a good friend of Shangguan Wendian. He has helped Shangguan Wendian before. This time he sensed that the fallen Taoist master was Shangguan Wendian, but he did not expect that Shangguan Wendian was not dead. He did not believe that his perception was wrong, but felt that there was another hidden story. Shangguan Wendian clasped his fists and saluted. "Brother Yusong, I don't know how to start talking about today's matter. This matter involves some secrets of heaven and earth, so please don't ask any more questions." Yusong looked at Shangguan Wendian with a complicated expression, but did not continue to ask. He stared at Shangguan Wendian and could clearly feel that Shangguan Wendian was weak. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury and his strength was less than half of what it was before. He whispered, "What are you doing? If you have any difficulties, you can always come and find me." Shangguan Wendian shook his head. "It's really hard to say about this matter. If there is a chance in the future, I will explain it clearly to Brother Yusong. This matter was too serious to be mentioned at all." He knew very well that in addition to the dormant world will, there were still many spies and eyes on the origin continent. Those who survived the last two eras are all subordinates of the world will. When the world will is asleep, they will monitor this world on behalf of the world will. If they knew about my affairs, it would probably bring unnecessary trouble and even cause the world's will to awaken prematurely. Lin Moyu mentioned various possibilities, and Shangguan Wendian naturally knew what to do. Yusong couldn't get anything out of Shangguan Wendian, so in the end he had no choice but to leave. "0, please give me flowers 0. But he didn't notice that when Shangguan Wendian left, there was a deep sense of apology and guilt hidden in the depths of his eyes. After all, this person is my close friend and has helped me a lot over the years. Now that I am free, I cannot help him. After returning to the virtual world, the next step is to help Shangguan Wendian pregnant with a spirit." Perhaps Lin Moyu's soul was too sharp and she noticed Shangguan Wendian's strange emotions. What happened? When asked by Lin Moyu, Shangguan Wendian did not hide anything and told the story of Yusong. Lin Moyu knew that Shangguan Wendian had several friends, not just Yusong. But he really had no choice. The number of heaven-covering stones and immortal jade was limited, and it was impossible for everyone to use them. 0. Moreover, we have to find a suitable world, and we may not have enough time now. Lin Moyu whispered, "Everyone has their own destiny, it depends on luck." Shangguan Wendian naturally knew this truth, and he sighed softly. A strand of soul was separated, and Lin Moyu used the soul breeding technique to give birth to the world's will in this world. At the same time, Lin Moyu passed the spirit-controlling technique to Shangguan Wendian, asking him to learn it well. The next tens of thousands of years would be the time for him to recover and control his spirit. Continue to leave the undead servants here to protect Shangguan Wendian, just in case. Then Lin Moyu went to find Shenchen again. Shenchen has not yet become a Dao Master. He is currently at the first-class soul level, at the peak of the Dao realm, and is only half a step away from becoming a Dao Master. In terms of combat power, he is no worse than some weak branch masters. Even if he faces Shangguan Wendian now, Shenchen has a certain chance of winning. At the same time, the fall of the Dao realm will not cause the heaven and earth to mourn, and the impact caused will be much smaller. Shangguan Wendian's matter has made Lin Moyu alert. If Yusong can discover it, then others can definitely discover it as well. If the remaining subordinates of the world will find out, there might be some trouble, so he has to be careful. Especially the Demon King, who had already attracted the attention of those people. Lin Moyu was not worried about the strength of those people, nor was he afraid of what they could do. After all, he is just a Taoist master. No matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. What Lin Moyu is more worried about is that those guys will awaken the world's will in advance, which must be prevented. It seems that we need to think of a second solution. Lin Moyu doesn't need much time. In a dozen years at most, everything will be ready. Even if the world will awakens at that time, I don't have to care. I will do my best to destroy the world will completely. A year later, Lin Moyu fulfilled his promise to Shinchen, helped him conceive a soul, and let the undead servants guard him, and turned to find Mo-He. The former king of the Bounded Sea, a black man, was dozing off outside the core of the world's origin. Mo-He dozed off for hundreds or thousands of years. Time passed very quickly for him. Sensing Lin Moyu's arrival, Mo-He slowly opened his eyes, looking sleepy, and whispered, "Brother Lin is back." Lin Moyu nodded and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Mo-He smiled without showing any embarrassment. "Not bad, not bad. Brother Lin has gained something from your return this time. When can we start?" "For 10," Lin Moyu said, "Third ancestor, Taoist Wen Tian and Taoist Shinchen, they have all been freed, now it's your turn." Mo-He's eyes lit up. "Really? Okay, just tell me what to do." Lin Moyu recounted the whole process in detail. Mo-He was very happy. After taking the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade, he split his soul on the spot. Perhaps because of his original body, Mo-He's soul was stronger than those of the three ancestors and others, and it was even more painful to divide it. The stronger and larger the soul, the more painful it is to split it. Mo-He grimaced in pain, and his huge soul body trembled. After a while, Mo-He finally divided his soul in pain. 1/3 of his soul merged with the heaven-covering stone, and 2/3 of his soul was refined into the immortal jade. The immortal jade is very magical. Although Mo-He's soul is several times larger than that of others, a piece of immortal jade can still cover it completely. Between suicide and being killed, Mo-He proudly chose suicide. He took the initiative to detonate 1/3 of his soul, and after a muffled groan, he died on the spot. In the origin continent, the heaven and earth were once again filled with grief, and a heavy rain fell with a sad atmosphere. Another Taoist master has fallen. What on earth is going on? What happened in the past few years? This is the third time. Yeah, why does it feel so unreal to me? Would the Taoist master fall so easily? Many powerful people in Tianwai Avenue were very surprised. They didn't know what was going on and felt very strange. Does the Taoist master die just by saying so? In just over 3 years, 3 people have died. Finally, other Tao lords could not help themselves. They sensed who the fallen person was and announced it to the public. It was the one from the Black Whale clan who fell. The Tao Master of the Great Tao of Water is the Tao Master of the Origin. Now with the physique of the Black Whale clan, his combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary Tao Masters. How could he fall? Have you noticed that all the Taoist masters who died in the past few years were friends of Lin Moyu? When someone said this, they immediately realized that it was true. From the original 3 ancestors, the previous Shangwan went in, and this time Mo-He, these 3 are all friends of Lin Moyu. When Lin Moyu achieved the Great Tao realm, they helped Lin Moyu and dealt with those powerful people from the Great Tao outside the heaven. Later, it was rumored that they had left the origin continent to compete in the Great Tao. It was normal for the Taoist master to go to the Great Tao to compete, and I had never doubted it, but now that I think about it, something seems to be wrong. Lin Moyu didn't leave at that time, so why did these Taoist masters leave first and no longer protect Lin Moyu? First, it means that Lin Moyu no longer needs anyone to protect him, and Lin Moyu has enough ability to protect himself. Second, they have repaid the favor they owed Lin Moyu and no longer need to protect her. But now, they are falling one after another. A Taoist master suppressed the discussion. If your speculation is correct, the next one should be the Demon King. I think this matter is not that simple. Can you recall whether Lin Moyu has ever done anything meaningless? If the next one is really the Demon King, Lin Moyu might be planning something. No one knew who this Taoist master was or where he came from. All they knew was that his voice resounded throughout the universe and could be heard clearly in every corner of the origin continent, including every corner of the great avenue beyond heaven. Many people with ulterior motives immediately felt that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy looming over the origin continent. Some people wanted to find Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu was not in the origin continent at all. Some people also want to go to Yudao City. Yudao City is Lin Moyu's power, and they always have a way to contact Yudao City. At the same time, news came out that Lin Moyu's closest disciples and relatives were in Yudao City. As a result, chaos broke out in Yudao City, and some people started taking action in the city, causing killings. The formation in Yudao City has been activated. Now, Hao Daozuan and others who manage Yudao City are all masters who have fought their way out of the bloody battlefield. They are not afraid of causing trouble at all. As time went by, the incident in Yudao City became more and more serious, and many powerful people from Tianwai Avenue descended. The two weapon spirits, Xiao Jin and Xiao Pang, manipulated the five elements giants evolved from the five elements formation to fight against the strong men who descended from the Heavenly Avenue, except for some. The two five elements formations displayed a fighting power comparable to that of a Taoist master, shocking everyone at once and allowing Yudao City to calm down temporarily. But the storm did not end there, and the stories about Lin Moyu became more and more outrageous. There is even a saying that Lin Moyu is going to destroy the entire world. Some people also say that Lin Moyu wants to become the master of the world. Yudao City began to be isolated, and the formation of Yudao City had been fully activated, allowing no one to leave but not enter. 2 years later, Mo Hei was resurrected from the immortal jade. The dark soul is relatively powerful, and the time it takes to resurrect is relatively longer. Before he was resurrected, the soul world had already taken the initiative to break away from the origin continent and come to him. As soon as Mo Hei was resurrected, before he could even say a word of emotion, Lin Moyu had already urged him to let his original body leave the origin continent as soon as possible. Mo Hei trusts Lin Moyu extremely, and he does whatever Lin Moyu says, which is much more comfortable than using his own brain. On that day, a giant black whale with a body size of over 1 million meters suddenly appeared in the Tianwai Avenue. The dark black body emerged, causing an immediate uproar. The Black Whale Clan was the happiest. When the news of Mo Hei's death came out, the Black Whale Clan's 2.1 status in Tianwai Avenue plummeted. But fortunately, the Black Whale Clan was strong enough, and no one dared to attack them. Of course, without the Taoist master backing them up, the difference is still quite obvious. Now that they see Mo Hei is still alive, they are naturally the happiest. Some people also found that what happened to Mo Hei was the same as what happened to the third ancestor. There were Taoist masters who said they were dead, but in the end they were clearly not dead. Are they dead or not? Is it true that they are planning something with Lin Moyu as others say? After listening to Lin Moyu's words, Mo Hei immediately thought of leaving the origin continent, but two Taoist masters stopped him. Without any nonsense, a war broke out. Mo Hei did not linger in the fight, and broke through the encirclement with all his strength, rushing into the world fog and disappearing. Mo Hei escaped into the fog of the world and flew very far. After making sure that no one was catching up with him, he returned to the virtual world. As soon as he entered the virtual world, he said to Lin Moyu, "It seems something happened." Mo Hei told him what happened in the origin continent. During the battle, he also noticed some things happening in the origin continent. He even saw the two five elements giants outside Yudao City. He spoke in great detail. After hearing it, Lin Moyu whispered, "You said that the two Tao masters who stopped you were not from this era?" Mo Hei nodded. "Although their attack was very obscure, I can feel that they are using the secret method of the Buddha clan. I hate those bald asses in the Buddhist tribe the most. I'm absolutely right. Where do you think the Taoist master of the Buddhist tribe came from? The Buddhist clan naturally has a Taoist master, but he only exists in this era. The previous era belonged to the Buddhist clan. In addition to outliers like the Three Lives Buddha, there were also many Taoist masters. Later, the era was destroyed, but some Taoist masters became subordinates of the world's will, which is also normal." Lin Moyu whispered, "It seems that 05 really noticed it. This time they only sent 2 people to stop you. Next time there will definitely be more than that. Before, they were just suspicions, but after Mo Hei's death and resurrection, their speculation has definitely been confirmed. Next, they will definitely take action. As a subordinate of the world's will, the most likely thing is that they will initiate various actions against themselves. Mohe asked, so what should we do next? Lin Moyu said, it doesn't matter, they probably don't know what I'm going to do yet. I plan to use the Demon King to lure them out, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Mohe was slightly startled. Are you going to kill them? Lin Moyu shook his head. I won't kill them for now, I just want to trap them, but I'm also worried that they will be able to get in touch with the world's will, so it's better to leave them unconscious. Mohe said, they are quite strong. With Brother Lin's fighting power, it is not difficult to kill them, but it is not so easy to knock them out. Lin Moyu chuckled, it's just a Taoist master, it's not difficult. He already had a complete plan in his mind. As long as it succeeded, he would be able to buy himself enough time. After all, the time he needs is not much. As long as the other party hesitates for a moment, that will be enough. Lin Moyu helped Mohe complete the soul pregnancy and let the undead servants guard him, and he turned to go to the Demon King. The Demon King was not far away, and Lin Moyu arrived soon. Looking at the Demon King, who was still in deep sleep, Lin Moyu rearranged the formation, then he snapped his fingers to wake the Demon King up. In the formation, the Demon King woke up and looked at Lin Moyu. Fellow Taoist Lin, are you ready? Lin Moyu nodded, we are ready. The three ancestors have been successfully dealt with. Now it is your turn. The Demon King said, I am awake now, I am afraid those guys will come looking for me. Lin Moyu smiled and said, don't worry, I have improved the formation you are in here. Your soul and your clone will be temporarily disconnected, but they won't notice it within a few days. Then Lin Moyu told the plan again, and also told the Demon King how to deal with those guys. Lin Moyu guessed that the group of people must be targeting the Demon King now, and they will definitely be targeting Yudao City. It was just speculation before, so they didn't really take action against Yudao City. But as long as the Demon King dies, their thoughts will be confirmed and they will definitely take action. After Lin Moyu and the Demon King had an agreement, the Demon King split his soul and refined the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade respectively. The Demon King will detonate 1/3 of his soul in 3 days. These 2 days are the time left for Lin Moyu to return to the origin continent. 2 days later, Lin Moyu returned from the virtual world. Lin Moyu, who was in the secret room of Yudao City, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze penetrated the thick walls of the secret room, passed through the numerous formations, swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and took in the entire origin continent. As a Taoist master, he is the only one who can do this. He had made many arrangements on the origin continent. He was like a chess player, using the origin continent as a chessboard and making many arrangements. Some arrangements are crucial, while some are just idle moves and are dispensable. Many of the origin spirit veins in the origin continent have been initially refined by him and have become his eyes. Even if he had not been blessed with a destiny, no matter where he wanted to go in Tianyuan continent, it would only be a matter of thought. Later, he used formations to cover the entire origin continent, and used the Shinjo Ding as the center of the formation. The Shinjo Ding has been in his soul world for many years. Although he has not deliberately refined it, because of the existence of the world tree, the Shinjo Ding has long become his own. The Shinjo Ding does not belong to the world will. Even with the help of the Shinjo Ding, it is not easy for the world will to regain control of the origin continent. Lin Moyu saw the avenue outside the sky, with several figures hidden in it. These people can deceive anyone, even the current Taoist master. This is the work of the world's will, which gives these people privileges. But it couldn't be hidden from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had seen too many of them, and their soul level had even reached the limit of the Tao Lord realm. He could see clearly where these people were. These people are all Tao Lords, and they are Tao Lords that have never appeared in this era. Lin Moyu saw traces of the Buddha clan in them, and believed that they were survivors from the previous era. Not only in Tianwai Avenue, there are also 2 Tao masters outside Yudao City. These 2 Taoist masters are hiding underground. They are not from the Buddhist clan, but from the more ancient insect clan. There were also some Taoist masters left in the Zerg at that time, and they became subordinates of the world will. After more than an era of growth, although these Zerg Dao lords have not become the lords of the great Dao, their combat power has far exceeded that of ordinary Dao lords. Finally, Lin Moyu looked towards the place where the Demon King was hiding. The hiding place 873 was very safe and there were no accidents. However, the Demon King has a clone in the Origin continent, and now the clone has been controlled by someone, so he cannot die even if he wants to. Fortunately, the Demon King was alerted quickly and found Imohei. He used the space inside Imohei's body to cut off the connection between himself and his clone. Otherwise, these people could do something through the Demon King's clone to influence the Demon King. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, took out a piece of heaven-covering stone, and used 1/3 of his soul to directly refine the heaven-covering stone and turned into another self. His refining speed was very fast and it was completed in the blink of an eye. As for splitting the soul, for Lin Moyu, it is no different from eating and drinking water. The remaining soul merges with the immortal jade and is protected by the immortal jade. However, Lin Moyu had a feeling that the immortal jade did not have much effect on him, and its effect was far less than his own rebirth. But there is one thing that his talent cannot match, and that is faking death. The immortal jade and the heaven-covering stone work together to deceive heaven and earth and allow him to escape. Lin Moyu took out a piece of high-quality material and refined a formation plate. He spent half a day setting up a formation that was not very large but extremely powerful. 3 days later, the Demon King blew himself up as promised. The heaven and earth wailed, and light rain fell. With the death of the Demon King, his clones also dissipated. Lin Moyu looked at these people hiding in the dark and said, "It's time to take action." The Demon King's death immediately caused speculation among people in Tianwai Avenue. After sensing it, the Taoist master immediately announced to the public, "It is really the Demon King. The Demon King has also fallen." So, it really has something to do with Lin Moyu. What exactly is he going to do? I really want to ask him what this guy is planning and why he created the illusion that these Dao masters have fallen. What Lin Moyu did was beyond the comprehension of these people. Not to mention the strong men of this era, even the Taoist masters of the past 2 eras couldn't figure it out. They couldn't understand what Lin Moyu did, but they could feel that what Lin Moyu did was a good thing. Now they have 2 choices. One is to handle the matter themselves, the other is to summon the world will in advance and let the world will handle it. However, it would cost a great deal to remind and awaken the world's will, and we should not do so unless it is absolutely necessary. A group of people appeared on Tianwai Avenue to discuss the matter. They had no idea that what they did was being seen by Lin Moyu. There are 7 people in total, or rather 3 or 4 Buddhas. 3 insect Taoist masters and 4 Buddha Taoist students. There were the 2 underground outside Yudao City, the 3 on the Heavenly Avenue, and the 2 guarding the Demon King's clone. The person who had previously stopped Imohei from leaving was also among them. It is estimated that after failing to stop Imohei, they truly realized that something was wrong, otherwise there would not be only 2 people coming to stop him. After all, to stop a Dao master, 2 Dao masters of the same realm are definitely not enough. Lin Moyu didn't know if these 7 people were all there, but since they had already appeared, he wouldn't be polite and would deal with them first. If there are still people, these 7 people can also become bait. The Space Taoist demon appeared beside him, and Lin Moyu gave him his location. The Space Taoist demon opened the space channel and sent the formation plate he had just refined directly there. Before the 3 insects, 4 Buddhas, and 7 other people could figure out what was going on, a square array suddenly appeared, followed by a strong light sweeping over. This happened so suddenly that people had no time to react. The formation formed a cage that trapped the 7 people inside. Then a drop of the original energy of the Great Tao exploded in the formation, like a strong wind passing through, and the 7 people were injured at the same time. Although the Taoist master is strong, he is still far behind when facing the original energy of the Tao. If Lin Moyu had not held back, a little more of the Great Tao's origin chi would have been enough to kill these 7 people on the spot. Lin Moyu took out the gadget given by the two emperors Zhongchen Mugu. This was a projection of the clone evolved from the innate origin virtual treasure. Although its power was far less than that of its original body, and in the real world, its effect was even more discounted. But it is more than enough to deal with the 7 injured Dao Lords. The morning bell and the tomb drum rang at the same time. Time and space converged into the power of time and space, and swung back and forth under the use of the law. Time and space were in chaos. The 7 seriously injured Taoist masters had no power to resist at all. They were instantly invaded by the chaotic power of time and space. Their souls were clouded and they fainted on the spot. The morning bells and evening drums are slowly moving, maintaining the power of time and space, and these 7 Taoist masters will sink in time and space. If there is no external interference, as long as the sound of bells and drums continues, they will have no chance of waking up. In front of Lin Moyu's calculations, these 7 Dao masters are nothing. In addition to the Changchen bell and tomb drum, Lin Moyu also has several other ways to control the 7 of them, but this method is relatively labor-saving and basically does not require any effort. Lin Moyu stayed on the origin continent for a while, and only re-entered the virtual world after making sure that there were no new people under the will of the world. What entered the virtual world was his main soul, that is, the part that merged with the immortal jade. What remains in the real world is the part of the soul that is merged with the sky-covering stone. Lin Moyu discovered another use for the heaven-covering stone and the immortal treasure. After the soul was split into 2, the 2 parts of the soul could appear in both the virtual and real worlds at the same time. In this way, the information between the virtual and real worlds can be synchronized. The good thing is that the 1/3 of Lin Moyu's soul that remains in Yudao City can control his body, do some things, and even fight. Because of the existence of the heaven-covering stone, outsiders could not tell that his soul was incomplete. If he could deceive the heaven and earth, he could naturally deceive other people as well. The disadvantage is that the sense of confusion brought about by being in both the real and virtual worlds at the same time will cause confusion in the soul. If it were an ordinary Taoist master, he would not be able to stay in both the virtual and real worlds for a long time. At most, after 10 days or half a month, his soul would be completely confused. The result is that the 2 souls will be completely torn apart and will never be able to merge together again. In the best case, the cultivation will be greatly damaged and the position of the Taoist master will be lost. In the worst case, the person will die directly. In other words, only someone like Lin Moyu, whose soul is at an extremely high level and has reached the limit of what the heaven and earth can accommodate, can barely be in both the virtual and real worlds at the same time. Lin Moyu returns to the Demon King, who is now dead. The immortal jade is helping the Demon King to reunite his soul and revive again. Lin Moyu stayed beside the Demon King to protect him, while the souls in Yudao City watched the world, especially the 7th Dao Master who was trapped by him, and monitored in real time. 1 year after the Demon King committed suicide, his soul was reunited and completely resurrected. After the resurrection, the Demon King gained freedom, and the mark of his true spirit on the origin continent had been completely erased. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Congratulations to Senior Demon King for gaining his freedom." Although the Demon King's power has been greatly weakened, fortunately his Dao Lord realm is still there. Compared to cultivation, true freedom is what the Demon King wants. A few days later, the Soul World flew over and the Demon King immediately returned to his own Soul World. In the avenue beyond heaven, the Demon King awakens and appears in the Minister of the Void. According to Lin Moyu's plan, the Demon King did not leave immediately after appearing, but appeared in the great avenue outside the sky to tell everyone that he was not dead. When the Demon King appeared, the soul of Lin Moyu left in Yudao City was also gazing at the world. At this time, the Demon King is used as bait. If there are still people from the previous 2 eras left, they are very likely to come out. The Demon King waited for a whole day but no one came, so he left at Lin Moyu's signal. It seems that there are really only 7 people. Lin Moyu thought silently in his heart, 7 people are not many, but actually not too few either. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are more than 20 Dao Masters in the origin continent now, and there are even more than 30 in the peak period. But now is the third era, the era when the world will of the origin continent reaches its peak. During the first and second eras, the origin continent was not that powerful, so the number of Tao masters naturally decreased. According to Lin Moyu's experience, the number of Tao masters in the first era is at most 6 or 7. There will be more in the second era, but no more than 15. There are only about 20 Tao lords in total, so naturally there won't be too many guys who will become puppets of the world's will in order to survive. Therefore, it is possible that these 7 people are indeed all the subordinates of the world will. Of course, Lin Moyu was just guessing. There might be some hidden secrets, but not too many. In order to help the Demon King conceive a soul and pass on the soul-controlling technique to him, Lin Moyu contacted the Taoist master who sealed the world. The Taoist master Fengjie has indeed found his own world, and has fought many battles with that world. The level of formation in that world is very impressive. The Taoist master Fengdong did not gain any advantage. At this moment, he had arranged a large number of formations in the virtual world, like fortresses, and used the formations to attack that world from time to time. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break the formation outside that world. When Lin Moyu arrived, a battle of formations was going on between the two sides. The virtual world was also brilliantly fought by the formations. The scene was grand and very eye-catching. "You are finally here. I thought you forgot about it." Seeing Lin Moyu, the Taoist master Fengjie drank and shouted loudly. Knowing that the Lord of Sealing Realm was joking with him, Lin Moyu was always grateful to this senior who had lived for 3 lifetimes and had given him a lot of help when he entered the big world. Even if he has his own purpose, who in the world doesn't have his own purpose? In Lin Moyu's view, the purpose is not important. What is most important is the process and what he did. As long as it doesn't hurt yourself and the end result is a win-win for both parties, there is no problem. At that time, he was also called Shui Ji Tianzun, who explained to me many things in the world and helped me a lot. Lin Moyu remembers every bit deeply and will never forget it. Lin Moyu thought that he could not repay a drop of kindness with a spring, but he would have no regrets if he repaid the kindness equally or even a little more. This is why he is willing to help him escape from the control of the origin continent and let him gain true freedom. He could feel the Lord of Sealing Realm's trust in him, so he returned the trust. This world looks pretty good. Lin Moyu looked at the world ahead. The level of formations in this world is very good, comparable to that of the Lord of Sealing the Realm, which shows that the art of formations plays a very important role in this world. Choosing this world is a perfect match for the Lord of Sealing Realms. The Lord of Sealing Realm took a big sip of wine with a bit of satisfaction. "Not bad. I have searched for many worlds and finally found this place. This world is the most suitable for me." Lin Moyu looked at him in surprise. "Where did you get this wine?" He remembered the wine he had brought to Fengjie. Although it was very good, it seemed that he could not bring it into the virtual world. The Lord of Sealing Realm said, "As a matter of course, I have lived 3 lives, and have entered the virtual world countless times. It is not too much to brew some wine for myself in the soul world." Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. "Not too much, not too much. Okay, I will clean up this world first, and then proceed as planned." The Taoist master Fengjie nodded slightly. "I have felt the Taoist master fall several times before. I think the 3 ancestors have succeeded." Lin Moyu said, "It all worked." Hearing that they had all succeeded, the Lord of Sealing Realm seemed relieved. "Okay, I will follow your arrangements from now on." Lin Moyu tapped his fingers lightly, and several talismans flew out, crossed the battlefield, and penetrated into the opponent's formation. The originally powerful formation suddenly died down, and its power was greatly weakened, less than half of its previous strength. The Lord of Sealing Realm looked at Lin Moyu in shock. The opponent's formation level was not worse than his own. He had been fighting the opponent with formations for so many years, but he was still unable to do anything to the opponent. Aga, if Lin Moyu used some violent method to directly smash the opponent's formation, he would not be so surprised. But Lin Moyu actually weakened the opponent's formation by more than half with just a few magic talismans. This was what shocked him, indicating that Lin Moyu's understanding of the great way of confrontation was far beyond his own. He is the Tao master of the great Tao of formation, but his attainments in formation are not as good as Lin Moyu. The Tao master of Sealing Realm feels ashamed just thinking about it. The opponent's formation was weakened, and his own formation suddenly gained a crushing momentum. Attacks poured out from the formation, smashing the opponent's formation into pieces. The formation pushed forward towards the world ahead, and divine runes kept flying out from Lin Moyu's fingertips. The opponent's formation had no power to resist, and was constantly weakened and quickly defeated. This is the way of formation. If your level is a little bit low, you will be crushed. The Lord of Sealing Realm had been observing Lin Moyu and finally saw a clue. The talisman used by Lin Moyu was different from the one he used. They looked similar on the surface, but they were completely different inside. He couldn't help but ask, "Lin boy, your magic talisman?" Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "You can see it, I have integrated my own understanding into the magic runes, and these magic runes have become different." As he said this, he threw a jade tablet to the Lord of Sealing Realm. The basic principles are all recorded in it. The jade token contains Lin Moyu's understanding of the formation talisman. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Lin Moyu will not teach the Sealing World Taoist how to improve the talisman, but let him understand it by himself. Only in this way can he create his own talisman. After the Taoist master Fengjie received the jade token, he said jokingly, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Lin Moyu also followed his joke and said, "My disciple is so obedient." Then the two of them burst into laughter at the same time. The formation crushed its way into the world. More than a dozen Taoist masters in the world were ready to meet their enemies. The Tao masters in this world are all good at formations. Even if they practice other great ways, they will eventually integrate the great ways into the formations. With Lin Moyu present, the formation of the Sealing World Master was enough to crush them. But if you want to kill the Taoist master, it is not difficult. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste too much time, so he used his undead servants. Endless undead servants turned into a torrent, descending upon the world like a natural disaster, bringing despair to the world. The Tao Master of Sealing Realm had nothing to do. He watched the Tao Masters continue to fall and just sighed. The Tao Master that countless people pursued has become so vulnerable. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "The Tao Master is only at one realm. As long as one does not reach eternity, there is a possibility of falling. And even if you achieve eternity, or even go further, it doesn't mean you won't die." The eyelids of the Lord of Sealing Realm twitched. He understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. It was obvious that Lin Moyu had seen a stronger existence that surpassed eternity. But he didn't ask. He knew it was not something he should ask. After 3 lifetimes as a human, the Lord of Sealing Realm became cautious and his curiosity was worn away. There were some things he didn't want to understand or know unless necessary. It's like knowing what the realm above eternity is. What use is it to him? He is far from even touching eternity, let alone eternity. He is not even the master of the great Tao. Why does he want to know more? The Lord of Sealing Realm whispered, "I have no hope. It is unlikely that I will become the Lord of the great Tao. I just want to live a peaceful life. If you have a chance, rush up. When you reach the top, tell me what the scenery is like. When one person attains enlightenment, everyone around him will benefit from it. I will wait for you to attain enlightenment, and then take me with you." Lin Moyu joked, "Why are you comparing yourself to chickens and dogs?" The Lord of Sealing Realm didn't care at all and laughed. "My third life was a tortoise. I'm not afraid of being a tortoise, so what are chickens and dogs to me? Well, after 3 lifetimes, not only has my curiosity been worn out, but even my bottom line has been lost." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, if that day comes, I will definitely take you with me." Next, Lin Moyu explained the details of the plan to the Lord of Fengjie Dao, and he said that there was no problem at all. And he chose to self-destruct. It's just self-destruction, it's nothing. The two chatted and laughed as they found the core of the world's origin. This world was not weak, and the core of the world's origin was also powerful. The fire of burning the world will first burn through, weakening the origin core of the world, making it easier to give birth to spirits. The Lord of Sealing Realm refined the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade, and then blew himself up without hesitation. After a little over a year, the origin continent once again welcomed the world's grief. The Taoist master fell, and heavy rain fell. In the origin continent, heavy rain was pouring down. A formation rose in Yudao City, and the rain became soft after falling into the formation. No matter how fierce the wind is outside, Yudao City is always like a paradise. In the past 2 years, some people tried to attack Yudao City, but were crushed by Yudao City's formation. Someone once wanted to isolate Yudao City, but Yudao City remained unmoved. Hao Daozuan and others said that if they wanted to fight, they would fight to the end. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was the first to express its position and said it would stand with Yudao City. Then, several local sects on the origin continent all expressed that they would continue to maintain good relations with Yudao City. In Tianwai Avenue, several forces expressed that they would stand with Yudao City. The Black Whale Clan, part of the Demon King's forces, and some small forces that are optimistic about Lin Moyu, although not too strong, are not too weak when added together. At that time, I thought that some powerful people in Tianwai Avenue would fight with Yudao City, but suddenly there was no movement. No one knew that the 7 Taoist masters who remained from the previous 2 eras had been silently controlled by Lin Moyu. In the great Dao Outer Heaven, several powerful Dao masters sensed something unusual. For some reason, when they looked at Yudao City, they felt like they were looking at a ferocious beast. Today, Yudao City has regained its peace, but after this battle, not just anyone is allowed to enter Yudao City. Yudao City only accepts allies, and all forces that have attacked Yudao City are listed as enemies. Their auras were recorded by the formation, and if they dared to come over, they would be killed directly. There would be no reason to argue. In Lin Moyu's eyes, there are only enemies besides friends. There have been people who are neither friends nor enemies before, but there will never be again. This time, the Lord of Sealing the Realm self-destructed, causing heaven and earth to wail. Some Dao Lords felt it, and they already knew that the fall of these Dao Lords was actually an illusion, and was all the work of Lin Moyu. But they didn't know what Lin Moyu was going to do, and they were powerless to stop him, so they could only watch. Even if they are the masters of Taoism, the future direction of this world is beyond their control. In Yudao City, Lin Moyu's soul transformed by the heaven-covering stone controlled Lin Moyu's body and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze once again traversed the space and saw the deepest part of the heaven beyond heaven. He felt that a huge will was reviving. It is the world will begins to revive. Did he resurrect prematurely? Or was it because the Taoist masters left one after another, which aroused his vigilance? It seems we need to hurry up. Whatever the reason, the world's will is indeed reviving. Recovery takes time, but not too long. After all, this slumber is not an original catastrophe, and the world's will has not suffered much damage this week. He took out the scales given by Antares and activated his soul. Have you found the right world? Be straightforward and don't be too polite when talking to the goods. Antares did not answer. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Antares should be able to hear his voice transmission, and even in the virtual world, he should have a way to respond to him. Did something happen? Lin Moyu's heart moved. He stood up and took a step forward, appearing on Tianwai Avenue. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Now, people are always paying attention to the origin continent and the heavenly avenue, especially Lin Moyu. In the avenue outer heaven, a storm was also sweeping across the sky. Lin Moyu rushed into the Dragon Clan and entered the place where Antares was in retreat. Antares had ordered that Lin Moyu could enter and leave the Dragon Clan freely and no one would stop him. He looked at Antares' body and checked it to make sure there was no problem. Lin Moyu took out the cause-seeking ring and took a drop of blood from Antares and put it into the cause-seeking ring. Look for the cause and the effect. He used his soul power to search for the cause and effect, and used Antares' essence and blood to find the cause and effect, in order to find out where he was. A thin line flew out from the cause-seeking ring and instantly disappeared into the void of time and space. Antares' soul is now in the virtual world, and the red line is also entering the virtual world. In the virtual world, Lin Moyu's soul felt the direction pointed by the red line of the cause-seeking ring. He glanced at the Lord of Sealing the Realm, who was being reunited in the immortal jade, left a large number of undead servants to guard, and went in the direction indicated by the seeking cause ring. It would take another year for Master Fengdao to be resurrected. Lin Moyu felt that this period of time was enough for him to find Antares and see what had happened to him. Bang! While still halfway through, Lin Moyu's soul seemed to be hit hard, and many cracks appeared. If it were someone else, the soul would be severely damaged by this blow, but for Lin Moyu, it was nothing. The force of life circulated, and the injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the price of the cause-seeking cycle. This time, the cause-seeking is relatively simple, and the price is still within the range that Lin Moyu can bear. 3 days later, Lin Moyu arrived at the point where the causal line pointed, and a small beast abyss appeared in the void. Beast abyss? What is this guy doing in the beast abyss? Looking for death? Lin Moyu was very puzzled. Antares should have known that the beast abyss was dangerous, so why did he still go in? The seeking ring could not be wrong. Antares must have gone in, and that was why the group did not respond to him. He didn't know when Antares entered the beast abyss. It might have been just a short time ago, or it might have been a long time ago. But fortunately, at least I'm still alive now. After some thought, Lin Moyu did not go in. He knew nothing about the situation in the beast abyss. He only knew that the small beast abyss was connected to the big beast abyss in the golden Ao Great Spirit Realm. In the 9 great spiritual realms, there is a great beast abyss in each of them. Lin Moyu also didn't know whether these 9 great beast abysses were interconnected or independent of each other. Once we get in, we don't know if we can find Antares, and we don't know how long it will take. Now that the world's will has begun to revive, he doesn't have much time. But he had to look for Antares, so Lin Moyu changed his mind and went straight to where he was. If it is not convenient for you to go in at the moment, then find someone who can go in. In the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm, the most suitable candidates are naturally Su Zhang and Emperor Jin Jian. Lin Moyu was incredibly fast, rushing at lightning speed. In just over 10 days, he had already arrived at the Longhu Small Spiritual Realm. He plunged into the small spiritual realm of Longhu Lake, and the Longhu King in the small spiritual realm was immediately awakened. King Longhu thought someone had invaded his little spiritual realm, but when he saw that the visitor was Lin Moyu, the situation became strange. Why is it him again? The Dragon Lake King instinctively wanted to stop Lin Moyu, but when it saw Lin Moyu's expression clearly, it retreated immediately. Lin Moyu's expression is not right now, and he feels like he wants to kill someone. Although Longhu Wang is not smart, he is not a fool either. It felt that if it went up now, it would probably be killed on the spot. Judging from the Di-Ting Beast's attitude towards Lin Moyu, my death might be in vain. Just pretend that you know nothing. At most you will be blamed a few words, but it won't be a big deal. Anyway, the Di-Ting Beast is sleeping and there is a formation guarding outside, so I don't need to worry about it at all. Lin Moyu turned into lightning and passed through the small spiritual area of Longhu Lake, heading straight for the island where the Di-Ting Beast was. There is a formation covering the outside of the island. At this moment, the Di-Ting Beast is resting and the formation is in operation. Several divine talismans flew out and merged into the formation, and the formation shattered with a loud bang. A storm occurred in the virtual world, and the sleeping Di-Ting Beast woke up with a start. It had a fierce look in its eyes, and said in a bad mood, "Who the hell is looking for death and dares to disturb my sleep?" Without saying a word, a stream of light spurted out of his mouth and rushed straight towards Lin Moyu. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. A huge palm print appeared out of nowhere, shattered the attack of the Di-Ting Beast, and went straight towards the Di-Ting Beast. The Di-Ting Beast roared, and a strong light burst out from the tortoise shell on its back. A huge shield flew out from the light and blocked the entire island. The palm print hit the shield, and the shield was blown away with a loud bang, but it did not break. At the same time, a powerful recoil force was generated on the shield, which shook the palm print away. Lin Moyu was surprised. This palm of his own was already the limit of the Tao Lord realm. Maybe it was not as good as the eternal existence, but it was not weaker than some Tao Lords. It was no problem for the Deting beast to take this blow, but no one expected him to do so easily. This magic shield weapon should be an innate virtual treasure of origin. Lin Moyu, accompanied by the purple light, made a judgment in his heart and descended on the island. "Senior, it's me." The Deting beast finally saw Lin Moyu clearly. "You kid are looking for death." Lin 74 said silently, "Things are urgent, so I have no choice but to apologize." The Deting beast was in a bad mood when he woke up, and said unhappily, "What's the matter?" "Tell me." Lin Moyu said, "I have a good friend who accidentally entered the beast abyss, and I hope you can help me get him out." The Deting beast frowned. "Entered the beast abyss? What is his cultivation level?" Lin Moyu said, "He is a Taoist master, but he is stronger than the average Taoist master. I saw his body before I came here, and he is still alive." The Deting beast whispered, "The Taoist master actually has a chance of surviving after entering the beast abyss. He should have entered the small beast abyss, so his chance of surviving is even higher." Then he looked at Lin Moyu. "With your strength, you should be able to get in. Why do you come to me?" Lin Moyu said, "I have important things to do. I don't know how long it will take to enter the beast abyss. I can't afford to delay. And most importantly, I am not sure. After all, I am still far from your level." While speaking, he did not forget to flatter the person. The Deting beast snorted, "You want something from me, but you dare to destroy my formation." Lin Moyu said shamelessly, "In an emergency, I will set up a new formation for you, which will be stronger than the original one. And the younger generation will also pay the corresponding price, as long as the seniors can help save people." The Deting beast rolled his eyes at Lin Moyu and asked, "What can you do?" Lin Moyu didn't want to waste time, so he said directly, "Innate origin treasures, wild beast essence, and the origin of the avenue." As he spoke, he had already taken out what he was talking about. The innate original treasure is a piece of red stone. Now that he has so many red stones, it is no big deal to take out one. There is more essence of wild beasts than can be used up, so it wouldn't be a pity to give away 8 or 10 portions. As for the original energy of the Great Tao, there is still a lot left. The Deting beast looked at the 3 things, and finally stared at the Dao Zun Yuan Qi. "Did you make this thing yourself?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes." The Deting beast's eyes were obviously filled with shock. "I didn't expect you could even come up with this thing, but it's useless to me. You want me to go to the beast abyss to rescue someone? One piece of innate origin treasure is not enough." As he spoke, his nose moved a few times, his eyes glowed slightly. "I smelled the scent of that thing, and I've decided that I want that thing." Lin Moyu asked, "What do you want?" The Deting beast's eyes gleamed with brilliance, the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. "What do you want it for?" The Deting beast snorted, "Don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not." Lin Moyu immediately took out a piece of sky-covering stone and the immortal jade. "You can take it. Although the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade are precious, they are nothing compared to the life of Antares. And the amount I obtained this time was quite a lot, basically enough." The Deting beast was overjoyed and laughed. "It seems that you have gained a lot this time. You just took it out so easily, unlike the previous guys who either only got one or none at all." Lin Moyu said, "I am lucky and got a few. I hope you can help me save them." Deting beast said, "Don't worry, although the beast abyss is not safe, as long as you are not too stupid, it is not a problem to live in it for a few years. Tell me what your friend looks like and which beast abyss he is in." Lin Moyu immediately told the Deting beast the information about Antares. The Deting beast closed its eyes and listened attentively. For the Deting beast, hearing is seeing. Only a moment later, the Deting beast slowly opened its eyes. "I found it. It is indeed in the beast abyss." Don't worry, it still has more than half of its life left. It won't die for the time being. With half of his life left, Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Antares was really trying to kill himself. Lin Moyu said, "Please help, Senior." D-Ting Beast said, "It's not convenient for me to go to Beast Abyss. I'll find someone for you." As he spoke, he moved his mouth towards the void, as if he was talking to someone. Lin Moyu didn't hear any sound, but knew that he was probably transmitting the message to someone. In the Jinluo Great Spirit Realm, the only ones who have the ability to go to the Beast Abyss to rescue people are the D-Ting Beast and the Jinluo Emperor. Emperor Jinluo is the second-generation emperor. He was adopted by D-Ting Beast when he was young, and he regarded D-Ting Beast as his father. The D-Ting Beast will certainly do what it is told. In other words, it earns itself a piece of the heaven-covering stone plus a piece of the immortal jade just by moving its mouth. This business is all pure profit. Even the third ancestor would cry when he saw this. A moment later, Lin Moyu felt a huge aura flying past from a distance, going away at an alarming speed. The D-Ting Beast said, "Okay, we have already gone to rescue him. It will probably not take long. You just wait here." Lin Moyu nodded. "I wonder what's going on in the Beast Abyss." D-Ting Beast said, "I know you are very curious, but I advise you not to ask. At least you are not qualified to know now. When you return to the Great Tao and achieve eternity, go to the Beast Abyss and take a look around. At least by then, you won't die." Lin Moyu was shocked. Eternal would indeed not die, but the beast obviously did not mean that. Lin Moyu asked, "You mean, even if I reach eternity, it will still be dangerous to go to the Beast Abyss?" The D-Ting Beast chuckled, "That depends on how you do it. At least there won't be any danger in the small Beast Abyss. As for the big Beast Abyss, it's that place after all, so there are always dangers. You can go and see for yourself when the time comes." The D-Ting Beast obviously knew something, but it just refused to say anything. Lin Moyu did not ask any more questions. 3.9 At this time, the D-Ting Beast asked in return, "You opened that door, what did you see?" Lin Moyu did not answer directly, but asked, "I am also very curious. Why didn't you go in and take a look for yourself over the years? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the real world." The D-Ting Beast shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to go, but I can't move. There are some things you can do, but I can't do them, and neither can the Emperor. Do you understand? The D-Ting Beast is, after all, a virtual beast. Like the Emperor, although it is powerful, it also has many limitations." Lin Moyu asked, "Since you can't go, why do you want to know?" The D-Ting Beast laughed, and there seemed to be some nostalgia in his laughter, and there was also some memories in his voice. "I just want to know, you should have obtained the whole set of secret techniques from the Wan Miao Monument. Is that right? Then you should enter the Wanling Pavilion." This time it was Lin Moyu's turn to be shocked. The D-Ting Beast actually knew about the Wanling Pavilion. Could it be that he could even monitor the world behind the door? It seems impossible. If I could really hear it, I wouldn't ask this question. Another possibility is that someone had been to Wanling Pavilion before and told him after coming out that the answer was also impossible. Wan Zongling and Lu Lao both said that they were the first people to enter Wanling Pavilion in such a long time. Then there is only one possibility left, that is, the D-Ting Beast knows about the Wanling Pavilion by itself, not because it was told by others. The D-Ting Beast seemed to enjoy seeing Lin Moyu's shocked expression. It laughed very happily and its bad temper had completely disappeared. Lin Moyu had shocked it just now, and now he was returning the favor. Lin Moyu sorted out his thoughts. In a brief moment, he thought of various possibilities, some reasonable and some unreasonable. Finally, he whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, you have been to Wanling Pavilion." The D-Ting Beast smiled and shook his head, as if to deny Lin Moyu's guess. Lin Moyu was not willing to accept it. "At least you have heard of Wanling Pavilion." The D-Ting Beast laughed and said, "Don't guess, you won't be able to guess the answer." From the expression of the D-Ting Beast, Lin Moyu had already gotten the answer, and even his own guess was wrong. Based on his understanding of the Ting beast and the several times he had dealt with it, he knew that although the Ting beast was very smart, the changes in its eyes would often betray its true thoughts. Lin Moyu sighed. It seems that you survived from that realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the look in the Ting beast's eyes changed instantly, but it only lasted for a moment before returning to normal. Lin Moyu accurately grasped the change in the Ting beast's eyes and confirmed the answer. His heart was shaking. He is really a survivor in that realm. This answer explains a lot of confusion. Why can the secret techniques in Wanling Pavilion be used in this world? It shows that the rules are the same. How can the rules of different realms be the same? There must be connections between them. Why is this gate in this world? Is it because of the Ting beast that it came here? That realm was once so powerful, it shouldn't be destroyed so easily, and the strong people inside shouldn't all die. There should be some survivors. If the Ting beast can survive, are there others who can survive? Where did those people go? The expression of the Ting beast answered many of Lin Moyu's questions, but at the same time it also gave rise to some new questions. Obviously, Weisho wouldn't tell himself. The Ting beast coughed lightly and said, "Tell me, what did you see in the Wanling Pavilion?" The Ting beast's eyes were solemn, and at the same time, an invisible aura enveloped the entire island. Not only did he not answer his own questions, he also asked himself questions. It was obvious that he would not give up if I didn't answer. But Lin Moyu's eyes were also solemn. Listen carefully, Senior. Although Lin's strength is low and his realm is not high, he has always been soft and not hard. Lin Moyu answered the Ting beast's question in his own way. If you want to know something, just ask. If you want to threaten me, just ask. The Ting beast suddenly restrained its breath and laughed. I was just joking with you. Don't blame me, little friend Lin. If I'm not mistaken, little friend Lin should have seen Wan Zhongling. Sure enough, he even knows Wan Zhongling. It seems that he really knows the other party very well. Lin Mo was 70% to 80% sure that the Ting beast came from that realm. While thinking this in his heart, he replied, I did see Pavilion Master Wan. The Ting beast shook his head. Don't call me Pavilion Master. He never calls himself Pavilion Master. Even though he is the Pavilion Master, he always calls himself Wan Zhongling. Since Wan Zhongling is still there, Wanling Pavilion has not been completely destroyed. He should still be reincarnating, but we don't know when he will return. Lin Moyu asked, do you mean that Senior Wan Zhongling is now reincarnated in this world? The Ting beast shook his head, not necessarily. With a being like him, who knows where he will be reincarnated? Lin Moyu asked, could it be that after reincarnation, we will go to another world? The Ting beast was not surprised at all. What's so strange about this? He has long transcended the limitations of heaven and earth, so it is natural for him to reincarnate into another heaven and earth. Wan Zhongling did not explain the boundary of heaven and earth in detail. Originally, Lin Moyu thought that he needed to explore this issue by himself. Now that he heard the Ting beast say so, it was obvious that it also knew about this aspect. Lin Moyu asked, Senior Diting, can you tell me about the relationship between the original domain and the heaven and earth? The Ting beast chuckled, I'll exchange the essence of the wild beast for the answer. The price was clearly marked and he was fair to everyone. Lin Moyu immediately took out a portion of wild beast essence and gave it to it. Ting beast shook his head, your question is not enough. Lin Moyu directly took out 10 copies and said, please describe them in more detail. You have plenty of this stuff, so there's no need to save it. Ting beast said, the heaven and earth you mentioned and the realm mentioned by Wan Zhongling are not much different. But there is one thing you need to understand clearly. There are strong and weak realms in the world. The world where Wanling Pavilion is located is weaker than this world. This answer surprised Lin Moyu a little. It turned out that the answer was not strong, but weak. But think about it, it is not impossible. After all, it is a world isolated by the avenue, which has flaws in itself. The Ting beast continued, "Don't be surprised. It is precisely because of weakness that it is easy to break through the limitations of heaven and earth and surpass heaven and earth. It is precisely because of our weakness that we can transform the world. Even if we surpass the world, we can still remain in it. It is also because of their weakness that they have no way to rise and can never reach the ultimate level." The final level. Lin Moyu asked, "The final level that you mentioned, is it the level after the Holy Spirit realm?" Ting beast Dao, "It's about the same. Holy Spirit realm is just their name. If you change to another world, the name will be different. And even though they are at the same level, the world is different and the strength is also different. For example, someone like Human Emperor 013 is considered middle level in the Eternal level, but can already compete with the Hall Masters in the Wanling Pavilion. Of course, there are some aspects that are still inferior to those Palace Masters, but there are also areas where they are superior." Lin Moyu asked, "What level is the last step you mentioned last time?" Ting beast Dao, "That is naturally beyond the level of this world. I said that different worlds have different strengths at the same level. If you can really reach that state one day, you will understand that state is nothing, actual experience is the only thing that matters. Some realms and worlds may seem very high, but in fact they are pitifully weak. But there are some other realms that may not seem to be at a high level, but are terribly powerful. But you have to remember one thing, that is, the final state is the same for everyone. The Great Way converges to one, and different paths lead to the same destination. The final destination that all practitioners can reach is the same." Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Last time you said that you didn't know what the last step would be after eternity. This seems to contradict what you are saying now. According to Wan Zongling, after the last step is the Holy Spirit realm, which is not tolerated by heaven and earth." However, Tingshu clearly said that he did not know what was after eternity, and now he knows the Holy Spirit realm so clearly. The inconsistency gave Lin Moyu a headache. Ting beast shook his head, "It's not contradictory at all. Holy Spirit realm is just their name, and eternity is just a name here. After the last step." The Ting beast continued, "What realm is after the last step? The world has its own name, so I didn't lie to you at that time. But after taking this step, you will definitely be stronger than the so-called Holy Spirit realm. Those guys don't dare to leave the world, they can only transform the world so that they can continue to stay. They are like turtles hiding their heads, not daring to look outside, so they can never reach the ultimate level. But this world is different. Many eternal beings have the courage to take that last step and go beyond the world. Not everyone is willing to go beyond the heaven and earth." Lin Moyu first thought of Kunlun Emperor and asked, "What do you think of Kunlun Emperor?" He believed that the Ting beast must know what Emperor Kunlun had done. According to the Ting beast, Emperor Kunlun was also not tolerated by heaven and earth after taking half a step forward. However, he did not dare to leave this world and wanted to transform the space of Su Kunlun so that he could stay. He even did not hesitate to destroy the entire Su Kunlun spiritual realm and exterminate countless lives in the world. But the Ting beast slowly shook his head at this moment. "He is different." "What's the difference?" Lin Moyu asked. Ting beast said, "As far as I know, he only took half a step, but this half step is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the boat of salvation." The topic seemed to have come back and was related to the Dewey boat again. Now he was certain that Emperor Kunlun was in the deliverance boat. As for the voice he had heard in the deliverance boat before, it was still unclear whether it was Emperor Kunlun. The Ting beast continued, "The deliverance boat is very mysterious. I don't know anything about it. I only know that it is very ancient and has existed since the beginning of the world." The Ting beast did not board the Dewey boat, and it was unable to monitor the Dewey boat, so it knew nothing about it. It only knew that after Emperor Kunlun took half a step forward, he finally entered the deliverance boat. On the contrary, Lin Moyu had been in there and seen some of the things inside. The original question and answer session eventually turned into a one-person chat. Lin Moyu learned a lot of information from the story told by the Ting beast and also sorted out his thoughts. The most important thing is the difference between the two worlds. The world where Wanling Pavilion is located, their Holy Spirit realm, although it surpasses the eternal level of their own world. However, in terms of actual combat power, it is not necessarily stronger than the eternal existence, but it surpasses it in some abilities. At that level, realm is just a title, and the real power is strength. The Ting Beast told Lin Moyu that those who transcend the limits of heaven and earth and stand above heaven and earth have a unified name, Transcendence. This is a name recognized by many realms. It has nothing to do with realm strength, it is just an indication of position. In some weak worlds, the transcendents that appear among them may only have the strength of the Lord of heaven and earth in that area. However, all paths lead to the same destination, and all transcendents have the same destination. In the past, there were many transcendent people in the world of Wanling Pavilion, but no one dared to go to that destination. Everyone only wanted to transform the space they were in. This was a kind of self-containedness. Ultimately, Wanling Pavilion provoked someone it shouldn't have provoked, causing misfortune to fall upon the entire world. What the Ting Beast and Lin Moyu talked about were all superficial things, and it was obvious that it was unwilling to say more about deeper things. Through the superficial information, Moyu has already guessed a lot. The Ting Beast also understood that Lin Moyu could guess a lot of information, but that was Lin Moyu's own guess and had nothing to do with it. Lin Moyu is 90% sure that the Ting Beast came here from the Wanling Pavilion. It lived from one world to another. According to the legend, among the many transcendent beings in that world, perhaps only the great master Wan Miao dares to challenge the ultimate level. It's just that due to the limitations of heaven and earth, it's too easy for them to become transcended, which makes it too difficult to reach the final level, and there is almost no hope. And if the world he was in could successfully take the last step after eternity, then there would be a great chance of reaching the final level. The final level is very mysterious, and the beast doesn't know what level it is. But it is certain that such a level exists. This made Lin Moyu have to believe that the Ting Beast had seen an existence of that level with his own eyes. Lin Moyu's first reaction was the old man in green robe and the old man in white robe. These two guys might have entered the final level, otherwise they would not be able to come and go freely in the world. In addition, the green-robed old man's Taoist partner is almost the same. The Ting Beast smiled and said, "Don't make blind guesses. You are not even a transcendent now. Wait until you truly become a transcendent before you start thinking about these nonsense." Lin Moyu smiled self-deprecatingly. "It's okay to think about it. After all, I have seen a transcendent person." The Ting Beast shook his head. "That guy Wan Zongling is nothing. He said he didn't want to leave because of Wanling Pavilion, but he's just a coward." As it spoke, it raised its head and looked into the distance. "Well, your stupid friend has been rescued. I don't want his stupidity to taint my home, so hurry up and take it with you." The listening beast started to drive people away. Lin Moyu knew its character and didn't want to see Antares. "Then I will take my leave now. I will come back to chat with you when I have the chance." After finishing what needed to be talked about, Lin Moyu left after leaving some wild beast essence. In the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Realm, Lin Moyu saw the unconscious Antares. The shadow of the Golden Pan Emperor was beside him. It was obvious that Antares was tricked by it. When it saw Lin Moyu, the shadow of the Golden Ao Emperor disappeared, and it seemed that it didn't want to meet Lin Moyu. As expected of a Ting Beast, both of them have similar temperaments. Lin Moyu laughed to himself, and a spiritual flower popped out to wrap around Antares, then took him away from the hospital. The Golden Emperor appeared in front of the Ting Beast and bowed slowly to it. "Teacher, the work is done." The Ting Beast suddenly asked, "Jin Luo, the teacher didn't let you take the final step. Do you blame the teacher?" Emperor Jin Luo shook his head. "No, Jin Luo understands that this last step can be attacked by Yingjin Pavilion. Ting Beast Dao, it's not that, Ma De Zhao, can't make the attack, but the chance of success is too small, less than 1%. You are the second emperor, and your innate strength is much worse than the first. The first emperor has gone missing in order to make the final step and become a transcendent. His life or death is unknown. If you insist on attacking, I'm afraid you will end up like this. Teacher doesn't want you to do this. Emperor Jinluo said. Jinluo understands. D-Ting Beast sighed and said, it's good that you understand. Think about it yourself. If one day you really want to try it, the teacher will definitely help you with all his strength. After Lin Moyu and Jinluo left, the island returned to peace. The listening beast sighed softly, 10,000 sects are brave, and so am I. This is the ultimate level. Forget it, forget it. Let's not even think about it. It smiled bitterly and shook its head, its words full of sarcasm. After a moment, he was suddenly stunned, and scolded with a smile, you little b********************, D, you promised me the formation, but you broke my formation and didn't even compensate me. I will teach you a lesson next time I see you. Dragging Linghua, Lin Moyu went to the world occupied by the Soul Heart King. Thousands of years have passed, and the Soul Heart King is still organizing the world and is in a dormant state. The process of integrating with the world is extremely slow. Without the help of external forces, it will take at least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Moyu threw a soul nourishing wood into the world. The soul nourishing wood can help the Soul Heart King speed up the integration and help the world grow. After leaving Longhu Small Spirit Realm, Longhu King finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is finally gone. Lin Moyu put a lot of pressure on it. As long as Lin Moyu stayed here for one more day, it would be worried for one more day. Once Lin Moyu leaves, it can sleep peacefully again, which is the life it wants. Half a day later, the spiritual flowers dissipated, and Antares woke up with a dragon roar. When he opened his eyes and saw Lin Moyu, Antares was stunned. Why are you here? Lin Moyu said angrily, didn't I tell you to find a suitable world? Why did you go to the Beast Abyss? Antares said, it turns out that the place I went to is called Beast Abyss. Looking at his innocent and dazed look, don't play dumb, tell me now. Antares recalled and said, I looked for several worlds, but none of them were suitable. The Taoist masters in those worlds were quite interested in me and wanted to capture me. I had a fight with them, but there was no clear winner, and it ended in nothing. Later, I finally came across a world with dragons in 707. There was a queen in that world. The female dragon fell in love with me and wanted to have a baby with me. I couldn't beat her. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a ridiculous story he heard. The queen dragon tried to force Antares to have a baby, but Antares couldn't win and tried to escape for his life. After using a secret method to escape, he entered the Beast Abyss. Lin Moyu tried to hold back her laughter. Then you might as well just agree. She just wants you to have a baby, not your life. Besides, you are a dragon. You dragons like to sow seeds everywhere. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so many mixed-blood dragons. Antares was very dissatisfied and let out a dragon roar. I am a dragon god, my bloodline is so noble, how can I sow seeds casually? Lin Moyu laughed, looking unconvinced. I think you feel that you can't beat him, and you can't afford to lose face. Antares seemed to be hit on the point and almost got angry. Don't talk nonsense, that guy is too ugly, I don't like him. Lin Moyu stopped joking. Okay, you are a virgin. So what did you encounter after entering the Beast Abyss? Antares continued to recall, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. My memory is a little confused. That place is very strange and it affected my memory. There were many virtual beasts there, but they were very honest and did not come to cause trouble for me. I don't know where that place is. They didn't bother me, so I didn't do anything. But later, some guys rushed over. They looked a bit like virtual beasts, but I can be sure that they are not virtual beasts. They attacked me directly, saying that I had violated the rules by not queuing properly and had to accept the punishment. Of course I won't let them off. I took action right away. These guys are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I killed many of them with my dragon breath. But it seems like we can't kill all of these guys. As soon as one group dies, another group will come. Their numbers are increasing, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Later, I got tired and didn't want to fight anymore, so I started a tactical retreat. I kept fighting and retreating like this, and I don't know how many years passed. And Terry said it lightly, but Lin Moyu felt that things were not that simple. From his description, it can be seen that there is a strange existence in the Beast Abyss, similar to a manager. They manage basic order and punish those who violate it. These guys are not strong, but they are endless. Judging from Antares' personality, it is impossible that he is tired of fighting, but he should be unable to defeat them. Lin Moyu snorted, "You must be hiding something." Antares said stubbornly, "There is nothing to hide." But how could he hide it from Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu snorted, "Tell the truth, don't hide it, you should know that you can't hide it from me." Antares wanted to be tough, but after seeing Lin Moyu's expression, he stammered out the truth, "Those guys are getting stronger and stronger." Later, a few more powerful ones came, but they still couldn't beat me. But for some reason, those guys have become immune to my attacks. I can't do anything but hide and not run away. Finally, the truth was told, and the opponent adapted to Antares' attack, forcing Antares to escape. The characteristic of being immune to attacks reminded Lin Moyu of the Soul Devourer, but the creature in the Beast Abyss was definitely not a Soul Devourer, but a product of some kind of rules of heaven and earth. With the rules of heaven and earth backing you up, you can naturally be immune to attacks from the avenue. Lin Moyu said, "Then you wait until Emperor Jinluo comes to rescue you." Antares asked in confusion, "Didn't you save me?" At that time, I just felt a big hand pinching me, and then I lost consciousness. Well, Emperor Jinluo directly pulled Antares out of the Beast Abyss. You can imagine that scene. It doesn't matter how or who saved you. Lin Moyu shook his head, "It doesn't matter anymore. What we need to do now is to solve the problem of you faking your death and escaping. It's too late for you to find a suitable world. I plan to use the second plan to bring you to my world." Antares looked at Lin Moyu, "How sure is it worth?" Lin Moyu said, "More than 80%, it shouldn't be a problem." Antares shouted, "That's enough, let's do it. I'm tired of this place, it's better to change to another place." Looking at his appearance, Lin Moyu realized that this guy was hiding something from her. Lin Moyu said angrily, "Tell me the truth, what else are you hiding?" Antares seemed a little embarrassed, but under Lin Moyu's silent gaze, he finally told the real reason. "I don't know what the female dragon did to me. She said that no matter where I hide, she will find me." Antares' voice was a little softer than before, as if he lacked confidence. Lin Moyu asked, "When she said she would find you, did she mean the real world or the virtual world?" Antares said, "It seems that they can all be found, one." Lin Moyu was speechless for a while. The other party really had a crush on Antares. No wonder, given Antares' character, he agreed to go to the Great Thousand World without hesitation. After all, this guy was seeking refuge. Suddenly Antares looked into the distance. "Oh no, she's coming, help me see what she has done." Lin Moyu saw a faint light in the depths of Antares' soul. The faint light carried a strange power. Lin Moyu looked at the faint light and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It seems that you really can't escape." Antares looked sad. "Even you can't do anything?" Lin Moyu said, "I don't know what method she used to leave a mark on you. The mark is not left in the soul, but in the true spirit. I am also a little curious about how she did it." Lin Moyu had never seen anyone who could directly tamper with the true spirit. There must be something special about him. The true spirit is one of the most mysterious things in the world. Even in the various worlds, there is only the mark of the true spirit. It is indeed interesting that the other party can tamper with the true spirit's body. The space not far away suddenly cracked, and accompanied by a dragon roar, a divine dragon flew out from the crack. "Lord of the Great Tao." Lin Moyu felt the other party's aura, and he didn't expect that the person coming over was actually a master of the Great Tao. No wonder Antares couldn't beat him. She came through space through the marks she left behind, so she dared to say that no matter where Antares fled, she would be able to find him. Feeling the aura of the other party and seeing the great way that the other party was practicing, Lin Moyu was a little surprised, the master of Xianyin Great Way. There is the Yin-Yang Avenue between heaven and earth. This avenue is the basis for the formation of the original power of Yin and Yang, and it is also one of the basic avenues for the evolution of all living things between heaven and earth. There are many avenues under the Yin-Yang Avenue, including the Yang Attribute Avenue, the Yin Attribute Heavenly Avenue, and the avenue that combines Yin and Yang. This master of the Great Tao cultivated and comprehended the Xianyin Great Tao, which belongs to the Yin-Yang Great Tao. Although it is a branch avenue, it is stronger than ordinary branch avenues. Lin Moyu suddenly understood why she was attracted to Antares. Antares evolved from Yanglong Avenue and possessed extremely strong Yang energy. Although Antares later merged with the Yin Dragon, the Yang Dragon Avenue still held an absolute advantage in his body. The same is true for his outward performance. Antares has an extremely strong Yang energy. Yin and Yang complement each other, so when the female dragon saw Antares, she naturally felt like she had found a treasure. Antares shrunk his huge body and hid behind Lin Moyu, trembling. "Boy, help me." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I think she's pretty good. You two complement each other, and you can gain great benefits." Antares said, No, I have no feelings for her. Given the character of the dragon race, they would never care about these things. Moyu didn't believe a single word of it. Lin Moyu saluted the dragoness, "Human Lin Moyu, polite." The mother dragon looked at Lin Moyu, then looked at Antares, who was hiding behind Lin Moyu. Her huge body suddenly shrank and turned into a human form. She bowed slightly to Lin Moyu and said, "Long Yi greets fellow Taoist Lin." Very polite. Lin Yu had a good first impression of Long Yi. It is rare that the dragon clan is so proud and is the master of the great Tao, and is willing to transform into a human form and talk to himself. After Long Yi finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Antares behind Lin Moyu. "Why are you hiding?" "I won't eat you." Antares snorted twice and said nothing. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior Long Yi wants to take this thing back as a breeding dragon?" Long Yi immediately corrected him, "Don't say such harsh words, I just want to take him back and make him the Dragon King." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior, you know that he is also a dragon god in his own world. Now he has obtained the blood of the ancestor dragon and is the leader of the dragon clan in the world." Long Yi said, "I know that world, it's called the Origin Continent, right? The will of that world is not a good thing. It will be easier now that we know this." Lin Moyu said, "So even if you take him back by force, it will be useless. His true spirit mark is still in the Origin Continent, and his life and death are controlled by the will of the world." Long Yi said, "It's okay, as long as he is willing to become the Dragon King, I can use the power of the world to find a way to take the true spirit mark." Lin Moyu was surprised that it could be operated this way. This master of Xianyin Avenue, who belongs to the Dragon Clan, seems to know a lot about true spirits. Lin Moyu's eyes moved slightly. "As far as I know, apart from the True Fire Avenue, which can directly attack the true spirit, there is no other avenue or method that can manipulate the true spirit. Senior Xuanyu can directly plant a mark in the true spirit, which is beyond imagination, but I don't know how Senior Xuanya did it." Long Yi said, "It is not convenient to tell you this matter. Come out and follow me back obediently. The Dragon King throne is waiting for you, and I will help you gain freedom. And when you become the Dragon King, all the billions of dragons in the world will be under your control, and your status will be no weaker than mine." Listening to Long Yi's words, Antares poked his head out and responded firmly, "I won't." Long Yi said, "This kid surnamed Lin said that I was playing tricks on your true spirit, and it will be useless no matter where you escape." Antares said stubbornly, "Then I won't go either. I don't even know you. Why should I become the Dragon King right away and have a baby with you?" Lin Moyu suddenly whispered, "Antares," I said, "you are not still a virgin, right?" Antares yelled, "It's none of your business, help me deal with the mother." Lin Moyu finally understood why Antares had such a big reaction. It turned out that he was still a virgin dragon. "Haha, I can't believe you would." Lin Moyu finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Antares was ashamed and angry, and shouted fiercely, "If you say that again, I will break off my friendship with you." Lin Moyu smiled and said, Okay, no more jokes. Don't worry, no one can take you away with me here. Zero, please give me flowers. Then he said to Long Yi, Senior Long Yi, please go back. Antares is unwilling to go with you, so you can't take him with you. Long Yi frowned. Lin boy, you want to stop me? Do you know who you are talking to? Lin Moyu said, Of course I know, Master of Xianin Avenue, you are indeed higher than me in realm, but realm does not represent strength. As he spoke, Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and hundreds of millions of undead servants appeared in the void, staring at Long Wu with eager eyes. The undead servants are only at the Dao Lord level, so they are naturally no match for the Dao Lord, but their numbers are billions of times more. Even if Long Yi was asked to kill these undead servants, it would take her a long time. Long Yi snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain, No wonder you dare to speak to me like this, it turns out you have so many Dao Lord realm puppets. But do you think these puppets alone can stop me? Lin Moyu said, These are not enough. I can provide 100 or 1,000 times more. Of course, no matter how many Taoist masters there are, they can't stop you, but it will take you a long time to kill them all. If they enter your world during this period of time, I wonder how many people you can save. Long Yi narrowed his eyes suddenly, murderous intent rising, and he said coldly with a dragon's roar, Are you threatening this emperor? Lin Moyu said, It's not a threat, it's just a fact. Antares is Lin's life and death friend. If you insist on forcing me, then Lin can only sacrifice his life to fight with the senior. But the result of this battle is not what you want to see. Although Lin Moyu did not admit that he was a threat, he was actually threatening Long Yi. If you dare to take Antares away, I will dare to rush into your world and see how many people you can save. After the two sides confronted each other for a while, Long Yi finally took a step back and looked at Antares. Why are you unwilling to become the hand of this emperor? Lin Moyu also asked, Tell me, why are you unwilling? I think Senior Long Yi is very good. Antares said with a hint of emotion, When I was still a little dragon, I dreamed of having a passionate love, so that my life as a dragon would not be in vain. Before he could finish his words, Lin Moyu slapped him on the face, Speak properly. Antares said, This is the truth. We must cultivate feelings first. This is love. We can't force it. I've seen too many breakups and reunions in the world. What's the point of having a baby without feelings? It's just a transaction. Lin Moyu was stunned. He never expected that a rough man like Antares would treat feelings like this. Not only Lin Moyu was stunned, the queen named Long Yi, the master of Xianin Avenue, was also stunned. She is the dragon queen of her own world, but there are more than just dragons in this world, so she knows very well what kind of temperament the dragons have. Although they are from different worlds, the temperaments of the two races are roughly the same. The dragons in this world are equally overbearing and lustful, sowing seeds everywhere, causing countless mixed-blood dragons in the world. She has repeatedly forbidden it, but with little effect. So when she was attracted by Antares' pure yang aura and wanted him to be her husband and become the Dragon King, she never expected that Antares would refuse. Long Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if she saw a blue lotus in a world full of mud. Her voice was a little excited. Do you really think so? Antares snorted 76-3 and said, Of course, if I can't get pure love, I'd rather not marry for the rest of my life. If you want to force me to so, I'd rather die. Long Yi's voice trembled slightly. I understand. What I did before was not right. I will take my leave now. Having said that, Long Yi turned and left, disappearing into the depths of the void. Lin Moyu sighed and patted Antares' head. I never thought that you are not only a virgin dragon, but also a pure dragon. Antares snorted softly. Is she really gone? She won't come to catch me again. Lin Moyu said, Don't worry, he's gone. After getting a positive answer, Antares breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, this way she won't think of robbing me, but will really pursue me and eventually fall in love with me. Lin Moyu was just about to praise Antares, but such a sudden change caught him off guard. He stared at Antares blankly. What do you mean? Antares snorted, you are so stupid. I said that only in this way will she pursue me and fall deeply in love with me. In the end, we will become Taoist couples, and she will listen to me and follow my advice. Lin Moyu was speechless for a while, and then he said, you are actually plotting against her. If you want to be with her, just follow her to Xiang Wei. Didn't you hear it just now? She asked you to be the Dragon King. Antares said, you know nothing. If I am forcibly taken back, even if I become the Dragon King, it will only be an empty title. I am only the Tao Lord, and he is the Lord of the Great Tao, and he has me suppressed to death. Besides, how can you cherish something you have robbed? When it is no longer useful, you will just kick it away. It's different now. She will definitely think that I'm different from other dragons. A pure-hearted dragon like me is definitely a rare commodity. Didn't you notice the look in her eyes? The change just now shows that she won't give up on me. Instead, she will pursue me in a way that allows me to take the initiative. Listening to Antares' analysis, Lin Moyu found that he had really underestimated him. I always thought he was not very smart, but now it seems that I am the stupid one. He played the game of playing hard to get very well. Antares said with a bit of pride, now you understand, I'm not stupid, I just don't like to use my brain. If you use your brain a little, there are few people in the world who can compare with me. This guy is really arrogant. Lin Moyu doesn't bother to pay attention to him. Let's go. It's time to get back to work. The world's will is reviving. We don't have much time. Antares was startled. Go abroad quickly. The two returned as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu explained the detailed process to Antares and gave him the heaven-covering stone and the immortal jade. Antares screamed and split his soul into two. 1/3 of his soul was used to refine the heaven-covering stone, and the other 2/3 were used to refine the immortal jade. The pain in his soul continued to come, and Antares kept shouting in disarray along the way. Lin Moyu didn't expect Antares to start refining on the way. It can be seen that he was very anxious. However, ever since the Long E incident, the credibility of Antares has been discounted. It feels like even the screams are half true and half false. When they returned to the world where the Lord of Sealing Realm was, there were already 2 Antares. Lin Moyu said, don't waste time, start now. Antares hummed, and blew himself up. The soul that refined the heaven-covering stone exploded on the spot, and the remaining 2/3 of the soul also perished. The world of Origin Continent was wailing and heavy rain was pouring. This time, the interval was not a year, but less than a month, and another Taoist master died. But the people on Tianwai Avenue and the Origin Continent seemed to have gotten used to it. Just die, you can live again after death anyway. A Taoist master sensed it and finally confirmed that the new dragon god of the Dragon Clan had fallen. I thought there would be some movement from the Dragon Clan, but in the end there was nothing. The Dragon Clan seemed to have gotten used to it and felt that the Taoist master's death was all an illusion and that they would be able to come back to life in the end, and the same was true for their own dragon god. Under the effect of the immortal jade, Antares' soul is being reborn, but the speed of rebirth is not fast and it will take at least a year and a half. Lin Moyu suddenly looked forward, and the space not far away was broken, and Long E came out from the broken space. What happened? Long E asked anxiously. Her eyes fell on Antares, with some sexual doubt on her face. Lin Moyu said, we are trying to find a way to fake our death and come back to life. Long E seemed to understand. You want to leave that world? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Long E carefully sensed it for a while, frowned, it's not right, can you tell me how to get out? I don't think it's right. Lin Moyu didn't completely believe Long E, tell me what's wrong first. Long E said, he is different from others. He can't get away from it. The he that Long E mentioned is naturally Antares. Is Antares different from others? Lin Moyu was slightly stunned, and suddenly realized something. Antares was indeed different from others. Antares is a dragon born from the origin of yin and yang, and now Antares is the master of Yang Dragon Avenue. Jiuping represents the yang origin and the yin and yang origin in the origin continent. The mark of other people's true spirits only floats on the surface of the world and can be wiped off at any time. However, the mark of Antares' true spirit seemed to be branded on the world, and it was extremely difficult to erase it. And in 3.5, Long Yi had tampered with Antares' true spirit, and she seemed to have a special sense for true spirits. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu chose to believe Long Yi and told him his method. There is no conflict of interest between the two parties, so there is no harm in telling her. Long Yi said, although I don't know what the heaven-covering stone and immortal jade you mentioned are, this method of faking death is effective for ordinary creatures, but it is useless for creatures born from the origin of yin and yang in the world. His true spirit is more than just a mark. At least part of his true spirit is in that world. Lin Moyu frowned. What should I do then? Long Yi thought about it and seemed to have made a decision. I have a set of secret techniques here that I discovered by chance, and they have miraculous effects on true spirits. You and he are from the same world. You can use this secret method to protect his true soul and help him escape. Long Yi handed a dragon scale containing a secret method to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not take it immediately, but asked, why? The last time Long Yi came, she kept her mouth shut about the true spirit and was unwilling to reveal a single thing. But why are you suddenly willing to talk about it this time? Is it because women are fickle, or is it because of Antares? Could it be that she is really in love? She might be a little emotional, but not enough to make her make such a decision. This secret method is so precious, how could it be given away easily? Long Yi said, I have my own ideas, but please believe me, I really want to help him. She no longer called herself the queen, clearly showing that she had lowered her status. Lin Moyu could tell that she really wanted to help Antares. When Lin Moyu took the dragon scale and was about to check the secret method inside, Long Yi suddenly said, Fellow Taoist Lin, please promise me first that you will not reveal this secret method to others. Lin Moyu nodded. Don't worry, no one else will know. Long Yi hummed, I believe in fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu didn't know why she believed her promise, but now was not the time to pursue the matter. He quickly checked the dragon scales and absorbed all the secret techniques recorded in them. This secret method is called True Spirit Life Technique and is a secret method created specifically for true spirits. But the secret method is not complete, only a part of it. Its function is also very simple. First, it can mark the other party's true spirit. In that way, no matter where the other party goes, as long as he has not left this world, you can track him. Combined with the tracking technique in the secret method, it can directly break through the space and arrive in a very short time. The key is that you don't need to understand the avenue of space, you can use it in the entire realm. This brings great convenience, and also explains why Long Yi can come in such a short time before and now. Another ability of the secret technique is to erase the mark of one's true spirit from a certain world. However, this erasure has a price, and the price is giving up part of the cultivation gained in this world, and the realm will drop a lot. The Tao Lord realm is about to drop to the Tao realm, and it is not even a 9th-class soul, it may drop directly to a 3rd-class soul or even a 2nd-class soul. The fall of an entire realm is a huge price to pay. At the same time, the foundation will be damaged and it will be difficult to recover. This method is too costly and is not very desirable. The True Spirit Fate technique also records a method that can transfer the true spirit mark from one world to another. Because it is not erased but only transferred, the cost is not high. The problem is that it takes the power of an entire world to accomplish this, which is equivalent to a head-on confrontation between two worlds. If the world where the true spirit mark originally existed was too strong, the transfer might fail. Long Yi had said before that she could use the power of the world to help Antares transfer the mark of the true spirit to her world. This was the method used. Her world is very strong, no weaker than the origin continent, so she has this confidence. From this, it seems that she is indeed willing to do something for Antares, even at a high price. But Lin Moyu was also very curious. Why was she willing to do this? Was it just because she was attracted by Antares' body? It seems unlikely. A master of the great Tao would not do such an irrational thing. She must have other intentions. But this is Antares' business. Lin Moyu is too lazy to care about it. He now wants to help Antares transfer the true spirit mark. Another world Lin Moyu has already thought of is naturally his own world. Although the universe has just taken shape, from the perspective of the world, it is too young. But the nature of the universe is different. It is not a world in the origin continent, but an existence of the same level as this world. There are countless middle and small thousand worlds in the great thousand world, and the origin continent is just one of the worlds in this world. Lin Moyu felt that he should be able to do it with the power of the universe. Moreover, the world will of the origin continent had not yet fully recovered, so his own resistance would be much smaller. The only problem is that the universe does not belong to this world. The transfer of the true spirit mark to the universe is equivalent to changing a whole world. The origin continent cannot control these things, but the rules of heaven and earth may not allow it. But it doesn't matter. Even if the rules of heaven and earth don't allow it, at least we can move it out first. It is not impossible to decide where to put this true spirit mark afterwards, or to let Antares die again so that the true spirit mark can completely return to heaven and earth. As long as you can figure it out, there will be many drunken calendars later. Lin Moyu did not hesitate and repeatedly simulated the secret method in his soul. Fortunately, this secret method was very simple, much simpler than the Wanling secret method. That is why Long Yi gave the secret method to Lin Moyu. If it's too complicated, it's too late to give it now. It only took Lin Moyu half a day to master the method of transferring his true spirit. As the thought moved, a strange breath rose in the soul. His soul constantly made strange sounds, like thunder, rain, waves, and the calls of fish, birds, and beasts. All the myriad sounds in the world seemed to be contained in it, and the sounds turned into special frequencies, resonating with the origin continent. The movement of Lin Moyu's soul was not that big, but in the origin continent, 1/3 of Lin Moyu's soul in the body that remained inside was also using the method of true soul transfer. As soon as the secret method was released, the whole world shook and roared. The secret method goes directly to the core of the world and searches for the true spirit of Antares. The world's reaction was huge. Lin Moyu frowned. This set of secret techniques actually stimulated the world's will and accelerated its recovery. The aura of the world's will is rising rapidly. Judging from this, it will take only a few days for a part of it to recover. If it revives prematurely, the strength of the world's will inevitably be damaged. But if he wants to kill Antares, he doesn't need to use much effort. He only needs a thought to wipe out Antares' true spirit. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. He knew that time was running out. 6:10 His mind used the secret method to enter a strange space, with countless light spots in the space, like a sky full of stars, countless. These starry spots are the marks of the true spirits. The marks of the true spirits of all living beings in the origin continent are among them. Each true spirit mark is protected by the power of the world. You can only look at them but not touch them. In the infinite true spirit seal, Lin Moyu quickly locked onto Antares. Antares' true spirit mark is different from that of others. Other people's true spirit marks are either floating here or written somewhere like ordinary words. The mark of Antares' true spirit is deeply engraved in it, becoming one with this space. The powerful force of the world enveloped him, making it difficult for him to separate from this space. Even if he dies, the mark of his true spirit will not necessarily disappear. The world may give birth to him again, and another Antares may appear in a few years. Unless the world's will destroys this era, it will be difficult for Antares to die. Zhu Long probably didn't know about this back then. If he knew, he should have simply died, and then the world would have helped him reincarnate. If I had better luck, I might have been able to reincarnate with my past life memories. What a pity. Zhu Long didn't know that he was so deeply connected to the world, which is why he made the wrong choice. After finding the true spirit, Lin Moyu accelerated the use of the secret method, and the power of the universe surged out from the body, and together with the secret method, it poured into the world core of the origin continent and turned into the mark of the true spirit of Antares in the hands of the 10 songs. The world power that protects the mark of Antares' true spirit, the world power belonging to the origin continent, collides with Lin Moyu's world power. The forces of the two worlds collided, causing a powerful noise. The howling wind blew the mark of the true spirit to every corner, leaving a large area empty. Bold! Lin Moyu seemed to hear a roar, the angry sound from the world, which made Lin Moyu's soul buzz. Lin Moyu could feel that the whole world was angry, and the recovery of the worlds will become faster as a result. Only the creatures of this world can come here. The creatures of this world actually use the power of other worlds to seize the mark of the true spirit. This is a traitor in the family. How can the world not be angry? The method of using the sky-covering stone can be said to be that of a thief, but now it is that of a robber. Lin Moyu ignored it, endured the discomfort in his soul, and used more power from the universe to forcibly suppress the power of the origin continent. This true spiritual life technique was originally supposed to be performed by Antares himself, and he was supposed to rely on the power of Long Yi's world. Naturally, all the backlash was shared by Antares and Long Yi, along with Long Yi's world. This is also the price that Long Yi said he would have to pay. Now that Antares cannot move, he is the only one who can use it. All the backlash will be borne by him and the world together. The universe is roaring nonstop, and the power of the origin continent is pouring in and pressing towards the universe. As a mature world, the world power of the origin continent is very strong, stronger than the universe. Fortunately, the nature of the Great Thousand Worlds is higher than that of the origin continent, so no matter how powerful the origin continent is, it can do nothing to the Great Thousand Worlds. This is like a ton of cotton, which can never crush steel, even if the steel weighs only 1 kilogram. The world power of the origin continent is like cotton. Although it is heavy, it cannot crush the world. On the contrary, under the pressure of the origin continent, the speed at which the universe absorbed and refined the world crystals and the essence of wild beasts increased a lot, and the speed of the evolution of the great Tao also increased a lot. Does this mean that there is motivation only when there is pressure? Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could the world be like this? This time, I helped Antares transfer his true spirit and gained a lot of benefits. The giant hand transformed from the universe, broke through layers of obstacles, and finally grasped the mark of Antares' true spirit. Lin Moyu continued to activate the true spirit life technique and pulled out Antares' true spirit mark. Origin Continent was even more angry, but he had no way to stop Lin Moyu and could only let Antares' true spirit mark leave. Under the protection of the power of the universe, even if the world will of the origin continent has revived, it cannot easily wipe out Antares. Hey, this is my true spirit mark. During this process, Lin Yu saw the mark of his true spirit. He tried to use the power of the universe to take his own spirit mark, but an invisible force burst out from the spirit mark, and a force belonging to himself came out from the spirit mark. Force yourself to fly away. It is recorded in the True Spirit Fate technique that this secret method cannot move one's own true spirit mark. Lin Moyu just wanted to give it a try, but ended in failure. Lin Moyu said with some helplessness, "It's hard for a doctor to heal himself." In the anger of the origin continent, Lin Moyu successfully extracted the true spirit mark of Antares from the origin continent. Then Lin Moyu wanted to install his true spirit mark into the universe, but an invisible force stopped him. Lin Moyu knew that the heaven and earth would not allow it. Antares ultimately belongs to this world, but the greater world does not belong to this world, so his true spirit mark naturally cannot enter the greater world. Unless one can obtain the true body of the true spirit seal and send the true body into the world. Put it away first. Lin Moyu didn't care about anything else and put his true spirit mark into the storage space first. There was no failure this time. The storage space is still so magical and can hold anything. In the virtual world, Lin Moyu's soul slowly opened his eyes. It succeeded, but there was a problem. Long Yi immediately asked, "What's the problem?" She seemed to care about Antares so much that she didn't even ask how Lin Moyu succeeded and his world history came from a Chu. Lin Moyu said, "His true spirit mark cannot be placed in the world I prepared." Long Yi replied without hesitation, "There are two ways. One is to put the true spirit mark into my world. You can rest assured that I will not do anything to him. The second is to let him refine this true spirit mark by himself. Although it is called refinement, it is actually returning it to the heaven and earth. But from then on, he will become a dragon without support, unless he can find 10 suitable worlds. But our dragon race is small in number, and there is a distinction between yin and yang. It is not easy for him to find a suitable world with his strength." What Long Yi said was the truth. Antares couldn't hear it anyway, so there was no need to worry too much. Lin Moyu said, "As for what to do, let's wait until he is resurrected and let him decide for himself." Lin Moyu did not help Antares make a decision. Given his personality, he would rather be a dragon without support than have his true spirit mark controlled by others. Maybe it doesn't matter now, but it's hard to say in the future. But Antares is different from himself, and their fundamental goals are different, so Lin Moyu will respect his choice. Antares is currently reuniting his soul in the Jade of Immortality, and it will take him quite some time to recover. Lin Moyu said, "Please, Senior Long Yi, please look after them for me. I need to go take care of something." Long Yi nodded, "Don't worry, no one can touch them when I'm here." Lin Moyu believed in Long Yi, and left Antares and the Lord of the Sealed Realm to her care, while he headed towards the Origin Continent. In the Origin Continent, after Lin Moyu's body regained the mark of the true spirit, he stepped out to where Antares' body was, and with a wave of his hand, he collected Antares' body. Then he came to the place where the physical body of the Taoist Master of Sealing the World was and took away the physical body of the Taoist Master of Sealing the World. The world's will is about to revive. He will know what happened the moment he wakes up, and he will definitely find it strange. He will certainly realize that the marks of the true spirits of these Taoist masters are no longer there, so he will look for their physical bodies. After discovering that the physical body was also gone, I understood what was going on. I have no intention of hiding what I have done from anyone, and I cannot hide it from the will of the world either. The will of the world will definitely hold me accountable. If I were not there, they would look for my relatives and friends, and even target Yu Daoqing. Sacrificing all living things is the specialty of the world's will. Perhaps he will ruthlessly destroy this era and wipe out all true spirits. Repeated stimulation has caused the world's will to revive ahead of schedule, and one's own time has been continuously compressed. There are still 3 to 5 days left, which is not enough time to do anything. Since we've already done it, let's make it big. An extreme idea popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. He used the secret method again to enter the space where the true spirit mark was located. The world's will was stimulated, the recovery time was greatly advanced, and the plan changed again. Originally, he wanted to follow the steps, and after everyone left, he would also leave the Origin Continent. Now it seems that it is too late for me to get away. Even if he could leave safely, the world's will after resurrection would surely be furious and would sacrifice all the living beings in the world. This is not what Lin Moyu wants to see. So Lin Moyu made a bold decision. He rushed into the space where the true spirit mark was located again. The power of the universe rolled out and evolved into countless giant hands, which were ready to mark all the true spirits. He planned to pack up all the true spirit marks and take them away, so that even if the world will wanted to sacrifice them, it would be impossible. In the past, there was no real spiritual life technique, so one could only settle for the next best thing. Now that we have the true spirit life technique, it is not impossible to do this. However, these true spirit marks must eventually return to the original continent. Otherwise, for these creatures, at best their foundations will be severely damaged, their cultivation will plummet, and they will lose their future. At worst, they will die directly. Lin Moyu was very clear about the consequences. He was only keeping it temporarily. After solving the world will, he would return the true spirit mark. The world's anger is growing stronger and stronger. Before, taking away one true spirit mark was enough, but now they actually want to take away all of billions of true spirit marks. This is simply digging up the roots of the origin continent. This is intolerable. The will of World 497, which had not yet recovered, fought back almost instinctively. Waves of terrifying power rushed over and hit Lin Moyu, killing him, the instigator. The power of the world is enormous, but Lin Moyu has the entire universe and trillions of undead servants to back him up, sharing the attack with him, allowing Lin Moyu to ignore the attack from the origin continent. In terms of strength alone, Lin Moyu could have dealt with the world's will long ago. No matter how strong the world will is, it is nothing more than the master of the great Tao, and is even a little worse than a true being of the great Tao. It is not difficult to deal with the Lord of the great Tao by oneself, and the same is true for dealing with the will of the world. What Lin Moyu really fears is the true spirit seal. The true spirit seal is in the hands of the world's will, which can determine his own life and death, as well as the life and death of billions of lives in the origin continent. Lin Moyu didn't care and took away a large number of true spirit marks. The origin continent was even more stimulated, the world's anger turned into flames, and the whole world was roaring. Among the avenues outside the sky, countless avenues emerged, and each avenue became fierce and violent, and could not accommodate any practitioners at all. All the buildings on the avenue collapsed due to the danger. Practitioners flew away from the avenue and appeared in the sky. What happened? Ayab, what happened to the avenue? How can it appear at the same time? The avenues have changed, become very unstable, and I feel like they will explode at any moment. How could this happen? I can feel all the avenues gushing with anger. The world is angry. Look at the origin continent. Countless voices resounded, and everyone on the Tianwai Avenue looked towards the origin continent in unison. The origin continent was shaking continuously at this time, and the 5 continents were experiencing the same earthquake. Volcanoes erupted on the earth and huge waves surged in the sea. Countless red fire clouds appeared in the sky of the origin continent, as if fire rain would fall at any time. There was also flashing purple and black lightning in the fire cloud, as if a world-destroying divine punishment was about to be brought down. The practitioners on the origin continent looked up at the sky. They all felt a heavy pressure, as if all their strength was contained within their bodies and they could not move. Ordinary people knelt on the ground in fear and kept bowing to the sky. Whether it is the great Tao outside the heaven or the origin continent, the entire world is in danger of destruction. It's over, the world is going to end. Lin Moyu, it's him, it must be him. He must have known the world would turn out like this, so he chose to let his own people go first. If things go wrong, the world will become like this. It's his fault. Lin Moyu felt that the revival of the world's will was still accelerating. The power of the world surged, competing with himself for control of the true spirit. Lin Moyu saw everything that happened in the outside world. Although the world's will has not yet fully recovered, it has made its choice. It felt threatened, and just like in the previous 2 eras, it chose to destroy the entire world. It is unwilling to take risks and will choose to start over as long as there is danger. Time has no meaning to it. It can wait, and it won't be a problem for it to wait for hundreds of millions of years. If you want to destroy the world, make love. Lin Moyu had long thought that the world's will would jump over the wall when it was desperate. There are many ways to jump over the wall, destroying the world and sacrificing lives are all included. That's why we had to make so many arrangements beforehand just to guard against him. Formation activated. With a thought, the formation that had been set up suddenly started to work. Countless pillars of light rose from the origin continent. Under each pillar of light was an origin spiritual vein, and the light carried infinite origin spiritual energy. The light pillars collided in the air, and then exploded with a loud bang. The original spiritual energy intertwined into a giant net, covering the original continent. The original spiritual energy in the formation surged and its power shocked everyone. No one knows how many origin spiritual veins there are under the ground of the origin continent and under the sea, except Lin Moyu and the will of the world. At this moment, they all exploded. Their power was so strong that even the Taoist master was far inferior to them. Someone was shocked and said, "This is the formation that Lin Moyu set up." He actually drew the power of all the original spiritual veins. My goodness, how powerful is this formation? The formation is indeed very powerful, but the power of so many origin spirit veins has different properties. How can he control it? Isn't he afraid of it getting messed up? Don't forget what Lin Moyu threw down at the end. The last thing thrown away was the Shinjo Ding, the Shinjo Ding that suppressed the original spiritual veins of the world. As they were talking, the Shinjo Ding emerged from the ground. It came out like a ruler, commanding all the original spiritual veins. The formation was completely formed, and the power of the original spiritual vein turned into a giant net, protecting the 5 continents and the boundary sea. The origin continent, which had been shaking continuously, also became quiet. But this was just the beginning. The formation continued to activate and actually connected to the avenue outside the sky. In the Great Tao outside the sky, the power of the infinite Great Tao was drawn down and also entered the formation. Several treasure bottles flew out from the Shinjo cauldron. When the treasure bottles opened, the original energy of the Great Tao flew out. The original energy of the Great Tao was like a fuse, integrating all the power of the Great Tao outside the sky without causing any conflict. The formation became stronger again, guarding the origin continent tightly. The Heavenly Avenue, which had been drawn to the power, also became much quieter at this moment. Lin Moyu felt the formation he had set up and snorted, "You are desperate, and now I will tear down the wall and turn it into a mountain. Let's see how you jump." The will of the world wants to bury the world, but Lin Moyu won't let him. He gathered all the power in the world to form a defense and prevent the world's will from being mobilized. If you want to bury the world, you must first seize control of the power from Lin Moyu, otherwise it will be just empty talk. After stopping the world's will from burying the world, Lin Moyu continued to grab the true spirit marks, and more true spirit marks were forcibly taken away by him. "You're looking for death." The roar resounded through heaven and earth, and the will of the world finally awakened. Everyone saw a terrifying giant, standing tall and upright, emerging from the void. Billions of true souls were taken away, the burial of the world failed, and the wrath of the worlds will shook the universe. "You're looking for death." The 3 angry characters transformed into infinite power and slammed into the formation of the origin continent. This was a world that he could control at will, a world that should have belonged to him, but now it had become someone else's and a stumbling block that blocked his progress. With a roar, the formation was safe and sound. The formation gathers all the original spiritual veins of the origin continent and connects to tens of millions of avenues in the world. The Shinjo Ding controls the original energy of the avenue as the eye of the formation. The formation possesses unimaginable power and easily blocks the bombardment of the world's will. The power of the world's will comes from the entire world, and so does the formation. It is equivalent to the world's will using its own power to attack itself, which is naturally fruitless. The formation is intact, but those strong men from the outer world are not so lucky. The aftermath alone made them vomit blood and suffer serious injuries. Some of those with weaker cultivation bases even died on the spot. Even the Taoist master felt uncomfortable at this moment. Whether it was the world will or Lin Moyu's formation, its power had far surpassed that of the Taoist master. "Quickly retreat, this scene is unbearable to watch." A Taoist master roared, and they took their own people and retreated in a hurry. The faces of these Taoist masters were filled with fear. Only when they reached their level did they know how terrifying the attack just now was. They naturally knew the identity of the existence that emerged between heaven and earth. It was the will of the world and the true master of this world. All the Taoist masters in the world are ants in front of him. Only then did they realize how powerful Lin Moyu was that he dared to go against such an existence. Someone suddenly understood. No wonder those Taoist masters faked their deaths and came back to life. It turned out that it was to get rid of the control of the world's will. Although these people have no idea how Lin Moyu did it, it does not prevent them from figuring out what Lin Moyu's purpose is. The first attack was ineffective, and the world's will took action again. This time he didn't just open his mouth, he raised his hands high, clenched them into huge fists, and smashed them down with a bang. Lin Moyu ignored him and continued to capture the true spirit. Now 1/3 of the true spirit has been taken away by him. As the true spirit becomes less, the difficulty of obtaining the true spirit is increasing rapidly. The world power protecting the true spirits did not decrease. Instead, the world power that each of the remaining true spirits could obtain increased, and their resistance became stronger. Tai. Seeing that the worlds will had truly taken action, those Dao lords changed color and continued to retreat. It is not enough to retreat tens of millions of miles, it must be at least hundreds of millions of miles. Although you will still be impacted, at least you can save your life. The Taoist masters exerted all their strength to defend themselves and attack their subordinates. They don't know if this will work, but they at least want to try. Boom! The huge fist smashed into the formation, and the formation suddenly shook and twisted, as if it could not hold up. At this time, a large number of figures flew out of Yudao City. Hao Daozuan, Jian Daozuan, and others showed up one after another, as did Xiaomei, Xiaowu, and others. They arrived above Yudao City, a formation appeared, and they quickly returned to their positions. The formation was activated and merged with the formation on the origin continent. With an operator, the formation's power suddenly became stronger and stabilized in an instant. At this time, a giant evolved on the formation. The Shinjo Ding automatically flew up to the giant's hand and quickly grew larger. The giant held the Shinjo Ding and kicked it hard, smashing it towards the world's will. This was Lin Moyu's second move. This formation was not only defensive, but could also evolve giants for attack. He told the method of operating the formation to Hao Daozuan, Xiaomei, and others, and they operated it together. At the same time, Xiao Jin and Xiao Pang rose from Yudao City and also rushed towards the world will. Their strength is relatively weak, but they are not without the ability to fight. The world will roared continuously, as if it was angry that the little ant dared to challenge its authority. Obviously, life and death are all under his control, but now he has put himself in such a passive position. The formation came into direct conflict with the giant evolved from the world's will. The world's will was powerful and gradually gained the upper hand after getting used to it. After fighting for a while, the aura of the world's will suddenly dropped sharply, and the advantage turned into a disadvantage. In the virtual world, billions of undead servants are heading towards the origin continent. The undead servants tied up part of the power of the world will, forcing the world will to fight in both the real and virtual worlds at the same time, thereby weakening its power. "Friend Lin, I'm here." A crisp voice sounded, and the Lord of Karma, and Yuyin, arrived. Originally, Lin Moyu did not plan to call for outside help, as he was already capable enough to handle the problem himself. But now the plan has changed and the world's will has revived ahead of schedule, so Moyu still decides to let Yayan come to help. Lin Moyu got straight to the point, "Please help me, senior, and plant a cause and effect." And Yuyin whispered, "What kind of fruit do you want me to grow?" Lin Moyu pointed to the will of the world, "Let him destroy my true spirit and leave other true spirits alone." The result is a life and death struggle. 0, please give me flowers. And Yuyin frowned, "This is against the rules." "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you know the price you have to pay?" Lin Moyu said, "Please name your price, senior." And Yuyin shook her head, "It's hard to make an offer at this price." "Why don't you tell me what you can offer, Brother Lin?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment and took out a treasure bottle. "How about this?" The treasure bottle refined by the Great Tao Wild Beast King contains 10,000 drops of the Great Tao's original energy. In order to be absolutely sure, Lin Moyu was willing to pay a huge price, and he didn't even use ordinary wild beast essence. And Yuyin's eyes lit up. "This is the essence of the Wild Beast King. You actually refined it into a bottle. What's in it?" Lin Moyu said, "Senior, you will know it at a glance." And Yuyin took the bottle and opened it. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "The essence of ancestral water." But the next second she immediately denied it. "No, it's not the essence of ancestral water. What is this?" Lin Moyu said, "This is what I have refined from thousands of great ways. I will name it the origin of the great way. The origin of the great Tao." And Yu Yan repeated it over and over again, and made a decision the next moment. Okay, I agree to Brother Lin's request, and I will bear all the consequences. Please ask Brother Lin to explain the cause and effect in detail again, so as to avoid making mistakes. There is only one chance to create a cause and effect, and you can't make any mistakes. Lin Moyu immediately explained his request in detail. During this period, and Yu Yan also raised several questions and confirmed them many times. Lin Moyu discovered that after Yu Yan saw the origin of the great Tao, thru became more polite. Before, because of her identity as the reincarnation of the Lord of the Great Tao, she was very polite to me and treated me as an equal. And now, Lin Moyu vaguely felt that there was a little more respect in her tone. As for where this respect comes from, it is not difficult to guess. And Yu Yan may feel that she can surpass it in the future. At her level, she would naturally understand how precious the original energy of the Great Tao was, and how difficult it was to obtain. When the Deting beast saw the original energy of the Great Tao, it was very shocked and said, "I didn't expect you could even make this thing." But none of this matters. What matters is your own plan, which must be carried out without fail. And Yu Yan and Lin Moyu determined what fruit to plant and summoned the avenue of cause and effect. With a thought, the avenue of cause and effect emitted an invisible force that fell on the will of the world. Growing fruit. Along with a light shout, Kuan Yuan Continent's world will eyes widened. And Lin Moyu's soul also shattered in the next breath. The Lord of the cause and effect personally sows the fruit and pushes the power of cause and effect to the extreme. Lin Moyu didn't want to ask Yu Yan to come over, but he found that there was something abnormal about his true spirit mark. The worlds will seem to be suspicious of him and took special care of his true spirit mark. He was worried that if it was just a normal fake death, he might end up like Antares, unable to leave the origin continent. And he had no way to take away his true spirit mark, so he thought of a way in an instant. That is, the world will personally kill him, and make the world will think that he is dead. Only in this way will he completely give up the mark of the true spirit and allow himself to escape smoothly. In this case, he would have to find a way to influence the world's will, but the world's will is not so easy to influence. He was not sure, so he thought of Yu Yan. With Yu Yan's identity and strength, she used the power of cause and effect to influence the world's will. The world's will was difficult to resist, and even E97 would not know about it. After Yu Yan finished planting the fruit, the world's will went crazy. It had originally regarded Lin Moyu as its blood enemy, and now it wished to grind Lin Moyu into ashes. Kill you, kill you. The world will roared like mad. The undead minions continued to fight him, further increasing his rage. And Yu Yan whispered, he has long since planted a deep hatred for fellow Taoist Lin. I wonder why fellow Taoist Lin wants to plant the seeds again. Lin Moyu said, it's just to be on the safe side. It's safer to be thorough. This guy has destroyed 2 eras, so he is very cautious. Although I have made all the arrangements this time, it is difficult for him to destroy the era like before, but it is hard to say whether he will have any backup plans. And Yu Yan said, fellow Taoist Lin's caution is truly unprecedented. Lin Moyu said, we have been planning for so long, and now it has come to the end. We don't want any more accidents to happen. And Yu Yan said, it is bad luck for him to face a person like Lin Daoyu. It was indeed unlucky for Origin Continent to find the world will. While he was sleeping, he was framed step by Lin Moyu and fell into a passive position. Now I have fallen into the trap and cannot escape. It is not difficult for Lin Moyu to kill him, but before killing him, he must let him kill himself once, and it must be natural so as not to arouse any suspicion. And Yu Yan has planted fruits and has reduced this possibility to a minimum. And Yu Yan said, it will take time for the immortal gem that fellow Taoist Lin has merged with to recover. During this time, do you want Ben Gang to protect fellow Taoist Lin? Lin Moyu smiled but didn't say anything. And Yu Yan knew that Lin Moyu had already made arrangements and did not ask any more questions. She watched with great interest, as if she were watching a big play. The drama was being performed simultaneously in both the real and virtual worlds, and Yu Yan was watching both worlds at the same time, not missing a single thing. Not only her, but also the listening beast in the distance was listening attentively at this moment. What he heard was what he saw, and he was also watching this battle. At this time in the real world, Lin Moyu left the space where the true spirit mark was located. Most of the true spirit mark had been taken away by him, and the remaining true spirit was wrapped in the power of the world. It became more difficult to take it away by force, and it would waste a lot of time. Lin Moyu decisively chose to give up. He charged into the great avenue beyond heaven and fought against the will of the world. After Yin Yuyin sowed the seeds of trouble, the world's will was overwhelmed with anger, and all its power erupted recklessly. He unexpectedly reversed the situation. Under the suppression of the three giants of Lin Moyu's formation, the will of the world had originally been at a disadvantage, but now he had taken it back. Lin Moyu's joining did not seem to cause any waves. His own Tao Lord level combat powers seemed dispensable in a battle of this level. But Lin Moyu's appearance still attracted a lot of attention. It's Lin Moyu, he finally showed up. Why did he take action himself? With his strength, he shouldn't have intervened. I guess he might be anxious. After all, he is facing the will of the world, and he only used some means to gather these forces. These forces should belong to the will of the world. The formation will eventually come to an end. If you can't crush them, you will eventually lose. Countless people discussed it, thinking that Lin Moyu was getting anxious and unable to win for a long time, so he joined the battlefield himself. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Lin Moyu was very skilled and his own strength was considered good among the Tao Masters, he was clearly far behind the will of the world. If it weren't for these three giants supporting him, Lin Moyu would have been defeated by the will of the world long ago. As if their guess was confirmed, the power of the three giants began to weaken, and the anxiety in Lin Moyu's eyes became more intense. Immediately, a Taoist master whispered, "Sure enough, the power of the formation is almost exhausted, so he is anxious to take action himself. It's over. If this continues, Moyu will die. It's better for him to die. He has been tyrannical for so many years, and he should pay the price. There can't be two tigers in one mountain. The origin continent already has the world will, so there's no need for another one of him. I think Lin Moyu didn't deserve to die. What he did was fair. It's a pity that such a person died like this. Everyone has their own opinion. Some people don't like Lin Moyu, while others think that Lin Moyu should live a good life. People are different, and to Lin Moyu this is normal. He continued to act normally. He became more and more anxious, and his attacks became more and more severe, but it had little effect on the world's will. At most, it could only intensify the world's will. In comparison, the aura of the three giants evolved from the formation is gradually weakening, and it seems that their strength is really about to be exhausted. The world's will is becoming more murderous and crazy, and he wants to add insult to injury. The same is true in the virtual world. A large number of undead servants died, and the will of the world prevailed. Lin Moyu in the virtual world also had a frown on his face, and looked unhappy. And Yuyin watched this scene and smiled inwardly. What a good actor. Of course, she knew that Lin Moyu's appearance was all fake, in order to deceive the will of the world and make the will of the world think that Lin Moyu had run out of tricks and reached the end of the road. She felt that what Lin Moyu did was right, and that this was indeed foolproof. But when she thought about the results she had sown, she felt that Lin Moyu was being overly cautious. The seeds have been sown. Even if Lin Moyu didn't act out this scene, the will of the world would kill him without hesitation. Your own cause and effect path is no joke. Once you sow the seeds, it is bound to happen. But she was paid to do the job, and the rest was just watching the show. No matter who wins or loses in this play, she is the winner. In both the virtual and real worlds, Lin Moyu is at a disadvantage, and the world's will is in the Vietnam War Zone 3.2. Especially in the real world, Lin Moyu personally participated in the battle, and the crisis was even more severe at this moment. There were several times when Lin Moyu would have been seriously injured or even killed if he had not dodged quickly. Anyone could see the anxiety and anger in Lin Moyu's eyes. The situation in the virtual world was much better. Those who died were all undead servants. Lin Moyu did not personally participate in the battle, but his expression was not much different from that in the real world. Suddenly, Lin Moyu said to himself, "Sure enough, those two guys are here after all." And Yu Yin was stunned. How come she didn't know who was coming? The next second, she also felt someone approaching. In the real world, Lin Moyu has been completely defeated and could die at any time. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Stop!" A ray of light lit up from afar, and the god of light rushed into the world and appeared in the void. In the real world, the god of light suddenly arrived with light. He exuded the aura of the Lord of the Great Tao, and his mighty power swept across the origin continent. He was only stronger than the will of the world. But the world will didn't care at all and slapped Lin Moyu, wanting to kill him. I said stop. The god of light swung out thousands of rays of light, and Lin Moyu blocked the attack. The world will suddenly looked at the god of light. How dare you stop me? His reason is now blinded by anger. Anyone who stops him from killing Lin Moyu will be his enemy, and a mortal enemy. The god of light frowned, and a beam of light exploded from the void, purification. The light illuminated the avenue beyond the sky, and a hint of rationality appeared in the eyes of the world's will, but it was quickly replaced by anger and murderous intent. The god of light was slightly stunned. His purification technique was ineffective. Then he saw clearly what was happening to the world will, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Cause and effect, this is the best cause and effect." The will of the world he created was sown with seeds, and it was the Lord of Karma who did it. His power could not influence the Lord of Karma. Lin Moyu looked towards the god of light, his mouth slightly opened, and a voice went straight into the soul of the god of light, "Mind your own business." The god of light was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily, "Of course I will take care of your affairs. If you want to die, it won't be that easy." Only Lin Moyu could understand these words. Others thought that the god of light was protecting Lin Moyu. An existence above the Lord of the Great Tao actually appeared at this moment to stop the world's will from killing Lin Moyu. Everyone thought that Lin Moyu should be rescued, but Lin Moyu sighed lightly, looking a little helpless. "I knew you were coming, luckily I was prepared." The god of light smiled and said, "Then I'd like to see it." The space of the avenue outer heaven was broken, and the shadow of the Deting beast appeared. Without saying a word, it rushed towards the god of light with a low roar. The god of light naturally knew the listening beast and knew how powerful it was, so he let out a strange cry and retreated immediately. His eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't understand why the Deting beast would help Lin Moyu. But now he has no time to think too much, because the Deting beast is an eternal existence. Even if it is just an illusion and is still in the real world, its strength will not be worse than his own. If you are not careful, you may be seriously injured or even die. The closer one gets to eternity, the more one can understand how big the gap is between the Lord of the Tao and eternity. The god of light, who valued his life, fled at the first opportunity. In the virtual world, and Yu Yin watched this scene and chuckled, "Listen carefully, Senior, so this is fellow Taoist Lin's backup plan." Lin Moyu laughed, "There's another guy, do you want me to invite you out?" And Yu Yin was surprised again. She followed Lin Moyu's gaze. Although there was nothing over there, she still noticed something strange. There are people hiding there, and there are not many people who can deceive him. At least he has to be the master of the Tao, and he has to run into the hand of the Tao that can hide his body. If you count carefully, there are only one or two. Lord of Darkness. And Yu Yin revealed the other party's identity. The void twisted, and the Lord of Darkness revealed himself, "Friend Lin, long time no see." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to come back from the origin land. It seems that you have had a run-in with the god of light." The Lord of Darkness said in a low voice, "Yes, you want to die today, but I won't let you do so." Lin Moyu sighed softly, "You won't let me die even if I want to. How troublesome. Fortunately, I thought you would come." He said loudly, "Senior Human Emperor, thank you for your help." A voice sounded in the void, "It's a small matter." As soon as he finished speaking, the Human Emperor instantly appeared in front of the Lord of Darkness and punched him. The human emperor is decisive in his actions and never drags his feet. If he wants to fight, he will fight without any nonsense. Human emperor. The Lord of Darkness screamed and punched out as well. The void shook violently, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The Lord of Darkness was blown away with a scream. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to the human emperor. In terms of realm, the human emperor is eternal, while he is only the master of the great Tao. The human emperor did not give him any chance to react, and shattered void directly chased him through. The Lord of Darkness fled in a panic. Facing the pursuit of the human emperor, it was hard to say whether he could survive, let alone deal with Lin Moyu. And Yuyan did not expect that the Lord of Darkness, who was so majestic a moment ago, would suddenly become a stray dog. She looked at Lin Moyu. Fellow Taoist Lin's calculations are really accurate. Lin Moyu said, "It's not that I can predict it accurately. I have made many enemies and some friends in my life, so I can make some preparations. The God of Light and the Lord of Darkness may not necessarily come, but if they do, there will need to be ways to deal with them, so Lin Moyu naturally needs to be fully prepared." Lin Moyu had long since stopped taking these too seriously, but he just didn't want them to ruin his plan. The Ting Beast and the Human Emperor drove away the two clown-like characters. The World Will in the real world was once again overwhelmed by anger and rushed towards Lin Moyu. For a time, Lin Moyu fell into a rebirth crisis again. What happened just now left all the onlookers confused, and they didn't know what was going on. Isn't that person here to help Lin Moyu? It seems so, but it doesn't seem quite like it. Who was that giant beast that just came out? It looked terrifying. There are so many secrets in this world, it's hard to understand. What on earth is Lin Moyu trying to do? Everyone feels that Lin Moyu has too many secrets. This is a huge mystery that is hard to figure out. The appearance of the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness was like two clowns being driven away by Lin Moyu, and everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. The three giants in the formation seemed to have taken the opportunity to recover some strength, but in the blink of an eye they were at a disadvantage again. This time, the situation Lin Moyu faced was worse than before. After being interrupted once, the will of the world seemed to be stronger than before. Lin Moyu began to fight desperately, exerting all his power as a Taoist master to the extreme, as if his soul began to burn. But his desperate efforts were useless against the world's will. Under the repeated attacks of the world's will, Lin Moyu was completely suppressed. The three giant formation figures were beaten back to the origin continent, and Lin Moyu faced the will of the world alone. A huge palm fell on Lin Moyu's head, covering the sky and the sun. The body is shattered and the soul is annihilated. Facing the full force of the world's will, Lin Moyu died on the spot. At the same time, Lin Moyu's soul in the virtual world exploded with a bang and self-destructed right in front of Enyayan. All the undead servants disappeared at this moment. The Taoist master passed away, the heaven and earth mourned, heavy rain poured down on the origin continent, and everyone felt the sadness. Dead. He's really dead. The heaven and earth mourned, the Taoist master fell, he is indeed dead, but I don't think Lin Moyu will die so easily. Lin Moyu was indeed dead, his body torn into pieces, but these people felt it was not real. In the past few years, Taoist masters died one after another, and then resurrected one after another. Will Lin Moyu also act like this? Many people think this is very possible and feel that Lin Moyu can still survive. After the world will killed Lin Moyu, it howled to the sky. He seemed to be venting the anger from the deepest part of his heart. The fruit planted by An Yuyan is still playing a role, affecting his wisdom and making him think that Lin Moyu is really dead. Lin Moyu suppressed the new life and let the immortal jade take effect. He used his own death to feel the essence of the immortal jade and at the same time reviewed his entire plan. After a normal creature dies, the mark of the true spirit that exists in a certain world will disappear, and everything will be scattered in the heaven and earth. Under the rules of heaven and earth, the true spirit body that exists in the core of heaven and earth will come into play. According to certain specific rules, the true soul will become a new creature in a certain world again. This is reincarnation. As for where you will be reincarnated and what you will become, no one knows. However, for some living beings, what happens after they die is different. Some creatures have cultivated to a certain level and are extremely powerful. They are deeply entangled with the world they live in. It may also be because of some obsession. Then there is a high possibility that they will be reincarnated in the same world in their next life. And their traces are everywhere in this world. Not all of their former souls have disappeared. When the mark of their true spirit reappears, it will bring with it the memories of their past lives. This is one possibility. Another possibility is that the world itself has not given up the mark of the true spirit. In this case, this person will either be resurrected directly after death, or be reborn into this world 100%. Like Antares, the dragon race is the first race born from the origin of yin and yang in this era of the origin continent. Originally, the true spirit imprint of the entire dragon clan was deeply entangled with the origin continent. Antares has now become the new dragon god and even inherited the position of the ancestral dragon. His true spirit has been deeply imprinted in the world. Therefore, using only the heaven-covering stone will not make the origin continent give up Antares. The group will let Lin Moyu forcibly use the true spirit life technique to seize the true spirit. During this process, Lin Moyu discovered that his true spirit was similar to Antares. But he couldn't take back his true spirit by force, so he had to think of another way. In the end, the method he thought of was to let the world will give up on itself. When he wanted the world's will to give up on him, the first person he thought of was Yin. If Yin is the one who sows the seeds and determines the outcome first, then his tolerance for error during the action will be much higher. Even if there are some changes in the process, the result will not change. The result Lin Moyu wanted was his own death and the disappearance of the mark of his true spirit. The whole process went smoothly, with only 2 minor incidents involving the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness. Lin Moyu had already made a plan for this, and had discussed it with the Di-Ting Beast and the Human Emperor beforehand. If these 2 people showed up, the God of Light would be dealt with by the Di-Ting Beast, and the Lord of Darkness would be dealt with by the Human Emperor. The Lord of Darkness is an inhuman, and the Human Emperor is the most suitable person to deal with him. The result was very good and the play was very successful. The will of the world wanted to grind him to ashes, and after killing himself, he roared madly. Lin Moyu was naturally not dead. If he wanted, he could be resurrected in a second. However, he forcibly suppressed the new life and let the immortal jade replace the new life. But even so, the mark of his true spirit still existed. Just as he had thought before, the heaven-covering stone could not allow his true spirit to leave the origin continent. What follows next is the choice of the world's will. Although Lin Moyu had arranged everything, he did not have the initiative at this step. The world will roared for a while, demonstrating its invincibility, and then began to attack the origin continent. The formation on the origin continent still exists, which prevents him from burying the entire world. Lin Moyu has taken away most of the true spirit seals, which also prevents him from reaching the eternal level through sacrifice. The world will is not stupid and knows what to do, but under the influence of the law of cause and effect, it becomes impulsive. He subconsciously felt that Lin Moyu must have taken away those true spirit marks and hidden them in the formation. So he instinctively wanted to break the formation and take back his true spirit. As for whether to start over again in the era of burial or to try to impact eternity, nothing has been considered for the time being. Attack after attack fell on the formation of the origin continent, but the formation remained motionless. Powerful force continuously emerges from the Shinjo cauldron, making the entire origin continent as solid as a rock. At the same time, the power of the origin spiritual veins and the heavenly power were constantly being drawn. Everyone in the origin continent felt their bodies become heavy, and all their strength was suppressed. No matter how high their cultivation was, even the Taoist masters were firmly suppressed by the formation at this moment and became ordinary people. Lin Moyu thought it through carefully. In this way, there would be no problems inside the formation. He only had to face the will of the world. The worlds could not break through the formation for a long time, and coupled with the influence of the law of cause and effect, its rage grew stronger and its rationality less and less. Suddenly, the shadow of Lin Moyu appeared on the Shinjo Ding. "Impossible, you may not be alive." He roared and roared like a madman, and the beating became more and more intense. The powerful aftermath swept across Tianwai Avenue, forcing those who were watching the show on Tianwai Avenue to retreat further away, for fear of being affected. But the formation remained motionless and difficult to break. Lin Moyu's shadow stood on the Shinjo Ding, as if mocking his incompetence. "If you can't break the formation, you can't do anything." The will of the world roared, and suddenly he seemed to think of something. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out a piece of the true spirit mark. He captured Lin Moyu's true spirit mark. Although Lin Moyu died, the true spirit mark did not disappear. "Go to hell." The world will roared, clenched its fist and crushed the true spirit seal. The mark of the true spirit turned into countless powders and scattered into the void. And Yuyan saw this scene and whispered, "It's done." Lin Moyu's plan succeeded, and then he just had to wait for the immortal jade to revive him. There were bursts of laughter coming from the immortal gem, surrounded by purple light, and the new life was completed silently. Without the restraint of the true spirit mark, Lin Moyu felt relieved and finally free. And Yuyan smiled and said, "Congratulations to Brother Lin for being free." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Thank you." He waved his hand, and his own soul world finally left the origin continent. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the soul world shrank rapidly and merged with his own soul. The soul world can accommodate souls, and the soul can also accommodate the soul world in reverse. From now on, he can travel around with his soul world, and many restrictions will no longer exist. The world will of the origin continent also has an incarnation in the virtual world. He saw with his own eyes, "Oh my God," Lin Moyu's soul leaving the world and realized that something was wrong. But the influence of the avenue of cause and effect was too strong, and he didn't seem to care. He just roared at the resurrected Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu chuckled, "Now we can have a good fight." In the real world, Lin Moyu, who was clearly dead, was reborn with purple light and reappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Moyu was multitasking, manipulating two selves in both the virtual and real worlds at the same time. No one was surprised to see Lin Moyu come back to life. They originally felt that it would not be so easy for Lin Moyu to die. Moreover, what happened in the past few years told them that Lin Moyu was just faking his death and coming back to life. It's just that they don't know why they do this, they don't understand. "You are not dead." The roar of the worlds will resounded throughout the origin continent. Lin Moyu chuckled, "If you want to kill me, then you are not qualified to be with me." The real war has begun. Now that the mark of the true spirit has been removed, the will of the world has lost the ability to control its own life and death. If the mark of the true spirit is still there, the will of the world can kill himself through the mark of the true spirit. As long as he does not completely destroy the mark of the true spirit, he can let himself die over and over again. And all that he had done before had reaped the consequences, which was that he would have to crush the true spirit seal with his own hands. Now that it's done, it's time to send him on his way. The original aura rose, and Lin Moyu's realm began to rise rapidly. Lin Moyu gave enough respect to the world will, this poor guy who had been schemed by him to the deepest level. He did not use his undead servants to attack him, but he also used the statues left by the civilization of the gods. He wanted to use his strongest posture to make the opponent die quickly. The realm continued to improve, both in the virtual and real worlds. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu's realm had reached the peak of the Tao Master. And Yuyan's eyebrows widened. At this moment, Lin Moyu was no weaker than herself. She even mistakenly thought that Lin Moyu had returned to the Great Tao and became the master of the Great Tao again. But the next second, her eyes almost popped out. Lin Moyu's aura rose again, and he broke through the Tao Lord realm. Although there was no great way, at this moment, and Yuyan clearly felt that Lin Moyu's realm had surpassed hers. What does it mean to surpass your own realm? That is the last step. He stepped out at 750. And Yu Yin couldn't believe it and didn't dare to think about it. In the two realms of reality and illusion, Lin Moyu's body and soul broke through at the same time. The great Tao world-destroying palm. The two realms of reality and illusion were slapped out at the same time. The same great Tao world-destroying palm uses different powers. In the real world, Lin Moyu used 50% of his strength, but in the virtual world he only used 30%. The world's will in the real world is stronger, so put in more effort. In the virtual world, Lin Moyu has to be careful, for he is afraid that he might destroy the whole world with one slap. When the great Tao world-destroying palm appeared, the power of thousands of great Taos gathered together. All the practitioners in the origin continent and the great Tao beyond heaven had the same feeling, as if their own realms and cultivation were about to leave their bodies and merge into that palm. The will of the world also threw out a punch, facing the great Tao's world-destroying palm. His fist broke like tofu. Amid the unwilling roar of the world's will, the great Tao of destruction smashed his body, shattered his will, and completely shattered it. After the palm print shattered the will of the world, it flew into the world's mist and disappeared. Until this moment, everyone felt that their strength had returned. What a terrible palm! Is this Lin Moyu's true strength? Even the will of the world can't block this palm. Could it be that Lin Moyu is already the legendary master of the avenue? It's possible, but I don't think even the Lord of the Great Tao can take this blow. They went from shock to fear to submission. Even the Taoist master would never dare to disobey Lin Moyu again. A guy who has countless strategies, is extremely domineering, and has unlimited strength. Facing such an existence, it is better for you to be honest. In the virtual world, the great Tao of destruction palm, which has 30% of its power, just happened to smash the will of the world into pieces. The great Tao destroying world palm quickly dissipated, and Lin Moyu felt the cause and effect. The great Tao destroying world palm still killed some people by mistake, but fortunately not too many. Lin Moyu didn't care about these causes and effects. His body and soul shattered at the same time, and he was reborn in the purple light. The aftereffects of the great Tao destroying world palm remained unchanged, and he still couldn't avoid dying again. After the rebirth, Lin Moyu's consciousness completely returned to the virtual world. He saluted towards Yu Yin and said, "I have finished my business here. Thank you for your help, Senior." And Yu Yin smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, you don't have to be so polite. I have also gained a lot of benefits and broadened my horizons. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin just now." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, you are referring to Lin's realm just now, right?" And Yu Yin nodded. "If I am not mistaken, Brother Lin's realm just now has surpassed the Tao Lord realm." Lin Moyu said, "With the help of the origin technique, I did surpass the Tao Lord realm for a short time. Senior also knows that it was the last step. I just barely took half a step at that time, not even half a step. Strictly speaking, I have touched the edge a little bit, but only for a while." And Yu Yin said, "Then fellow Taoist Lin, do you know what realm that is?" Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "I don't know about this, but I once talked to Senior D Ting about it, and Senior D Ting called it transcendence." Transcendence. And Yu Yin whispered to herself, "Does it mean transcending this world?" Lin Moyu said, "You can understand it this way, but to know what it is specifically, you can only experience it yourself. It is an indescribable state. No one can describe what transcendence is. There is no description of the Holy Spirit realm in the inheritance of Wanling Pavilion. If you want to transcend the world you live in, you can only do so according to the rules of this world." And Yu Yin said, "It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has a chance to break through the last step." Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's difficult. As far as I know, that step is very difficult. I can only search up and down." And Yu Yin also knew that step was difficult, so she stopped dwelling on it and asked, "How do you plan to deal with this world, fellow Taoist?" Lin Moyu said, "This world will become Lin's. After planning for so long, there must be some gains." And Yu Yin didn't ask Lin Moyu what to do specifically, then Yu Yin will leave first. "If Taoist Lin has anything, you can contact me again. Goodbye, Senior." And Yuyan left, and before leaving, the way she addressed herself changed. She called herself Yuyan, firstly to express that her relationship with Lin Moyu had become closer, and secondly to fully agree that Lin Moyu and she were of the same generation. After that palm strike just now, and Yuyan felt that it would be difficult even for her to follow it up. After Yuyan left, Lin Moyu's attention fell on the origin continent. At this time, the world will of the origin continent has been shattered. If a new world will is to be naturally nurtured, it will take at least tens of millions of years. Lin Moyu's true spirit mark no longer exists in the origin continent. From a world perspective, Lin Moyu is considered an outsider. It's just that he has been in this world for many years, and the transformation of his identity takes a process, which takes about 1 to 3 years. After this, the world will regard Lin Moyu as an outsider, and may even attract hatred from other creatures in the world. Lin Moyu naturally had to deal with this problem before. If it were in the past, it would have been a very troublesome matter, and only the soul-stealing technique could solve it at that time. But now it is not necessary. With the secret method of Wanling, I have a better solution. Lin Moyu released the stolen true spirit seal, allowing them to return to the world. Then Lin Moyu skillfully found the core of the world's origin, and with a thought, spiritual technique. Separate a bit of soul and perform the soul pregnancy technique to give birth to souls for the world. And Yuyan had a complicated expression when she left. This time she was really eye-opening and saw with her own eyes that someone could break through the Tao Master realm. After moving away, he suddenly stopped and looked into the void. Human Emperor, please show yourself. With a chuckle, the Human Emperor appeared in the void. Greetings, Taoist fellow Yuyan. And Yuyan asked, what is the Emperor doing? The Emperor said, can't Taoist fellow Yuyan guess it? And Yuyan's expression changed slightly, what do you want to do? The soul pregnancy technique went smoothly, and a trace of Lin Moyu's soul quickly merged into the core of the world's origin and merged with it. The soul turns into will, takes the world as its mother, and gives birth to the will of this world. The world will nurtured through the soul pregnancy technique will become Lin Moyu's subordinate, and with the addition of the soul controlling technique, it can be completely controlled. Finally done. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Up to this point, the mission was considered complete. Although the plan changed several times during the implementation process, the final result did not change. All his arrangements were effective, and the will of the world was calculated by him to death, and he couldn't do anything. When the dust settled, Lin Moyu had an indescribable sense of clarity, as if the mountain above his head had disappeared and his entire mind was clear. Huh? Lin Moyu suddenly looked up at the sky. His gaze passed through the avenue of heaven and saw another avenue, the avenue of immortality. The immortal avenue manifested itself, shining a ray of light that only Lin Moyu could see, illuminating him. The understanding of the great way of immortality came like a tsunami at this moment. Lin Moyu felt that his realm was improving, and vaguely, he saw his immortal path in the land of return. The originally peaceful avenue of immortality was now surging. The two extreme forces of life and death collided with each other, splashing countless waves. The path to immortality is so special that no one in the entire world can comprehend it except myself, which also makes me so special. According to the Lord of the Curse, the road to immortality is not an original road of this world, but it descended from the sky and entered the place of origin in a mysterious way, and has settled there ever since. There were eternal beings who had explored the path to immortality, but to no avail. I have been practicing since I comprehended the great way of immortality, but I still haven't fully understood it. Even after becoming a Taoist master, I still feel there is a gap. Now, as my heart of Tao becomes clear, this gap is narrowing rapidly. Lin Moyu felt that he was moving step by step towards complete control of the immortal path. The immortal avenue was constantly expanding in his sight, and Lin Moyu had an unreal illusion, not knowing whether he was approaching the immortal avenue or the immortal avenue was approaching him. This feeling was so real and unreal that even Lin Moyu couldn't tell the difference. Since he couldn't tell the difference, he simply didn't bother to tell the difference. Lin Moyu just followed his feelings. There wouldn't be any danger anyway. If this is an epiphany, make it big. He was currently in the origin continent, and the battle just now was witnessed by all the powerful people, so no one dared to disturb him. Not to mention that he is just having an epiphany now. Even if he is dead, even if he becomes a corpse, with the residual power from before, no one would dare to approach him. Lin Moyu has a clear mind and a transparent soul, and he can think clearly about all the causes and consequences. Unconsciously, he found himself on the Immortal Avenue. Standing on the Immortal Avenue, Lin Moching had the illusion that he had complete control over the Immortal Avenue. The power is rising, and the realm is also improving. There is an endless supply of power flowing from the Immortal Avenue, and at the same time, the connection between himself and the Immortal Avenue is becoming closer and closer. For some reason, Lin Moyu felt that this power should have belonged to him. It seems that it is not my own strength that is increasing, but my own strength that is returning. A familiar feeling came from the Immortal Avenue, as if saying, I'm finally back. It seems that one of my previous lives was also extraordinary. Lin Moyu had some understanding in his heart. The reason why he had this feeling, the reason why he was the only one who could comprehend the way of immortality, and the reason why he traveled from the world of his previous life and brought a system with him. Everything was because one of his previous lives was extraordinary. Even some things that happened in this life, such as his own system, were means arranged by himself in a previous life. This kind of thing may seem bizarre, but it is not absurd. Those powerful people who have transcended the heavens and the earth, regardless of their strength, can really do things that ordinary people can't even imagine. Perhaps in one of my previous lives, I was a transcended person. If this is true, then the feeling at this moment makes sense. But no matter what happened in the past life, I am living in the present. At this moment, my immortal path is merging with myself, and I am heading towards the Lord of Heaven. There is no need to compete for the great way like others. The immortal way is only for you and no one else can compete with you. Lin Moyu's aura shipped the origin continent. From the earth to the avenue outside the sky, every inch of space, every corner, every avenue projected in, and even the core of the origin continent were shaking at this moment. The vibration spread. Not only the world was shaking, but every living being in the world felt this unusual vibration. Then they also entered the rhythm of vibration, first the body, then the soul. What's going on? Why am I shaking so much? I have absolutely no control over it. What the hell is going on? My power is also vibrating uncontrollably. Even the voice of speaking became trembling, and the whole world was roaring. Only Lin Moyu, the instigator, knew that it was he who had done it. The Immortal Avenue is merging with himself, and he is moving towards the Lord of the Avenue. The forces of life and death continue to collide, causing tiny vibrations in the avenue of immortality. When these tiny vibrations are transmitted, they will be infinitely amplified, eventually causing the entire world to vibrate. The shock not only affected the entire world, but also extended from the real world to the virtual world. People in both the virtual and real worlds were all shaken, and the shock spread outward, getting farther and farther. And Yuyin, who was talking to the human emperor, turned her head and looked towards the origin continent, and whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin is going to become the lord of the great Tao." 0. The human emperor was also surprised, his eyes full of disbelief. So fast. I said unconsciously, "How old is Lin Moyu?" He is not even a fraction of my age. But it is such a person who is about to become a being of the great Tao. I remember that when I was this age, I had just reached the Tao realm not long ago and didn't know what Tao Master was. When he achieved the status of Tao Lord, he was nearly 100,000 years old. Compared with Lin Moyu, I am nothing. Even if Lin Moyu was originally the eternal lord of the great Tao and had just reincarnated once, this speed was still a bit too fast. The human emperor retracted his gaze and said to Yuyin, "He is about to become the lord of the great Tao, and he is probably not far from eternity. Can you think carefully about what I said, Taoist Yuyin? If you delay any further, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." And Yuyin frowned, as if she was considering what Renho said. The human emperor did not urge her again. There were some things that Yuyin had to think carefully about. After a moment, and Yuyin suddenly raised her jade hand, and her 10 fingers changed, and finally a lotus flower evolved at her fingertips. Plant fruit. The lotus flew into her own forehead. And Yuyin trembled all over, with a hint of pain in her expression, but after only a moment she showed a bright smile. After Yuyin planted the fruit for herself, she had already made a decision. Human Emperor, after careful consideration, I have decided not to participate in this matter. But I will not tell anyone what you said. But I want to advise you, don't do it, or you will die. Hearing Yuyin's words, the Human Emperor was slightly stunned. Will die. How strange this word is to him who exists eternally. I am an eternal being, how could I possibly die? The most I will do is to remain silent, and one day I will be able to return. But Yuyin is also an eternal being, so she can't be talking nonsense. The Emperor asked, "Can you tell me more about this?" And Yuyin shook her head slightly. I have seen the result. If you insist on doing it, you will really die. Don't doubt it, it is possible to kill an eternal being. You saw that palm strike from fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin held back most of his strength. If he attacks with all his strength, do you think you can stop him? In the future, if fellow Taoist Lin enters the land of return and attacks your Tao, can your Tao of heaven block it? The Human Emperor frowned tightly. Unless he is crazy, he will not allow it to happen in the land of origin. And Yuyin said, that person won't care. 917. The Emperor's expression changed. Is that just what you saw? And Yuyin nodded. Friend Lin's return is an inevitable trend that cannot be stopped by human power. Anyone who stands in his way will be crushed into powder. Okay, that's all I have to say. If you still want to do it, I won't stop you, but don't even think about dragging me down with you. After saying this, and Yuyin left, and the Human Emperor did not stop her. The Human Emperor was obviously also considering Yuyin's words. After all, they were all beings at the same level. How could he not consider what Yuyin said? Finally, the Human Emperor looked in the direction of the origin continent, sighed softly, and shook his head slowly. It seems that this road is blocked. Lin Moyu felt that he had merged into one with the Immortal Avenue. 80% of the power of the Immortal Avenue was at his disposal, which was several times more powerful than before. But he is still half a step away from truly stepping into the essence of the great Tao. He has fully understood the difference between the Lord of Tao and the beings of heavenly Tao. The Lord of the great Tao is indeed much more powerful than the Lord of Tao, mainly because of the change in their identities. From being a manipulator and user of the Avenue, I have become the owner of the Avenue. The Tao Master manipulates the Tao and is the user of the Tao, while the Tao Master is the owner of the Tao. He can completely deprive a Taoist of the right to use the Tao. Once a master of a certain avenue appears, unless something unexpected happens, all the masters who practice this avenue will not be able to compete with him. The Lord of the Tao was unable to use the power of the Tao at all when he had a thought. Without the power of the Tao, what is the point of being good? Therefore, although they are both at the Tao Lord realm, the gap between the Tao Lord and the ordinary Tao Lord is extremely huge. It is simply a world of difference. But the gap between the Lord of the Tao and eternal existence is not that big. The advantage of eternal existence is that they have entered the land of origin and gained the recognition of heaven and earth. As long as the avenue in the land of origin still exists, they will not die. This is the advantage of eternal existence. As for strength, it will be several times stronger, but not as big as the gap between the Lord of the Tao and the Lord of Tao. The immortal Tao is special. Lin Moyu has not yet entered the place of return to its origin, and the power of the Tao that he can control is about 80%. The remaining 20% is almost the difference between eternal existence and the hand of the Tao. Lin Moyu achieved the master of the great Tao, and at the same time he also understood many truths and knew the differences between them. Faintly, he saw the limits of heaven and earth. He knew very well that one more step forward would be the limit of heaven and earth. The world finally calmed down and stopped shaking and trembling, but the roar became even more intense. Endless rays of light shot out from between heaven and earth, covering the origin continent, and avenues emerged from the sky. The great way that did not exist in the origin continent also emerged at this moment. The avenue resonated brilliantly, as if celebrating for Lin Moyu. A new master of the avenue has appeared in the world, and all the avenues congratulate. All the practitioners above the Tao realm in the world received information from heaven and earth at the same time, telling them that Lin Moyu had become the Lord of the Tao. Wow! All the Tao realms, whether they were willing or not, knelt down at the same time. The power of heaven and earth forced them to kneel down, kowtow to the Lord of the Avenue, and offer their blessings. Whether you like it or not, you have no choice at this moment. The universe is infinite, the practitioners are infinite, the Tao realms are infinite, and the Tao masters are infinite. However, there are only a limited number of Tao masters. For each Tao, there is at most one Tao master. Therefore, the identity and status of the Lord of the Great Tao is completely different from that of other practitioners in the eyes of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu chuckled, "What a big noise." He also didn't expect that his achievement of the Lord of the Great Tao would cause such a big commotion, with heaven and earth congratulating him and all the ways coming to pay homage. While accepting the congratulations from heaven and earth, Lin Moyu also received a message. He will enter the ancestral land of origin within 1,000 years, and after entering this time, he will have to stay in the ancestral land of origin for 1,000 years before he can return. This is the mission of the Lord of the Great Tao, the mission bestowed by the rules of heaven and earth. For every 10,000 years, one needs to stay in the ancestral land for 5,000 years. Each time you enter the ancestral land, you need to wait 1,000 years before you can return. As for what to do after entering the ancestral land of origin, you will know after entering. Heaven and earth gave Lin Moyu the authority, and Lin Moyu could open the channel by himself when he wanted to go. Lin Moyu vaguely saw a pair of eyes among the myriad paths. They were the eyes of Zhulong. Zhulong had also come. I didn't expect that he would also congratulate me. It's really rare. 2 rays of light shot out from Zhulong's eyes, sending a gift to Chiu Pai. Lin Moyu closed his eyes and enjoyed the celebration from heaven and earth, feeling his body getting stronger again. His own physical body was originally strong enough, and he was almost the strongest among practitioners of the same level. Only those who specialized in physical body training could compare with him. After all, I have used the power to hone my body time and time again, and it was no joke. But now, under the tempering of the power of heaven and earth, the body has become stronger again. On the contrary, there was no change in his soul. His soul had reached the limit of heaven and earth and could not be improved any further. As long as his soul is strengthened a little bit more, he will be able to transcend the heaven and earth, because the heaven and earth cannot tolerate him. After a long time, the avenue disappeared and the world returned to peace. Lin Moyu stood in the void. He seemed to be the center of the world, and the whole world revolved around him. This feeling may seem strange, but when everyone in the world has the same feeling, it is no longer just a feeling, but a resale. The origin continent has indeed become Lin Moyu's world. He is now pregnant with spirits, and when the world will reappears, he will become Lin Moyu's subordinate. To be more precise, this world belongs to Lin Moyu, and the World Will 3.4 that came out later is just a tool for Lin Moyu to manage this world. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and Antares' true spirit mark flew out and returned to the origin continent. The matter has been resolved. Antares no longer needs to find a new world, nor does he need to enter his own world. He can still be the dragon god peacefully in the origin continent. As for his death this time, just consider it a waste of time, and take tens of thousands of years to recover. One can imagine how depressed Antares would be after learning the news. He really just went through the motions, played a minor role in the whole play, and was injured. Who could he talk to about his frustration? You have to lose something if you gain something. But when I thought about the fact that Long Yi liked Antares, it seemed that losing all these was not a big deal. Suddenly, countless voices came from all directions, greetings to the Lord of the Great Tao. The practitioners above the Tao realm bowed to Lin Moyu at the same time. Lin Moyu calmly accepted the worship of countless practitioners from the origin continent. He is the Lord of the Great Tao and is fully qualified. With a sweeping glance, everything in the origin continent came into view, without any secrets at all. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Forget about them. In a corner, there were 7 Taoist masters lying unconscious. They were the 7 Taoist masters left over from the previous 2 eras. They were knocked unconscious by him and no one cared about them. You no longer belong to this era, dust to dust, scatter. The avenue of immortality rolled down, the power of death exploded, and the bodies of the 7 people were corroded while they were unconscious, and they died in the blink of an eye. After becoming the Lord of the Great Tao, Lin Moyu's power increased greatly, and it was easy for him to deal with these Tao lords. Lin Moyu looked at the heaven and earth, and his voice resounded through the heaven and earth. Everyone, get up, the world is normal, there will be no more burials, everyone can practice with peace of mind, if there is a chance, or you can also achieve the Great Tao. Thank you, Lord of the Avenue. Everyone thanked in unison. Lin Moyu nodded, took a step forward and disappeared. Back in the small courtyard of Yudao City, Xiao Yuan and others surrounded them excitedly. Everything went smoothly and there were no casualties. Lin Moyu had originally prepared for the worst. If Ten's arrangements failed, the worlds might drag many people down with it, and Xiao Wu, Xiao Mei, and the others might not be spared. Now, this is the result of level 1. After chatting with a few people for a while, I entered the virtual world with a thought. Lin Moyu headed towards where Antares was. After becoming the Lord of the Great Tao, his speed became even faster. Along the way, Mou felt the changes. The undead minions have become stronger, they are no weaker than themselves. However, the avenue controlled by the undead servants comes from the universe, and can only exert powerful power in this world through the chaotic energy. Lin Moyu focused his attention on the world. This time I was able to successfully ascend to the Lord of the Great Tao. In addition to the sudden enlightenment brought about by the enlightenment of the Tao heart, the most important thing was that the universe became stronger. With the nourishment of its own wild beast essences, world crystals, and other nutrients, the world transformed and evolved in a very short time, completing a journey that other worlds might take hundreds of millions of years to complete. The strength of the 1,000 worlds determines the upper limit of Lin Moyu's realm. The 1,000 worlds also played a key role in his promotion this time. As the universe becomes stronger, the area of chaotic energy becomes larger and can accommodate more undead servants. The number of undead servants increased again, from 1.1 trillion to 1.3 trillion. Although the number has not increased much, the power of each undead servant has become stronger, not much weaker than the Lord of the Avenue, which is very terrifying. No one could imagine what would happen if trillions of Avenue Masters rushed out. Then Lin Moyu checked several other spells and said to himself, each spell has become stronger, but overall the changes are not that big. After all, the Lord of the Great Tao is still in the Tao Lord realm. Based on past experience, unless there is a major change in realm, the difference in the method of confinement will not be too great. The world tree has also grown, becoming a bit larger than before, and still covering the enlarged soul world. Now that the soul world is free and can follow me, everything is much more convenient. At least in the virtual world, there is no need to store the undead servants in the storage space, and they can be replenished at any time if they die in battle. But Lin Moyu was a little confused. Where did these undead servants come from? Why are there so many and inexhaustible? Even after becoming the master of the Great Tao, Moyu still didn't understand. However, Lin Moyu had a feeling that the secrets about himself might have surpassed this world. The more I understand about the world, the clearer I see, and the more I feel this way. Chaos Child still stayed in the chaotic world, clinging tightly to the roots of the world tree, absorbing the elements of chaos there. It will take a long time for it to recover, but there is no need for it to do anything now, so just let it play. One day later, Lin Moyu rushed into the world where Antares was, and Antares and the Lord of Sealing Realm were safe and sound. Long Yi was standing there, and when he saw Lin Moyu, he looked a little surprised. Have you become a Taoist being? Long he couldn't understand why Lin Moyu became the master of the avenue in such a short time. It is not easy to become the lord of the great Tao. Not to mention other things, even the process of promotion may take thousands of years at best and hundreds of years at worst. Unlike Lin Moyu, who in just a few days had transformed himself into the master of the avenue. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, Brother Long, for protecting me." Long he said, "You're welcome. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin would become the master of the great Tao so quickly. Fellow Taoist Lin's accumulation is truly amazing." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Dr. Long, thank you for the compliment. I am just lucky." Long he asked, "Have you dealt with everything over there?" Lin Moyu nodded, "The world's will has been destroyed." Long he asked, "What about him? What are you going to do?" She was referring, of course, to Antares. Lin Moyu said, "He should not want to leave, after all, that is his hometown. I will let his true spirit mark return to the world. If he wants to go somewhere else in the future, I will not stop him. If Brother Long wants to do something, just go ahead and do it, as long as we are willing." Long he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't force it." Long he suddenly asked, "When do you plan to enter the origin ancestral land?" Lin Moyu said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Just enter within 1,000 years, no rush." Once he entered the ancestral land of origin, he would have no control over what Long Yi did to Antares. Long Yi said, "I have a suggestion for you. You can create a clone and leave it here. This way, if anything happens, you can handle it." Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. The origin of the land is so far away. Will the clone be useful? Long Yi shook his head. "Others can't, but the Lord of the Great Tao can. Heaven and earth have given us privileges. Even if we are in the origin of the ancestral land, we can still get in touch with the clone. Manipulate it. Otherwise, we would spend half of every 10,000 years in the ancestral land, and there would always be things to deal with in the real world. For people like us, when we cultivate, we will have more or less enemies. Those guys will often come and cause trouble when we enter the ancestral land. So, when you enter the ancestral land, don't tell anyone. It's best to go secretly." As a person who has experienced this, Long Yi shared some common sense with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "What exactly are we going to do in the origin ancestral land?" Long Yi said, "What else can we do? Of course we have to fight. You will know the specific method when we get there. The rules of heaven and earth do not allow us to reveal it here." As Long Yi spoke, he looked into the void and blinked, indicating that he couldn't talk about it here. Her expression was vivid. Although she was the master of the great Tao, her expression was not as profound as those of the human race who were the masters of the great Tao. Thinking about it, Antares seems to be the same. The two of them are quite a match. 1 year later, the Lord of Sealing the Realm was the first to be resurrected from the immortal jade. Lin Moyu told him what happened and then helped him conceive a spirit in this world. The mark of the true spirit of the Lord of Sealing the World is no longer there. It will be more troublesome to go back. It is better to change the world. The projection of the formation avenue in this world exceeds that of the origin continent and is more suitable for him. After waiting for about half a year, Antares also recovered. Antares woke up, and when Lin Moyu told him what had happened, Antares became extremely depressed and kept making dragon roars, one after another. He didn't calm down until Long Yi slapped him. Long Yi rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are a Taoist master after all. It's just a small matter. Why are you yelling?" Antares snorted, "What do you know?" Lin Moyu laughed and said, "This guy is yelling for me, don't mind it, that's just how he is." Antares said with some grievance, "You are the one who did this. I am so badly injured that I may not be able to recover for tens of thousands of years." Lin Moyu said, "Plants cannot keep up with changes. I didn't know it would be like this. Fortunately, it's all resolved now. You can rest assured and take care of yourself. 40,000 years will pass quickly." Long Yi said, "If you want to recover quickly, I can help you." Her eyes were burning, and Antares knew what she meant at once. He said with a little shame, "It's just a few tens of thousands of years. I can't sell myself out because of this." Long E snorted and ignored him. Lin Moyu saw it all, and although Long E looked a little unhappy, his gaze towards Antares became even more scorching. After all, such dragons are rare among the dragon clan, just like rare creatures. After chatting for a while, Lin Moyu returned with Antares, and Long E also said goodbye and left, but before she left, she said that she would come to see Antares soon. Of course it won't be the virtual world, but the real world. There is a mark planted by Long E in Antares' true spirit, so it is not difficult for Long E to find Antares. Lin Moyu gave Long E a talisman. With this talisman, he could enter the Origin Continent. As long as he didn't do anything to destroy the Origin Continent would not attack him. Antares had no objection. In fact, Lin Moyu knew very well that he was very happy inside. Antares was determined to hold the thigh of Long E, the female dragon, so he used the tactic of playing hard to get. Antares knew very well that he would gain a lot of benefits by being with Long E. Maybe he could also become the Lord of the Great Tao, but that would require Long E to sincerely cooperate with him, instead of snatching him away and treating him as a breeding dragon like before. After returning to the Origin Continent, Lin Moyu left the virtual world and teleported to Antares. After carefully examining Antares again, he said, "The situation is better than expected. He will recover in 20,000 years at most. If Long E can help, it will be faster." Antares asked, "Are you going to the Origin Land next?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I'll prepare, get a clone here to take charge, and then I'll go to the doctor." Antares said, "You must be careful in the ancestral land of Origin." Lin Moyu mentioned to him that going to the ancestral land was to fight, not to travel. Even if Antares didn't understand, he knew where the origin of the Lord of the Avenue was. The Lord of the Avenue was forced to be called there to fight, which meant that the enemies there were very dangerous. Lin Moyu probably had some guesses in his mind, and smiled. "Don't worry, I roughly know what the enemy is, and with my strength, you don't have to worry." Antares thought of Lin Moyu's methods and nodded slightly. "Yes, we should worry about those guys, not you." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I hope you will be a father when I come back." Antares chuckled and said, "It's hard to say for sure. Long E has already taken the bait by playing hard to get. I guess Antares has already made some arrangements." Lin Moyu began to prepare the clone. According to Long E, this clone needed to be strong enough, with at least 30% of the combat power of the original body, otherwise it would not be able to suppress the enemy at all. This is not a problem. As long as we leave some undead servants behind, we will be able to deal with it. With the presence of undead servants, the strength of the clone is secondary. In Lin Moyu's opinion, his most dangerous enemies are only two, the god of Yueming and the being of darkness. These two guys might come and cause trouble while I'm in my ancestral land. Another Lord of Curse would not come to cause trouble for the Origin ancestral land. His target is different, it is his own body. I have now become the master of the Great Tao, and one more step will lead me to becoming an eternal being like him. The Lord of Curse will definitely take action before he achieves eternity, and it probably won't be too long. Lin Moyu had asked the Deting Beast before, but the Deting Beast didn't know where the Lord of Curses had gone. After all, as long as the Lord of Curse doesn't speak, the beast won't know. This kind of enemy hiding in the dark is the most troublesome. No one knows where he is hiding or when he will attack. Lin Moyu could only fight back. There was no better solution. Lin Moyu began to arrange the formation again. He stood between the Origin Continent and the Great Avenue, and countless divine symbols flew out. This formation enveloped the entire world, connecting the previous formations into one, and even penetrated deep into the two realms of reality and illusion, turning the entire world into an iron barrel. With Lin Moyu's current strength, this formation is enough to stop the Lord of the Avenue. Even if the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness come, they will still be unable to do anything to the Origin Continent. Lin Moyu spent a full 100 years setting up this formation. About 70 years ago, I came to the Origin Continent. Seeing Lin Moyu setting up the formation, Long Yi did not come over to disturb him, but went directly to find Antares. Lin Moyu concentrated on setting up the formation and ignored them at all. 100 years later, the formation was set up. Lin Moyu tried to activate it. After making sure there were no problems, he handed the control of the formation to Dao Zun and others. Just like before, they and Xiaomei and others worked together to control the formation. Lin Moyu waved his hand and took back the Shenzhou Ding. When setting up the formation, he had used it to suppress all the spirit veins. Even without the Shenzhou Ding, the original spirit veins could be stable and honest and would not affect the living beings in the world. What the Origin Sword Master could do back then was even easier for Lin Moyu. The Shenzhou Ding is a good thing. It is a treasure that has existed since the beginning of the world. It is even older than this world. If this kind of thing is only used to suppress the original spiritual vein, it would be a waste of resources. Wang Nuo Zhao and Shenzhou Ding also wanted to come back. It missed the world tree very much. As soon as it came back, it flew to the side of the world tree's branch, as if it was growing on it. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the world tree and the Shenzhou Ding were meant to be together. After everything was ready, Lin Moyu went to the virtual world again, found the Di Ting beast and asked it to help look after the Origin continent. After paying some price, the Di Ting beast agreed to the deal. If there is really danger in the Origin continent, he will naturally take action. In this way, Lin Moyu was completely relieved. He was very clear about the strength of the Di Ting beast. Although it seemed to be similar to that of the Emperor, it should actually be stronger than the Emperor. After all, it is a being that lived here from another realm, and no one knows its true strength. With the help of the Di Ting beast and his own arrangements, the Origin continent can be truly said to be foolproof. Several years later, far away from the Origin continent, a passage leading to the Origin ancestral land suddenly opened. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed since Lin Moyu left the Origin continent. Over the past 100 years, the legends about Lin Moyu have continued to spread, and some news has been reported from the city, explaining the situation at that time. Practitioners from Yudao City traveled abroad and brought some stories with them. In the story, the Origin continent has experienced two eras, the era of the Zerg and the era of the Buddha, but both eras were eventually destroyed. The initiator of the era of annihilation is the world will. In the story, the world will sacrifice all living things in the world in order to reach a higher realm. But in the end, the sacrifice was stopped by Lin Moyu, who became the hero who saved the whole world. The story is widely circulated in the Origin continent and has spawned multiple versions, but the content is similar. The evil of the world's will and the justice of Lin Moyu have not changed. In the story, Lin Moyu's genius is unbelievable. Lin Moyu surpasses all the geniuses of 3 eras. He is the best and no one can compare with him. These stories eventually spread to Tianwai Avenue, and some people scoffed at them. They admitted that Lin Moyu was very strong, but they did not believe in the so-called 3 eras. But there are also people who believe this story, believing that there is always a reason for every smoke. Even if the story is exaggerated, it is generally true. Many people saw the madness of the world's will at that time. The world will does have the 030 ability of the burial era. The whole process, combined with Lin Moyu's arrangement, can also fit in with the story. In fact, truth or falsehood is no longer important. The most important thing is that this world now belongs to Lin Moyu. Even though Lin Moyu has never declared himself the master of the world, everyone knows that Lin Moyu has the final say in this world. Yudao City has also become the core holy place of the entire world, with countless people coming and going every day. In Yudao City, there is a 10,000-meter-tall statue, which looks exactly like Lin Moyu. In the past 100 years, statues of Lin Moyu have appeared in many places in the Origin continent, but the largest one is in Yudao City. Perhaps intimidated by Lin Moyu's power, no one dares to disrespect the statue, but there are many people praying there every day. Lin Moyu's fighting spirit has become an idol for many practitioners, and everyone wants to be the second Lin Moyu. For 100 years, the Origin continent has been in peace without any disputes, and it seems that the future will be the same. Lin Moyu's power did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, as his story spread, more and more people came to pay him homage. Although there were many geniuses emerging during this period, people always compared these geniuses with Lin Moyu. Only by comparison did they realize how talented Lin Moyu was. Outside the Origin continent, two figures emerged from the fog of the world. They were looking at the Origin continent from billions of miles away, and many things that happened in the Origin continent were seen by them. Space is not an obstacle in their eyes. Hee. A cold laugh sounded. I never thought that one of us is dark and the other is light, and we could come together to fight against the same enemy. Amid the laughter, the figure of the Lord of Darkness emerged. In front of the Lord of Darkness, the God of Light also gazed at the Origin continent. He folded his wings and murmured, "There's no need to say such things. There are no eternal enemies in this world. We just practice in different ways. And no matter what our paths are, even if we were once enemies, it doesn't matter. What we really need to deal with now is Lin Moyu. He has become the master of the great Tao. We cannot kill him." The Lord of Darkness and the God of Light both knew how powerful Lin Moyu was. They both suffered at the hands of Lin Moyu and only survived by escaping to their ancestral land. The Lord of Darkness chuckled and said, "Although we cannot kill him, we can destroy his world and kill all his relatives and friends. When he returns from his ancestral land and finds that everything is gone, I don't know what his expression will be." His laughter was extremely cold and full of murderous intent, like a man-eating beast hiding in the darkness. The God of Light said, "But how can you be sure that he has really gone to the ancestral land?" The Lord of Darkness said, "I have infiltrated his world for more than 10 years and found that he is no longer there. Moreover, 100 years ago, you and I saw with our own eyes that the passage to the Origin ancestral land was opened and someone entered. It is not far away. What's more, if this is a trap, I will be discovered when I sneak in. With his strength, I may not be able to hide it." The God of Light was still in deep thought and did not make a decision immediately. The Lord of Darkness continued, "You found this place based on your previous memories, but you didn't dare to really fight with them. So what's the point of you coming here? Don't forget how embarrassed we were last time. I'm afraid we've become the laughingstock of those guys now." The God of Light's expression turned ugly. It was extremely shameful that he had fought with Lin Moyu and was forced to flee to the ancestral land of Origin. Later, in the ancestral land of Origin, he met the Lord of Darkness, but found that both of them escaped because of Lin Moyu. So they joined forces to deal with Lin Moyu. The God of Light found the location of the Origin continent based on the information left by the Celestial clan. The God of Light knew that there was a world will in the Origin continent. With the help of magic weapons, he deduced that Lin Moyu would definitely find a way to resolve the world will, and there would be a war between them. They wanted to use the will of the world to kill Lin Moyu during the war. They also knew very well that with Lin Moyu's strength, even if the two of them joined forces, it would be difficult to kill Lin Moyu head-on. It would be much easier if we could draw on the power of the world's will. But they still miscalculated. They didn't expect that Lin Moyu had anticipated this and asked the D-Ting Beast and the Human Emperor to deal with the two of them respectively. They fled in panic at the first sight, completely losing face. The God of Light said, "You are right. Now that we have found this place, it would be meaningless if we don't take action. But Lin Moyu is cunning and has many schemes, so we have to be on guard. Wait a little longer. After he becomes the Lord of the Great Tao, he must go to the Origin ancestral land within 1,000 years. Once he goes there, it will take at least 1,000 years to return. And it won't take that long for us to destroy his world. We can still do it in a few hundred years." The Lord of Darkness was not in a hurry. All he wanted was an answer. "Okay, then wait a little longer." In the blink of an eye, another 500 years passed. During the past 500 years, Lin Moyu did not appear, but his story has been passed down. The number of people who admire Lin Moyu has not decreased, but has increased. Finally, in the 600th year since Lin Moyu became the lord of the Great Tao, the sky over the Origin continent suddenly darkened. Not only the Origin continent, but the entire outer world also turned dark. Endless darkness emerged from the fog outside the world and began to envelop the entire world. Above the world, a formation suddenly lit up, and a giant emerged. The world is not the will of the world, but it is better than the will of the world, emerging from the E of the world. It transformed itself into the guardian of the world, punching out one punch after another, blasting away the darkness. In the darkness, a large number of phantoms emerged from all directions and bombarded the formation. The giants in darkness fought a fierce battle, and it was hard to tell who would win. Countless Tao realms and several Tao lords appeared on the heavenly avenue at the same time, watching this sudden battle. Several Tao lords looked very unhappy. The Lord of the Great Tao is invading. The invasion of the Tao Lord made the faces of many Tao lords and Tao realm masters become extremely ugly. Fortunately, thanks to the formation set up by Lin Moyu, the world is temporarily safe. The giants fought against darkness. The shadows transformed by the Lord of Darkness were endless. Although they were not strong, they attacked the formation from countless angles. The Dark Avenue is corrosive. Under the erosion of the Dark Avenue, the formation is gradually weakening. In the world, several Tao masters whispered, "If the formation is broken, we will all die. Even though we are weak, we can't just stand by and watch. Let's fight, just like we did against the extraterritorial gods and the Black Blood realm back then. Even if we die in battle, at least we can share the pressure of the formation. Then let's fight." Everyone shouted in unison, ready to rush over and fight. The practitioners of the Origin continent are brave, especially those who have experienced the Origin catastrophe, who are full of fighting spirit. They rushed towards the outer formation, ready to fight hard. A ray of light suddenly lit up, breaking through the darkness and stinging my eyes. But the light does not bring brightness, but destruction. The strong light turned into a giant sword, severing the formation like the creation of the world. The formation roared and vibrated, and large cracks appeared. An extremely powerful force was transmitted into the world from the crack. The Tao Master and the Tao Realm who had just flown away were hit by the huge force and fell down like raindrops. The Taoist Master looked extremely ugly, and many practitioners in the heavenly Tao Realm were vomiting blood and injured. The power of the Lord of the Great Tao was far inferior to theirs, and they couldn't even handle the aftermath. At this time, another formation appeared in the Origin continent. This formation merged with the formation of the world, and the cracks that were cut out before quickly recovered. Everyone looked overjoyed. Lin Moyu actually set up more than one formation. The original spiritual veins and thousands of avenues simultaneously gushed out powerful forces and injected them into the formation. The formation, which was originally in jeopardy, immediately became stable. The strong light appeared again, breaking through the darkness and turning into countless sharp blades that smashed into the formation. A big sword appeared in the hand of the giant who evolved the formation. He swung the sword and blocked most of the attacks. But there were still a large number of attacks that fell into the formation, making it shine brightly and dazzling. At this time, Hao Daozuan, Xiaomei, and others flew out of Yudao City. A formation also appeared in Yudao City. They entered the formation and manipulated it. With someone manipulating it, the power of the formation became stronger. The giant roared and swung countless swords, dispersing the mist of the world. The God of Light and the Lord of Darkness, who had been hiding in the fog of the world, finally revealed themselves. The God of Light pointed his finger, and the wings behind him shone brightly, transforming into countless sharp blades that swept down and bombarded the formation like a violent storm. The Lord of Darkness spewed out black gas, which evolved into dark evil spirits, which landed on the formation and bit it madly. Lin Moyu's formation was very powerful, but it still gradually weakened under their attack. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the formation alone was. The two masters of the Great Way joined forces, and some of them showed despair when they saw this scene. "Where's Lin Moyu? Where did he go? The formation alone can't hold it off for long. Only Lin Moyu can save us." I don't know. He hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Maybe he has left. Some people wailed in despair, some remained silent, and some were eager to fight. Even when facing two masters of the Great Way, even if they knew they were going to die, they still dared to fight. Everyone has a different reaction to the same situation, which also represents that everyone has a very different heart of Tao, and they will naturally make different choices when facing a problem. Darkness enveloped the world, the only remaining light was taken away, and the whole world was gradually falling into despair. The strong ones in the Tao realm drive the Tao to illuminate the world again. The origin of yin and yang burst into brilliant light, but under the cover of darkness, even the light of the origin of yin and yang was weaker than before. A Tao master noticed something unusual and shouted, "They are blocking the road." All infinite avenues come from the ancestral land of origin, even the origin of yin and yang is no exception. The Lord of Darkness used the power of his great Tao to cover the world, cut off the great Tao, and made the origin continent lose the coverage of the great Tao. By then, the formation will be ineffective, and the practitioners in the origin continent will be powerless. The whole process is not fast, but it can bring people despair. The process of watching one's strength gradually weaken and be taken away is enough to make many people collapse. The attacks of the God of Light were endless, constantly consuming the power of the formation. Coupled with the Lord of Darkness, the origin continent fell into despair. But Lin Moyu did not show up, which made the two masters of the Great Tao certain that Lin Moyu had gone to the ancestral land of origin, and they became even more unscrupulous. The Lord of Darkness said, "This guy didn't even leave a clone behind." The God of Light said in a cold voice, "Perhaps he doesn't know. After all, he has just become the Lord of the Great Tao." The Lord of Darkness laughed and said, "That's perfect. I want to see how Jin reacts when he returns from his ancestral land and finds that his world is gone and all his relatives and friends are dead. Request flowers." Inside the dragon clan of the origin continent, Long Yi looked into the void. "You really don't want me to take action?" Antares was not nervous at all. He just said calmly, "No need, the brat has made arrangements, these two guys are dead." Long Yi asked, "He wants to kill the Lord of the Great Tao." The Lords of the Avenue are not easy to kill. Even if Long Yi took action, he only drove them away and never killed them. Antares said, "He is just the Lord of the Great Tao. For that kid, it is just a matter of whether he wants to kill him or not." Long Yi was surprised and asked, "But why doesn't he do anything yet?" Antares shook his head, "Who knows? Anyway, this guy never makes mistakes. Just wait patiently." 0. Over the past few hundred years, the relationship between Antares and Long Yi had changed. Long Yi was in the origin continent most of the time, and Antares would occasionally visit Long Yi's world. Long Yi fell in love with Antares and no longer wanted to treat him as a breeding dragon like before. The two dragons practiced together, and Antares had recovered quite well in the past few hundred years. If this continued, he would be able to fully recover in a few thousand years, saving several years. The formation was getting weaker and weaker, and some people's minds had collapsed due to fear. Some people are ready to fight even though they know they will die. The Lord of Darkness smiled grimly, "The formation is about to break." The God of Light said nothing, but his attacks became more fierce. Suddenly, the fog of the world was dispersed, and countless golden swords swept through the fog of the world. The two men's faces changed drastically. The Lord of Darkness hid in the darkness to avoid the attack, and the God of Light surrounded him with his wings, turning them into a shield to resist. The golden sword hit the God of Light with a deafening sound, forcing him to retreat continuously. "Lin Moyu." The God of Light's gnashing teeth voice came from behind his wings. There was hatred in his voice, but also a bit of fear. Suddenly, infinite light shot out from the fog in the distance, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the world. The Lord of Darkness was forced to show up. The light dispelled all darkness, and he could no longer use the darkness to hide. An even larger formation emerged. This formation was like a huge eggshell, covering the entire origin continent and even the God of Light of Darkness. Lin Moyu's voice sounded slowly, "I finally waited for you too. It was not easy." When the Lord of Darkness heard Lin Moyu's voice, he immediately got angry and asked, "You didn't go to the origin land?" Lin Moyu's shadow appeared in the formation, looking down at the darkness like God looking down at all living things. "Guess?" The Lord of Darkness said coldly, "I guess you went to the ancestral land, and the one left here is just your clone." He saw with his own eyes the opening of the passage to the ancestral land of origin, and the confinement of people entering its realm. With his experience of entering and exiting the ancestral land countless times, once he enters the passage, he must go in, and there is no possibility of regret. Therefore, Lin Moyu must have entered the ancestral land of origin, and only the clone remained here. If it's just a clone, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if he left a formation, it's impossible to trap and kill the two of them with it. The formation will eventually be broken by them, and Lin Moyu still cannot protect this world. The God of Light blocked the next wave of attacks, spread his wings and looked at the shadow of Lin Moyu, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said in a low voice, "No need to talk nonsense, start. You continue to attack the world, I will block the formation." Darkness devours the sky. The Lord of Darkness roared, and black air burst out of his body. A big mouth emerged from the black air and bit towards the origin continent. The God of Light came above the Lord of Darkness, spread his wings, and transformed them into an infinite giant shield to protect himself and the Lord of Darkness. With the protection of the God of Light, the Lord of Darkness attacked with all his might, attempting to break the formation of the origin continent as quickly as possible. He knew that the God of Light's defense was very strong. No matter how strong Lin Moyu's formation was, he could not break the God of Light's defense in a short time. As long as he moves fast enough, Lin Moyu's world will still end. Light and darkness joining forces is a rare occurrence, but now it really happens in order to deal with Lin Moyu. Ha ha. Lin Moyu's sneer came from the void. A large number of undead servants rushed over from all directions and were right in front of them in the blink of an eye. The appearance of the undead servants completely shattered the hopes of the two. The aura revealed by each undead servant is not much stronger than that of the Lord of the Tao. Perhaps they are no match for them if they fight alone, but as long as they are in large numbers, they will definitely lose. The number of undead servants that appeared now was more than tens of millions, swarming towards them in such dense numbers that it made their scalps tingle. The God of Light couldn't believe it. How could his puppet be so powerful? It's not like I haven't dealt with undead servants before. The fact that undead servants have the combat power of Tao Lords is astonishing enough. I thought this was the limit, but I didn't expect that the combat power of the undead servants would soar again and be not much weaker than that of the Lord of the Avenue. If there are only 100 or 200 of them, I can still handle them. But now, there are more than tens of millions of them. How can we fight them? The undead servants manipulated countless avenues, transforming into various attacks, bombarding over densely. An infinite avenue emerges in the void, and behind the way of heaven is a powerful world. The vast world was projected out, covering this area. In the formation, Lin Moyu's voice slowly rang out, "Tao deprivation." The universe and the origin continent resonated, and the three-layer formation started to work violently. Under the tremendous power, the darkness retreated and the light dissipated. The faces of the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness suddenly changed, becoming extremely ugly, and their eyes were even filled with panic. Before, they were the ones who isolated the avenue of the origin continent, but now, they are isolated from the power of the avenue by Lin Moyu. They don't understand how Lin Moyu did it, but the fact is, Lin Moyu did it. The two of them could clearly feel that the power of their own Tao was receding and becoming weaker and weaker. Let's go. The God of Light was very decisive. They knew that if they didn't leave now, they would be stuck. It is impossible to break out of the encirclement. Facing tens of millions of undead servants, they do not have the ability to do so. What's more, there is a terrifyingly powerful formation outside. Now their only way to survive is to escape to their ancestral land. The second time they fled to their ancestral land, they all felt ashamed, but it was also a helpless choice. If they don't escape, only death awaits them. After all, they are not eternal and will really die. Let's go. The Lord of Darkness also shouted in a low voice, and the two of them opened the passage to the ancestral land of origin at the same time. The shadow of the ancestral land of origin descended, the passage opened, and two rays of light fell on the two of them. Suddenly, the two of them felt a breath of origin, as if a terrifying existence had descended, and its powerful pressure made the two of them tremble. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Along with a light shout, a terrifying palm print appeared between heaven and earth and landed on the shadow of the ancestral land. Amid the roar, large cracks appeared in the phantom of the ancestral land. The same was true in the passage, which was covered with cracks, as if it would collapse at any time. How is it possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The two of them exclaimed at the same time, "What is the ancestral land of origin?" It is the place where the heaven and earth originated and all things began. Even though it is a projection, it has the essence of the ancestral land, and is the most noble and mysterious place in the world. They have been in and out of the ancestral land countless times, so they naturally know this truth. But now, the phantom of the ancestral land of origin was actually shattered by someone's palm. If it happens a few more times, we will be defeated directly. What kind of strength is that? Is it something a normal creature can do? The two were so frightened that they rushed into the passage immediately and escaped to the ancestral land as quickly as possible. If they were really defeated, they would be dead. Lin Moyu appeared in the void and watched them flee into the origin ancestral land with his own eyes. It's worthy of being the origin ancestral land. It didn't collapse. Although I didn't use my full strength in that palm strike just now, I used about 80% of my strength. It was unexpected that the projection of the ancestral land of origin was not destroyed. Lin Moyu did not strike a second palm, but looked into the void. A pair of eyes in the void were looking at him. Those are Zhulong's eyes. Zhulong is warning Lin Moyu not to mess around. Lin Moyu laughed. "I see, it was just an accident." Zhulong obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't say anything. The appearance of Zhulong was the reason why Lin Moyu did not take action again, otherwise the two of them would never have been able to escape into the ancestral land of origin. Lin Moyu asked, "I am going to the origin ancestral land to hunt them down now. Can I do it inside?" Zhulong's voice came, "As long as it does not cause damage to the origin ancestral land, you can do it." This is not nonsense. It is absolutely impossible for the Lord of the Great Tao to take action in the ancestral land of origin without causing destruction. Lin Moyu sighed helplessly. "It seems that we can only let them live a little longer. I waited for them for hundreds of years, but in the end they still escaped." Zhulong suddenly said, "You can do it in the battlefield of heaven and earth." Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Battlefield of heaven and earth? You will know when you enter the ancestral land of origin. After Zhulong said this, he closed his eyes and disappeared. This time when he closed his eyes, Lin Moyu did not feel the world collapsing, which was different from the previous feeling. He knew that he was not affected because he had become the master of the Great Tao. The overturning of heaven and earth that occurred when Zhulong closed his eyes was not something he intended to do, but something that happened naturally, so the Lord of Tao could be exempt from it. Looking at the formation that was still running, Lin Moyu sighed lightly and waved his hand to stop the formation. With a thought, the projection of the origin land emerged, the passage opened, and Lin Moyu stepped into it. With Lin Moyu's departure, the war ended. The Great Way returns, and everything returns to peace. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and one Taoist master sighed, "It's finally over." Luckily Lin Moyu took action to solve this problem. Someone complained. He was the one who provoked the two masters of the avenue. Someone immediately retorted, "Who caused the origin catastrophe? The world is so big and cultivation is so difficult that anything can happen. If you blame others for everything, then you might as well not practice at all and live like an ordinary person for 100 or 80 years. Isn't that good enough?" Someone whispered, "Strong people never complain about their environment. If you can say something like that, it only means that your heart is not strong enough. This is how your life will end. Accidents are everywhere in this world. Even if you don't provoke others, others will come to you. During the origin catastrophe that year, the origin continent did not provoke anyone, and the worlds will only wanted to make itself strong enough to impact eternity. As a result, the Black Blood realm and the Heavenly God realm came knocking on the door, and the world will had no one to turn to for justice. No matter what the reason was, it was Lin Moyu who finally solved the problem and drove away the two masters of the avenue. That was enough. Lin Moyu's strength was verified once again. Even the two masters of the 11 avenues were beaten by him and fled in panic. Lin Moyu's strength was beyond imagination. As for where Lin Moyu went in the end, no one except a few Taoist masters could tell. Long Yi looked at the result and said, Lin Moyu really had a plan. He wanted to kill the two masters of the avenue, but he failed. And Terry said, those two guys won't live long. Lin Moyu will not let them go. Long Yi said, you have great confidence in him. And Terry snorted, I watched him grow up and know what kind of person he is. Long Yi became interested, tell me in detail. The breadth of the avenue was overwhelming, and Lin Moyu once again stepped into the ancestral land of origin. Thousands of years have passed since the last time I came here. Thousands of years are just a blink of an eye for the ancestral land of origin, and nothing will change. As soon as he entered the ancestral land of origin, Lin Moyu received some information. He knew what he had to do and what rules he needed to follow in his ancestral land. These rules did not exist when he came in last time, because he was still very weak at that time and posed no threat to the avenue in the ancestral land of origin. But it is different now. If he wants to, he can easily destroy the avenue, so the world has set some rules. He can take action in his ancestral land, just as Zhulong said, as long as he doesn't destroy the Great Way. Once the Great Tao is destroyed, heaven and earth will bring down punishment, and the punishment will be very severe. Even if one is the Lord of the Great Tao, he will be skinned alive if he does not die. This rule is equivalent to telling him that it would be uncomfortable to take action here. Tell him the rules and what to do. He must reach the battlefield of heaven and earth within a year. The ancestral land of origin will give guidance and he just needs to follow it. To the Lord of the Great Tao, these great Taos in the ancestral land of origin are no longer useful, and there is no need to waste time trying to comprehend them. Lin Moyu flew up and reached a high altitude to look down at the ancestral land of origin. The last time he came, he couldn't do this, but now he can. The avenue is like a pillar, standing tall from heaven to earth. Thousands of avenues form a huge divine symbol. This time Lin Moyu understood that the function of this talisman was to suppress. Guarding, sealing off the town, and suppressing are all included. The origin of the ancestral land, suppressing something. Lin Moyu had some doubts in his heart, but he would get the answer to this question after going to the battlefield of heaven and earth. The ancestral land of origin points the way for them, directly to the battlefield of heaven and earth. Even though they were given a year, it actually wouldn't take it all. With Lin Moyu's speed, they could reach the battlefield of heaven and earth in less than 2 days. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, but flew slowly in the ancestral land of origin, passing by the side of the Wanqian Avenue, admiring the avenue, and also carefully observing the talisman. He knew that this talisman was not artificially arranged, but was formed naturally by heaven and earth. It was an innate talisman with extraordinary power. All avenues are connected to this talisman, without exception. The divine talisman not only suppresses something, but also suppresses all the avenues. This reminded Lin Moyu of the origin of the spiritual vein. This talisman and the Shinjo Ding have the same function. If there were no magic talisman to suppress it, all these heavenly laws would be in chaos. There are not many empty slots for the divine talisman. It seems that the avenue will be full soon. Once it is full, no new avenues will be created. The number of great ways is limited. Does that also mean that the capacity of heaven and earth is limited? How did this limit come about? Was it set at the beginning of the universe? Why is there a difference in strength between heaven and earth? Why is it so easy to transcend in some worlds, but so difficult here? Will there be a world more difficult than this? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, passed through thousands of roads, and finally arrived at the destination 2 months later. He came to the end of the ancestral land of origin, and thousands of avenues were left behind him. There is a huge light curtain here, standing there like a world barrier. The light curtain extends to the sky, dividing the original ancestral land into two parts. Behind the light curtain is the battlefield of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu's mind was as clear as a mirror. He did not enter the light curtain immediately, but observed quietly. There are also endless divine symbols in the light curtain. The ancestral land of origin seems to have countless relationships with the divine symbols. There are divine symbols everywhere here, some of which are revealed, and more are hidden in the dark. To be precise, this world seems to be closely related to the divine talisman. The divine talisman is not a single avenue, but the route that runs through the entire heaven and earth. Lin Moyu looked at the light curtain for a long time and took note of the divine symbols in it. The function of these divine symbols was to strengthen it. The divine runes overlapped each other, making this layer of light curtain extremely solid. Lin Moyu 640 felt that even if he used the great Tao-destroying palm with all his strength, he might not be able to break this layer of light curtain. The key is that these talismans are not complicated, and the effect they produce after being superimposed on each other is extremely amazing. It seems that simplification is also a way to go. Lin Moyu sighed softly, as if he finally understood the principle behind it. His understanding of the talisman had also improved, which was a good gain. Half a year has passed since Lin Moyu entered the ancestral land of origin, and he finally touched the light curtain. A gap appeared on the light curtain, and a gentle suction force came and wrapped it up and sucked it in. Lin Moyu passed through the light curtain, experienced a brief teleportation, and was greeted by a vast aura. A huge canyon appeared in sight. The canyon exudes a metallic luster like steel, and it feels unusual at first glance. The material that formed the canyon was of an extremely high level, something Lin Moyu had never seen before. He felt that it would be difficult to destroy it without using the great Tao-destroying world palm. Above the canyon, there are a large number of claw marks and countless traces of swords and knives. There is a powerful force left on every trace, all of which are at the level of the Lord of the Great Tao. A familiar smell lingered in the vast air, and Mou unconsciously chanted, "The way of heaven is absurd." A thought flashed through his mind, the so-called battlefield between heaven and earth. Could it be that the enemy is the wild beasts on the road? At this time, a voice came, "Fellow Taoist, please come over to register." A master of the great Tao stood not far away. His aura was fluctuating violently, and it was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle not long ago. He kept a certain distance from Lin Moyu and did not disturb her at first. He waited for a while, and only spoke when Lin Moyu had seen enough, appearing very polite. Lin Moyu went over and saluted. Lin Moyu greets fellow Taoist. The other party is also a human. Judging from the aura on his body, he should be practicing the water-based avenue. However, it does not seem to be the original avenue, but a branch avenue. There are thousands of great ways, and it is not surprising that each one can lead to becoming the master of the great way. The other party responded, "My humble self is Meng Ruai, nice to meet you, fellow Taoist Lin. Please follow me and register." Lin Moyu hummed, "Excuse me, Brother Meng, what does registration mean?" Meng Ruai said, "We have set up many formations here. After registering, fellow Taoist Lin can move freely here, otherwise he will be subject to many restrictions." Lin Moyu did see a lot of formations, but in his eyes, these formations were nothing and could be broken at most with some time. However, since there is a registration requirement, he will not make it too serious. This place has existed for countless years and has formed its own rules. On the way, Meng Ruahai briefly introduced the environment of the battlefield of heaven and earth to Lin Moyu. The mountains here are called Yuanshan by us. Yuanshan is neither gold nor iron, but a very special existence. They are very strong, so strong that even if we attack with all our strength, we can only cause some minor damage. And the source mountains are changing all the time. Some are sinking, some are rising, some are expanding outward, and some are shrinking. The terrain of the mountain is changing, rising and falling constantly, but the formations seen along the way are arranged according to the terrain of the mountain. Once the terrain of the mountain changes, the formation will be destroyed. Meng Ruohai saw Lin Moyu's doubts. Their changes are very slow, taking tens of thousands of years, so we just need to adjust the formation in time. Lin Moyu said, Friend Meng, I have observed that these formations are not weak, but they are not that strong either. With the ability of the Lord of the Great Tao, if you want to force your way through, you can get through. Meng Ruohai's eyes lit up slightly. It turns out that Daoji is also good at formations. Lin Moyu is very modest. I only know a little bit, just the basics. Meng Ruohai laughed, not knowing whether he believed Lin Moyu's words or not. He said calmly, the main function of the formation is not to kill the enemy, but to warn and stop the enemy. Just like we knew when fellow Taoist Lin entered the origin ancestral land, and we can also know exactly when fellow Taoist Lin came to this battlefield of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He was being monitored, but he didn't feel anything. It seems that I still underestimated the formation master here. Lin Moyu already knew how the formation master here did it. He used the formation to break through the barrier between the battlefield of heaven and earth and the ancestral land of origin, and with the help of the avenue in the ancestral land of origin, he sensed his own existence. Here, the power of the avenue is pervasive, and every avenue has become the most natural and convenient channel. Lin Moyu didn't bother with the formation. Who is our enemy? Although I have some answers in my mind, I still want to ask one more question. Meng Ruohai said, we have two enemies. One is the Great Tao Wild Beast. I think fellow Taoist Lin must have seen the Great Tao Wild Beast and maybe even fought with them. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Indeed, we have dealt with each other before. Meng Ruohai continued, the second enemy, we call it the Heaven and Earth Spirit Demon. Spiritual monster? Lin Moyu had never heard of it before. What was the spiritual monster of heaven and earth? Then he asked, please tell me in detail, Brother Meng. Meng Ruohai smiled and said, fellow Taoist Lin will know everything in a moment. We are here, let's register first. A high mountain appeared in sight. The mountain was not visible at first, but when they got close enough, it suddenly appeared. Lin Moyu saw that the entire mountain was covered by a formation, and it would disappear as long as you were far away. On the top of the mountain, there is a palace called Taoist Palace. Lin Moyu saw at a glance that this Taoist temple was a powerful magic weapon. Outside the Taoist temple, many people were chatting and drinking tea. These people were all Taoist masters. Although they come from different races, most of them have now transformed into human form and appear in human appearance. There were a few that did not transform into human form, but their bodies shrank and became indistinguishable from humans. Lin Moyu observed the Taoist temple and found that the location of the Taoist temple was exactly the center of a large formation. The function of this large formation is to coordinate all other formations. Suddenly Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes and saw two old men. The God of Light and the Lord of Darkness, they are here too. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Meng Ruohai noticed Lin Moyu's abnormality. Fellow Taoist Lin, what's wrong? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I saw two old acquaintances. Meng Ruohai followed Lin Moyu's gaze and also saw the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness. He was a little puzzled. How could the Lord of the Bright Avenue and the Lord of the Dark Avenue be together? Light and darkness are opposed to each other, and even if their masters of the avenue are not enemies, they cannot be friends. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Friend Meng, what would happen if two wild dogs that were enemies of each other encountered a tiger at the same time? Meng Ruohai thought for a moment and immediately understood what Lin Moyu meant. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you mean that they came together and became friends because they had a common enemy? Lin Moyu smiled and said, although the metaphor is not quite appropriate, it is more or less like that. Unfortunately, even if two wild dogs join forces, they are no match for the tiger. At this time, the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness discovered Lin Moyu at the same time. Their expressions changed drastically, and their murderous intent rose. Meng Ruohai finally understood that the tiger Moyu was talking about was himself. The two masters of light and darkness joined forces because of Lin Moyu. But is this newly promoted Lord of the Great Tao really so powerful? As far as he knew, the two masters of the Great Tao of Light and Darkness were very powerful, and they had been the beings of the Great Tao for a long time. Lin Moyu said at this moment, "You two ran away very quickly, but now that you are here, where else can you escape to?" The Lord of Darkness said in a cold voice, "I really underestimated you before. Now on the battlefield of heaven and earth, we can fight again and see who dies first." The God of Light also sneered, "Don't think that you are so great just because you are lucky enough to get a little advantage. It's easy to say who will win." Their words attracted the attention of many people. Many Avenue Lords who were drinking tea and chatting looked over here. After just two simple sentences, these eyes of heaven already knew what had happened. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thinking back to the first time we fought, I was just a Tao Master, and I beat you so hard that you had no way to escape and could only seek refuge in the Origin ancestral land. Now I have become the Lord of the Great Tao. What else can you do besides waiting to die?" Lin Moyu's words were not polite at all, and he directly stripped the two of their faces. The Lord of the Great Tao was forced by another Tao Master to flee to the ancestral land of Origin to save his life. This kind of thing is rarely heard of by others. The faces of both light and dark became extremely ugly, and they felt that they had become the laughingstock of others. At this time, a surprised voice was heard, "Friend Lin, you are here too." The Lord of Life, with a white glow on his body, walked out of the Taoist temple with graceful steps. She looked at Lin Moyu with a smile in her eyes. "Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lin for becoming the master of the Great Tao." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are doing well, fellow Taoist Xingxin." Meng Ruohai suddenly smiled and said, "So fellow Taoist Lin knows fellow Taoist Xingxin. Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Xingxin to handle the registration." "Okay?" Sheng Xian smiled and said, "Of course, leave the registration to me." It can be seen that Xingxin has a very good relationship with everyone here, and the several masters of the Great Way look at Xingxin with kindness. This is true whether it is the Tao Master of the human race or the Tao Master of other races. Lin Moyu could basically figure out what was going on. Sacred Heart was the Master of Life. When it came to healing ability, if Sacred Heart said it was second, few people would dare to say they were first. This is the battlefield of heaven and earth, and these masters of the great ways will all be injured to some extent. The Lord of the Tao is not afraid of minor injuries, but is afraid of serious injuries, especially serious injuries to the soul. Once seriously injured, it is difficult to recover, and one may even fall into a deep sleep, which takes a long time. Then the role of the Sacred Heart is reflected here. The path of life of the Sacred Heart can heal the wounds of everyone. Another point is that some injuries are very strange and can only be cured by the avenue of life. Moreover, Xingxin was easy to talk to, and over time, Xingxin's position among the people became irreplaceable. Lin Moyu fell down, and Xingxin took Lin Moyu into the Taoist hall to register. At this time, everyone looked at the God of Light and the Lord of Darkness with strange eyes. Lin Moyu was a friend of Xingxin, so he was naturally everyone's friend. However, these two guys were Lin Moyu's enemies, and they were even the kind that would fight to the death. That's interesting. A Lord of the Great Tao said, "If I remember correctly, the Lord of Darkness was seriously injured last time, and it seems that it was also fellow Taoist Xingxin who worked hard to heal him." Someone echoed, "Yes, if it weren't for fellow Taoist Saint Heart, he would probably not be asleep now. This time he is an enemy of Saint Heart Taoist's friends. I wonder if Saint Heart Taoist will still help him heal his wounds. Who knows? I guess he will." Fellow Taoist Xingxin has a kind heart, unlike some people. As everyone discussed the Dark Lord's expression became extremely interesting and gradually distorted. The God of Light was ignored. He had been sleeping for too long, so long that everyone had forgotten him. He is just a newcomer here and has little presence. We are all masters of the Tao. Even if you are a little stronger than ordinary masters of the Tao, so what? There is also eternity above us, and they may still not give you face. The God of Light and the Lord of Darkness looked at each other and said, "Let's go." The two of them left, away from this place of gossip. 000. In the Taoist hall, Sheng Xian asked, "Does Taoist Lin have a grudge against those two?" Lin Moyu nodded, "I think I have a deep blood feud with the God of Light. As for the Lord of Darkness, it's not a big deal. When I was in the Tao Lord realm, I forced him to enter the origin ancestral land. I felt embarrassed, so I have always wanted to get it back." Sheng Xian said, "Do you need me to mediate between them?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xingxin. I don't take these two guys seriously." Sheng Xian did not insist. Since Lin Moyu said it was not necessary, then it was not necessary. She believed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked around the Taoist main hall. The layout of the Taoist main hall was simple. In addition to a special pillar half a person's height in the center of the Taoist main hall, there were only some cushions and a small podium on top, which seemed to be a place for preaching. Sheng Xian brought Lin Moyu to the central pillar and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, just inject your soul power into it." Lin Moyu did as he was told and injected his soul power into it, and the formation in the column suddenly lit up. This formation recorded Lin Moyu's soul, and so did the other formations it controlled. From then on, Lin Moyu could move freely on the battlefield. While the formation recorded the soul's breath, some information was also transmitted into Lin Moyu's soul. The information recorded some situations about the battlefield between heaven and earth, as well as the enemies they faced. The records here are more detailed than what Meng Ruohai introduced. Lin Moyu knew it after reading it once. The battlefield of heaven and earth, BCCI, is an area that has existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. At the beginning of the birth of heaven and earth, thousands of great ways evolved, and then the original ancestral land appeared to carry thousands of great ways. The myriad avenues of the universe are not pure, they are filled with impurities and dirt. These impurities were eliminated during the evolution process, gathered together, and eventually evolved into the Great Tao Wild Beast. The home of the Great Tao Wild Beast is also in the original ancestral land. The heaven and earth isolate themselves, and the Great Tao Wild Beast is not far away from the thousands of Great Taos. The area formed between the two sides is the battlefield of heaven and earth. Because the Great Tao beasts are extremely dirty, they instinctively like the pure and clean Great Tao, so they will find ways to rush over and devour, absorb, and refine the pure Great Tao. Naturally, the myriad great ways will not be devoured and refined by the Great Way Beast, as that would cause the heaven and earth to collapse. Therefore, the Lord of the Great Way, who was appointed by heaven and earth, should come and stop the Great Way Beast. This is the will of heaven and earth and cannot be rejected. As for the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth, they are a special kind of creatures. No one knows where they came from, but they are very ancient and seem to have existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. They occupy a special area, no one knows where it is exactly, but it is known that the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth appear every once in a while, and they also want to invade the myriad avenues. According to the previous analysis, they seem to want to use the 10,000 avenues as their path to enter the realm of heaven and earth. What surprised Lin Moyu was that the information about the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth did not come from the Lord of the Great Tao, but from those eternal beings. The battlefield of heaven and earth was divided into two parts. The Lord of the Great Tao controlled the outer battlefield, and the inner battlefield was guarded by several eternal beings. A Lord of the Great Tao once entered the inner battlefield and brought back some information. It is said that the inner battlefield is more dangerous than the outer battlefield, and the fighting is more intense. To become the Lord of the Great Tao, to guard the entire heaven and earth, and to maintain the normal operation of heaven and earth, this is the responsibility of the Lord of the Great Tao. After reading this information, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh, this world is really not peaceful. Sheng Xian said, "What do you think of the battlefield of heaven and earth, fellow Taoist Lin?" Lin Moyu said, "Everyone thinks that the higher the level of cultivation, the greater the power one gets. This is true, but in fact, the greater the responsibility one bears. There are only a few thousand great Tao lords, and only a dozen or so eternal beings, but they have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the heaven and earth, which is not something that can be told to outsiders. Sheng Xian said, yes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In fact, we have also thought about completely eliminating the great beasts and the spirit monsters of heaven and earth, but... Lin Moyu interrupted her, but it's impossible. As long as the world exists, and the myriad avenues exist, they will always exist. They are like the dark side of the world, living and dying together with the world. It's impossible to solve this problem once and for all, but... Sacred Heart asked, but what? Lin Moyu said, but we can think of other ways to reduce the pressure on the battlefield. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered and he fell into deep thought. He was thinking about a possibility. Xingxin did not disturb Lin Moyu, but protected Lin Moyu and did not allow others to disturb her. Arriving at the battlefield of heaven and earth and knowing the enemies faced by the Lord of the Great Tao and the Eternal Being, Lin Moyu completely constructed the model of the entire heaven and earth in his mind. The structure of heaven and earth is formed in the mind, and this world is completely different from the rest of the world. He saw the many imperfections in the world, and the great Tao wild beast was one of them. Although he did not know where the spiritual monsters of the world came from, it seemed that they were also born because of the imperfections of the world. There are also soul-eating spirits. Soul-eating spirits are created by impurities in heaven and earth. They have been wandering outside heaven and earth, with the instinct to destroy everything. In addition, there is the origin ancestral land. The origin ancestral land seems to radiate to all worlds, but in fact, the avenues that each world can enjoy are not all, and are always imperfect. From the imperfections in various worlds, we can see that this world is actually not perfect either. The same is true for the Land of Return. Why was the Land of Return able to accommodate only 18 avenues in the beginning, and later on when someone was recognized by heaven and earth, it became 2 avenues? My immortal path descended upon the Land of Origin, so why could the Land of Origin also accommodate it? Wasn't it the limit? Does it mean that the limit of the Land of Origin has not been reached yet, and what has been reached is only the limit of the rules of heaven and earth? Compared with his own world, Fang Tiandi has too many imperfections. But compared to the world where Wanling Pavilion is located, it seems to be much better. At least it can accommodate stronger power, and there is no isolation between the myriad paths. Lin Moyu thought a lot at this moment, from the imperfections of the world to the enemies he was about to face. Needless to say, I have killed many wild beasts on the road, so there is no need to be afraid unless you encounter the Wild Beast King. However, what he encountered were all great Tao wild beasts in the virtual world. After they had a physical body, the great Tao wild beasts would be much stronger. The great Tao wild beast king was not weaker than the great Tao lord. Every time a great Tao lord was injured, it was basically caused by the great Tao wild beast king. In this battlefield of heaven and earth, ordinary wild beasts are just supporting roles and have no practical use. As for the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth, we can only know them after seeing them, so we can't make any judgment for the time being. There is a speculation in Lin Moyu's mind, whether there is any connection between the spiritual monster of heaven and earth and the soul-devouring spirit. Among all the information, the most interesting one is not the wild beasts of the road or the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth, but Yuanshan. These strange mountains, which are scattered across the battlefield of heaven and earth and rise and fall from time to time, are extremely solid in texture. Even if the Lord of the Tao uses a magic weapon at the Tao Lord level, at most they can only leave some marks or tiny scars on them. However, if there is a divine symbol imprinted in it, the divine symbol can be perfectly integrated into it, thus forming a formation. Therefore, Yuanshan became the best formation base, carrying the formation. I'll study it carefully when I get a chance. Lin Moyu said to himself. Sheng Xian's voice came from the side. What does fellow Taoist Lin want to study? After opening his eyes and seeing Xingxin's smiling face, Lin Moyu said, Yuanshan, I think Yuanshan is quite interesting and I want to study it. Sheng Xian said, the source mountain is indeed interesting, and it is very useful for setting up formations, but it seems to have no other uses. Almost every avenue master here has studied Yuanshan, and has not found any other uses for it. Yes, if I can discover the peculiarity of Yuanshan, others must know it too, and over the years, we have studied everything that needs to be studied. Lin Moyu asked, if we take a piece of Yuanshan mountain and use it to refine weapons, what will the effect be? Sheng Xian said, some people have tried and finally got some of it down, but once they left the source mountain, those things would dissipate like smoke and dust. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. It turned out to be like this. Sheng Xian said, yes, and every time this was done, it would cause some reaction from the source mountain, causing the formation to be readjusted. Later, there was an unwritten rule that no one was allowed to have ideas about the source mountain. You can study it, but you can't dig up the essence of Yuanshan Mountain. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I see. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Saint Xian. Sheng Xian said, fellow Taoist Lin, you don't have to be so polite. What happened before is nothing to do with fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu said, then why not trouble Xingxin Dao to take me around this battlefield? Okay. Xingxin was very happy and smiled. The two left the Taoist temple, and Xingxin took Lin Moyu somewhere else. In the battlefield of heaven and earth, there are formations everywhere, with large formations within small formations, and small formations connected to another large formation. Many functions of these formations are repeated, and even formations of different sizes stacked together have exactly the same functions. For someone who has little knowledge of formations, such nested formations and field divisions are unreasonable. It is obvious that the problem can be solved by one large formation, but it is broken down into hundreds of formations of different sizes. If it is indeed unreasonable somewhere else, it is very reasonable in this battlefield of heaven and earth. As Yuanshan expands and contracts, the terrain changes, and every change renders the formation ineffective. If only one large formation is used, it may be convenient, but if only a few source mountains change, or even not many, and the change exceeds half a meter or 1 meter, the large formation may become ineffective. Moreover, the larger the scale of the formation, the more difficult it is to repair. Once the formation fails, it is equivalent to losing early warning, which will put the masters of the avenue into a passive position. By using this method of nesting large and small formations, even if the terrain changes, it will only affect a part of the small-scale formation. Even if the terrain changes greatly, it is impossible to affect all formations. It is enough that the early warning function will not be destroyed. Moreover, the formations are interconnected, so once there is a problem, the person who sets up the formation will receive the message and repair it in time. Lin Moyu and Xingxin flew slowly between the mountains. Xingxin explained, the entire battlefield of heaven and earth, starting from the main peak of our station, is about 50 million miles deep and about 10 million miles wide. 0.0. The formation is mainly concentrated in the first 3 million miles, covering almost 90% of the area. There is another 10% formation beyond 3 million miles, extending about 5 million miles, but there are fewer of them and they are difficult to maintain. They could be discovered at any time or collapse due to changes in the topography of the source mountain. In this 3 million li formation, about 70% of the formation is used for early warning, 20% is used to confuse and trap the enemy, and the last 10% is the killing formation. What Lin Moyu saw was not much different from what Sheng Xian said. The two of them crossed the mountains and came to a plain. There was a faint stench coming from the plain. This was the stench coming from the great Tao. Ordinary people could not smell it. Only powerful practitioners could smell it with their souls. The source of the stench is the curse, the impurity and filth of the road. Lin Moyu had smelled a similar smell before, when he was facing the Lord of Curses. At that time, the Lord of Curses distributed the filth that had contaminated him into various black blood realms. The black blood realm exudes a similar smell. But Lin Moyu had a feeling that the smell emanating from the black blood realm was even more foul, which meant that the Lord of the Curse was more seriously polluted at that time. Sheng Xian said, "This is a battlefield. A great battle took place here not long ago. Many great beasts died here, including 2 great beast kings. The curse they left behind after their death will last for some time." Lin Moyu asked, "What is the strength of the great Tao wild beast here?" Sheng Xian said, ordinary Great Dao wild beasts are not as good as Great Dao lords. Great Dao wild beast kings are slightly stronger than Great Dao lords. It takes many people to besiege them to kill them. It's much stronger than in the virtual world. Lin Moyu compared the wild beasts in the virtual world. Ordinary wild beasts are indeed a bit stronger than Dao masters, but their strength is limited. Normally, 4 or 5 Dao lords can surround and kill a great wild beast. But according to Sheng Xian, the great Dao wild beasts here are only slightly weaker than the great Dao lords, and it would take at least 100 great Dao lords to surround and kill the great Dao wild beasts. It is much more powerful than in the virtual world. The same is true for the great Dao wild beast king. In the virtual world, even the great Dao master does not need to take action. There are several top realm masters, like Musha realm master, who have the support of the world's power and can surround and kill the great Dao wild beast king. A top realm master like Musha would be no match for the lord of the great Dao if they really fought. And here, the battle power of the great Dao wild beast king is even greater than that of the great Dao lord, and it requires several great Dao lords to surround and kill it. Sheng Xian explained, the strength of the great Dao wild beasts differs greatly whether they have a 693 body or not, and they can only exert their strongest strength in the battlefield of heaven and earth. There were also great beasts that entered the world before. Once they left their ancestral land, their strength would be greatly weakened. Lin Moyu said, in my world, there was once a senior who entered a wasteland in the fog of the world and encountered a great beast. I'm very curious, since there is a great Dao master guarding it, why can the great Dao wild beast escape? Sheng Xian corrected Lin Muyu's words, it's not that they escaped, they were exiled. There was a big riot here, and the great Dao wild beasts invaded in large numbers. It happened that something happened in the inner battlefield. Hundreds of great Dao wild beast kings and a wild beast emperor came to that battle. We fought bravely, suffered heavy casualties, and were almost unable to hold on. Fortunately, Lord Zhulong took action in time, so we were able to hold on. At that time, the void was broken, and some of the great beasts were exiled by Lord Zhulong and left the origin ancestral land. Their whereabouts are unknown. There was also a source mountain exiled with them. After leaving the battlefield of heaven and earth, the source mountain should become a continent. 1. What senior Taoist fellow Lin saw should be these wild beasts. Lin Moyu was not surprised that Xingxin knew about Zhulong. After all, as the lord of the great Dao, it was normal for him to know about the existence of Zhulong. They spent half of their time in the ancestral land of origin, and Zhulong was also here, so he would naturally know. What surprised Lin Moyu was that Zhulong would actually take action. Zhulong has taken action? If he can take action, why does he need the Lord of the Great Dao to guard it? With his strength, he can definitely hold it. Sheng Xian shook his head and said, although Lord Zhulong is strong, he also has rules to abide by. He was forced to act that time, and after that action, Lord Zhulong fell into a deep sleep for 10,000 years. No wonder. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that this was the case. There is a price to pay for Zhulong's actions. Each attack results in a 10,000-year slumber. No wonder he can't move often. Lin Moyu continued to ask, what happened in the inner battlefield of Yongheng? Sheng Xian shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Lord Zhulong said something unexpected happened, but he didn't say what it was. Later, an eternal being came and forced the wild beast king back. Otherwise, we would not be able to stop him. The wild beast king has eternal level combat power. Although the difference is not that big, it is still not something the Lord of the Great Dao can resist. As they were talking, they bypassed the plain and came to the edge of the formation, which was 3 million miles away from the Taoist temple. Outside the formation is a world full of light and colors. It looks extremely gorgeous, but chaos is hidden in the splendor. Lin Moyu had an urge to leave the formation and take a look, as if the ultimate truth of this world was contained there. Sheng Xian saluted towards the formation. Grandpa Zhan Huang, Sheng Xian is here to see you. As Sheng Xian finished speaking, the formation glowed slightly and a shadow emerged. A ray spirit? Lin Moyu didn't expect that this formation actually had a formation spirit. But after a closer look, I found something wrong, and it was often a strange formation. The shadow solidified and turned into an old man with white hair but vigorous spirit. He was wearing heavy armor and carrying a knife on his back, looking extremely extraordinary. Sheng Xian introduced, "This is Grandpa Zhan Huang, Grandpa Zhan Huang. His name is Lin Moyu, and he is a newly promoted Taoist." The War Emperor looked at Lin Moyu, his eyes showing no sign of admiration. "This is the first time I have seen such a young lord of the great Tao. You have a promising future ahead of you, young man." Lin Moyu was very modest. "Thank you for your compliment, senior." Xingxin said, "Lin Moyu is not only young, but also very strong. When he was a Taoist, he could beat the Taoist." Zhan Huang raised his eyebrows, looking even happier. "It's great to be able to fight against opponents of higher levels. We are in need of such talents." Xingxin said, "We want to go out and take a look. Can we go out now?" The Emperor of War looked outside the formation, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. "There are still 2 hours before the next wave of pollution breaks out. You can only stay outside for 1 hour at most." Sheng Xian said, "Okay, we won't go far, just take a look outside the formation and come back soon." The Emperor of War said, "Then I will activate the formation. You must come back in time and don't let Grandpa worry." Sheng Xian said, "Don't worry, Grandpa Zhan Huang, Sheng Xian will be back soon." At this moment, Sheng Xian was like a good girl, not looking like a lord of the great Tao at all. The way Emperor Zhan looked at her was as if he was looking at his own granddaughter. It was strange that the Lord of the Avenue would be so polite to others. Moyu felt that the relationship between them was not ordinary. The War Emperor activated the formation, revealing a passage. In fact, this formation is nothing in Lin Moyu's eyes. If he wants to go out, he can go at any time. It's just that he's new here and he doesn't want to break the rules. Sheng Xian took Lin Moyu into the passage and went outside the formation. Zhan Huang patiently gave him a few instructions, and Sheng Xian responded to all of them. After leaving the formation channel behind him closed automatically, and Lin Moyu seemed to have come to another world. It is hard to imagine that this is also a part of the original ancestral land. Through the formation, there is bright light and colorful scenery here. But when you actually get here, there is no bright light at all. It is gray everywhere and there are thick clouds above your head. There are indeed streams of light, and they are all in the clouds. Lightning flashes continuously in the clouds, and the lightning has different colors, illuminating the sky and the earth in different colors. Lin Moyu felt the rich power of the avenue here, as if he was standing on the edge of the avenue, but the power of the avenue was extremely chaotic and impure. This is where all the dirt from the avenue gathers, like a gigantic avenue garbage dump where countless impurities from the avenue are discharged. That is why, although the power of the Tao here is strong, it is smelly and dirty and cannot be used for cultivation at all. It is precisely because of this that strange beasts like the great Tao wild beast, which are full of curses, were born. Sheng Xian said, "Friend Lin, please feel it carefully. We can't go far and must return in an hour." Lin Moyu asked, "How did you know I came up with this?" Sheng Xian said, "Every new lord of the great Tao will be interested in the area where the great Tao wild beasts live, and will usually come out to take a look." Lin Moyu asked, "Senior Zhan Huang does not seem to be an ordinary formation spirit." A trace of sadness flashed in Xingxin's eyes. "He is my grandfather, and later he became an array spirit." Xingxin talked about some things about her and Grandpa Zhan Huang. Sheng Xian was an orphan and was adopted by the War Emperor, who was already the lord of the great Tao at that time. It can be said that Sheng Xian also grew up in a honeypot. The War Emperor treated her very well and taught her how to practice. With a grandfather who is the lord of the great Tao, Xingxin's cultivation has been smooth sailing, which has also led to her kind and helpful character. Xingxin was very talented in cultivation, and he had not encountered any bottlenecks all the way to becoming the Tao Master, and now he had become the Lord of the Tao of Life. Her grandfather, the War Emperor, was seriously injured in the riot, and even the Holy Heart could not heal him. The War Emperor could have chosen to dissolve his weapon and reincarnate, but in order to stop the great Tao wild beast, he gave up even that and transformed himself into an array spirit, controlling the myriad arrays here, forever here. According to Xing Xian's description, her grandfather, the War Emperor, was a fearless good man who took great care of her. Xingxin has been very sad about this, and even after so many years, he still hasn't recovered. Lin Moyu just sighed and said nothing. He did not comfort Xingxin. Xingxin was already the master of the great Tao, not a child. There was no need for extra comfort. He looked at the void, feeling the infinite avenue throwing its own dregs and impurities here, allowing these dregs to gather freely here and eventually form a wild beast of the avenue. Comparing his own world with this, Lin Moyu felt the difference. It's not that there is no dross in the universe, but there is chaotic energy in the universe, and the chaotic energy can digest these dross very well. However, there is no such thing as chaotic energy in this world, so the dregs have nowhere to be digested. In this way, as long as the heaven and earth do not perish, the great beasts will continue to evolve and appear, and they cannot be killed. This is just the most superficial information. Anyone who is a master of the great Tao can see it. Lin Moyu sees more than that. He looked deeper and wanted to see the real core. Because he has the world at large and the world of science and technology, he can compare with each other and thus see more. In particular, the universe has imitated this world to a certain extent, and all the avenues in the universe also originally came from this world. It can be said that the disciple is better than the master, and what Lin Moyu can see is no longer the same. By comparing the two, Lin Moyu realized the key problem. This world has no master. Lin Moyu found the root cause. This world has many imperfections, but the most important point is that it has no master. The ownerless world can only evolve and operate automatically according to the rules of heaven and earth, and cannot be interfered with by humans. If the world were perfect, there would naturally be no problems. But the world is not perfect, so problems arise one after another. If the world had a master, Wan Tian could control these wild beasts of the great Tao so that they would no longer devour the great Tao. You can find another enemy for them, such as the soul-eating spirit outside the world. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the great Tao beasts are also a very powerful team and can be fully utilized. The problem has been found, so the next step is to consider how to become the master of this world. Lin Moyu felt that he had a chance. He owned the world and the technological world. Although the scale was not as large as this world, the level was the same. In this way, it is not impossible to control more of the world. This secret may also be hidden in the battlefield of heaven and earth, and Lin Moyu instinctively wants to study it further. The time has come. The voice of the Sacred Heart came to my ears. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. Lin Moyu came to his senses and said, "Okay, let's go back first." He has seen enough today. He will come back to take a closer look next time. He can come alone then and go deeper. The clouds were lower than when we came here, a suffocating atmosphere was pressing down, and the world was filled with the dregs of the Great Way. When people below the Tao realm come here, their power will be directly contaminated, and they will eventually die due to the collapse of their power. Returning to the front of the formation, Xing Xian said loudly, "Grandpa Zhanhuang, we are back." There was no movement in the formation, and the War Emperor did not activate the communication device. Xing Xian was surprised and asked, "What's going on? Why didn't Grandpa Zhanhuang react?" She called out twice more, and the result was the same. Xing Xian's expression also changed. "I hope nothing has happened to Grandpa Zhanhuang." Lin Moyu could sense something was wrong. He looked up at the sky. Countless streams of light flashed in the clouds like electric snakes. Among them, there was a trace of something particularly eye-catching. The crimson light was hidden among the myriad streams of light, and the aura it emitted was also hidden in the dregs, but it was still captured by Lin Moyu. "Don't shout, the Emperor can't hear you," Lin Moyu whispered. Xing Xian turned around and asked, "What did fellow Taoist Lin see?" Lin Moyu said, "Someone took action and cut off the connection between us and the War Emperor." Sheng Xian looked around but didn't see anything. Who is fellow Taoist Lin's enemy? Lin Moyu said, Lord of Curse. Sheng Xian thought for a moment and said, I have never heard of this Lord of the Great Tao. Lin Moyu said, he is eternal, and one of the 8 oldest Eternals. Lin Moyu did not explain the details, but this sentence is enough. When Sheng Xian heard that the other party was an eternal being, her pretty face became solemn. What should I do? Lin Moyu actually has an eternal enemy. Lin Moyu said, but this time it should just be a test. He stretched out his hand to touch the formation of the battlefield of heaven and earth, but before he touched the formation, a red light suddenly lit up. A membrane appeared outside the formation, isolating himself from the formation, preventing Sheng Xian's voice from being transmitted, and also preventing the War Emperor from seeing the situation outside. Sheng Xian felt the powerful force contained in the red light, which was filled with curses. She didn't like this power very much. But at the same time, she had to admit that this force was very strong. It was not easy for her to break the seemingly thin layer of 933. Lin Moyu gently touched the red light, not caring about the power of the curse at all. Gray light lingered on Lin Moyu's fingertips. The power of death corroded everything, even the curse. After a few breaths, he withdrew his hand, saying that it was just a test. As he spoke, he casually drew the divine talisman, and in an instant, a large number of divine talismans flew out and formed a large formation. This formation looked somewhat familiar to Shengxin, and was somewhat similar to many formations in the battlefield of heaven and earth. The formation took shape in the blink of an eye, and then Lin Moyu pushed the formation forward, and the formation he drew flew towards the original formation on the battlefield of heaven and earth. The two formations approached each other and resonated. There is a cursed film between the two formations, one large and one small. The formation continued to resonate, and the space between them began to vibrate violently. A large number of cracks appeared in the space, and it exploded with a bang, shattering along with the cursed film. Lin Moyu smiled and said, It's okay. Before Sheng Xian could speak, a portal opened and the voice of the War Emperor came from it. You're back, coming quickly. The War Emperor obviously didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He had no idea that an eternal being had just taken action and they almost couldn't come back. Lin Moyu gave Shengxin a look, meaning that this matter did not need to be told to anyone. The Holy Heart naturally understands. Returning to the formation, the War Emperor said, The dirty tide will come soon. I don't know if there will be great beasts coming after this dirty tide. The pollution tide occurs every once in a while, and each time it lasts for several days, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter. The great Tao wild beast will come after the foul tide erupts, but the scale is different each time. Sometimes there are only a few hundred of them coming here sporadically, which is just a small matter. Sometimes, a large number of wild beasts would come, forming a beast tide after the pollution tide. No one knows whether there will be a beast tide. Therefore, every time a pollution tide breaks out, the Lord of the Avenue will take action just in case. The streams of light outside the formation became brighter and brighter. These streams of light were all the evolution of the dregs of the great Tao. The brighter the streams of light, the more dregs there were. The formation filtered the clouds, erased the repression, and only the essence remained. But in Lin Moyu's opinion, the things blocked by the formation are the most important information. So he had to leave the formation and explore the real root cause. When the dregs and impurities reach the limit, there is nothing outside the formation except chaotic streams of light. Sheng Xian looked solemn. The pollution tide is coming. Lin Moyu had never seen the tide of pollution, but he had a sense that when something reached its extreme, there would inevitably be a reaction. Either things will turn into the opposite extreme and become another possibility, or it will explode completely at the limit and the power accumulated to the limit will burst out completely. The tide of pollution is the latter. When the dregs accumulate to the extreme, they turn into waves and erupt completely. The bright light disappeared in an instant, and all the brilliance turned into black light, which surged like a tsunami. Waves of foul water rushed towards the formation was roaring, and the countless source mountains in the formation were buzzing. The source mountains are undergoing wonderful changes. Some of them are rising slightly, while others are falling. Some parts expanded outward, while others began to shrink. The source mountains vary in their shapes and sizes. There is no fixed number. Their changes caused changes in the formation. The formation carved on the source mountain began to deform, and then collapsed. Town. With a roar, the War Emperor appeared in the void. He transformed into millions of incarnations, appearing in every corner of the formation. Thousands of War Emperors simultaneously drew out the swords behind them and inserted them into the formation. The formation that had been hit hard suddenly stabilized, and the movement of the source mountain within the formation also weakened. Countless formations arranged on Yuanshan Mountain were activated at the same time. They were connected with other formations, releasing tremendous power to jointly resist the tide of pollution and stabilize the battlefield. The battlefield of heaven and earth is vast, and the pollution tide is aimed at the entire battlefield of heaven and earth, not just a certain place. There are tens of thousands of formations scattered across the battlefield of heaven and earth, and they need to resist the tide of pollution at the same time. Sheng Xian explained, when there was no Grandpa Zhan Huang to preside over the formation, every time the pollution tide started, there would always be a few formations that collapsed. A lot of dirt will rush in from those collapsed formations, polluting the battlefield. The source mountain will be affected by the tide of dirt and will change greatly, causing more formations to collapse, and eventually becoming a vicious cycle. The great beasts following the pollution tide will also rush in through those gaps, making it much more difficult for us to resist. Lin Moyu was surprised and said, "There are so many formations here, and each formation is very powerful. According to the probability, there should be a formation that gives birth to a formation spirit." Sheng Xian said, "It is true that there have been formation spirits born, and there are more than one, but it is useless. Facing the foul tide, the formation spirits will also be contaminated. Even the formation spirits have been polluted. The Wu dynasty is truly terrifying." Sheng Xian said, later, Grandpa Zhan Huang transformed into a formation spirit and merged into the formation. From then on, it was difficult for the dirty tide to break through the formation. This way, we have an extra barrier. Even if there is another beast tide later, with the help of Grandpa Zhan Huang, we will be able to handle it much more easily. It was really amazing to see the War Emperor transform into millions of incarnations and manipulate the formation to guard the entire battlefield of heaven and earth like an iron barrel. However, whether it is the dirty tide or these formations, they are just ordinary in Lin Moyu's eyes. No matter how strong the dirty tide is, it can hardly pose a threat to the Lord of the Tao. The ones that can really threaten the Lord of the Tao are the wild beasts of the Tao that come later. On the surface, the existence of the dirty tide seems to be paving the way for the wild beasts on the road. However, Lin Moyu saw something deeper. In the center of the pollution tide, tiny glimmers of light continue to appear. The sewage tide is very dirty, messy, and chaotic. It is the gathering of all the filth in the world and can be said to be the dirtiest thing in the world. But the faint light born from the dirty tide gave Lin Moyu a sense of purity. The first thing Lin Moyu thought of was the souls of the great Tao wild beasts. The souls of the great Tao wild beasts were extremely clean, which was completely different from their dirty bodies. Lin Moyu said to himself, the source of the pollution tide is the root cause of the birth of the great Tao wild beast. Sheng Xian was stunned when he heard this. "How did you know that, fellow Taoist?" Lin Moyu said, "From what I saw, the souls of the great Tao wild beasts were born from the dirty tide, but their bodies should have been born elsewhere." Sacred Heart frowned. "Soul?" She obviously did not see the glimmer of light that appeared in the dirty tide, because her spiritual realm was not high enough, so she could not see it. However, Xingxin still chose to believe Lin Moyu's words. She whispered, "Once there was an eternal being who said that in the deepest part of the wild beast ancestral land, there are several pools that gather the filth of the avenue, and the avenue wild beasts are born from them." As for the soul that fellow Taoist Lin mentioned, Sheng Xian certainly didn't see it. Lin Moyu already knew the whole process of the birth of the great Tao wild beast. A pure soul is born from the tide of self-pollution, and a physical body evolves from the pool of filth gathered from the great Tao. The combination of the two becomes a wild beast from the great Tao. Their chaotic, dirty, and cursed bodies require pure souls to control and support them. They are two extremes that can be perfectly combined just like their own immortal path. At the same time, because the soul is pure enough, it instinctively yearns for the various avenues in the ancestral land of origin. The great Tao beast is an extreme product. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it is a thing that came into being because there is no master in the world. The great Tao beast is something that should not exist. In addition, he also thought of the Soul Eater. The impurities of the great Tao evolved into great Tao beasts, and the impurities and waste of the heaven and earth itself gave rise to soul-devouring spirits. One wants to devour the avenue, and the other wants to devour living beings. How interesting. What on earth is that spirit monster? Lin Moyu thought to himself, I feel like the last secret of this world is about to be mastered by me. 0121062113 Philo 160120010. Waves of foul water hit the formation, but under the control of the War Emperor, the formation remained solid and indestructible. A huge aura came from afar, and one after another, the masters of the Great Way came. After the tide of pollution, there will definitely be great beasts coming, the only difference is the number. They come here to clean up those great beasts. Xingxing said, I hope there won't be a beast tide. Lin Moyu asked, is the beast tide scary? Sheng Xian said, it also depends on luck. The small beast tide only has 1,000 or 2,000 great beasts, plus a few great beast kings. We can still deal with it. If it's a big beast tide, it will be a lot more troublesome. We may have to pay some price, and people will definitely get hurt. According to her, a small tide of beasts can be easily dealt with, but a large tide of beasts will cause injuries. As for the large-scale explosions like those in the past, there have been only a few of them in history. The God of Light and the Lord of Darkness have also come. This is the mission of the Lord of the Tao, so they have to come. However, they were far away from Lin Moyu and did not get close. Lin Moyu didn't take them seriously. They were just two clowns, nothing compared to the Lord of Curse. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my soul, fellow Taoist Lin, can we talk? Lin Moyu's mouth corners slightly raised, and the voice that suddenly sounded in his soul came from the Lord of Darkness. It's interesting that this guy wants to talk to me. Lin Moyu replied, what are you talking about? The Lord of Darkness continued to transmit, I don't have a life and death feud with fellow Taoist Lin. I don't want to be an enemy of fellow Taoist Lin. I was wrong before, and I should apologize. I originally did not want to continue to be an enemy of fellow Taoist Lin, but I was bewitched and made the wrong decision. Lin Moyu said, how can I believe you now? The Lord of Darkness said, I can break up with the God of Light immediately, I just asked Lin Daofa to let bygones be bygones. Lin Moyu said, it's not that simple. If you want to get even with me, there are only 3 options. 1 is to kill me, 2 is for me to kill you, and 3 is for you to kill him. There is no 4th option. Although there is no life and death feud between the two parties, at least there has been a grudge between them, and it is not easy to make peace with them. 3 roads, 3 choices, either die standing or live on your knees. If you want to live, then kill the God of Light as a token of your loyalty. Lin Moyu is not a saint. Since she has offended him, she must pay the price. If it weren't for my strong enough strength, how could the dark creature come to me to make peace? He is afraid of death. The Lord of Darkness 377 was suddenly embarrassed, but I am no match for him. Lin Moyu smiled and said, that's your business. The Lord of Darkness hesitated for a moment, he is only half a step away from eternity. Fellow Taoist Lin, how about this? I will lead him to a certain place, and fellow Taoist Lin will kill him, and I will assist from the side. Lin Moyu also knew that it was not easy for the Lord of Darkness to kill the God of Light alone. He said, okay, just tell me when you've subdued it. The Lord of Darkness seemed very happy and immediately responded, okay, Brother Lin, please wait for my news. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile a little, this play isn't very good. Sheng Xian was a little confused. She didn't understand what Lin Moyu said, but she didn't ask any more questions. Lin Moyu looked at the dirty tide, thinking about what the Lord of Darkness had just said. The Lord of Darkness had no idea how high the level of Lin Moyu's soul was. Lin Moyu's soul had surpassed most of eternity and truly reached the limit of this world. If he wanted, Lin Moyu could monitor the soul communications in the nearby area. When the Lord of Darkness was communicating with him, he was also communicating with the God of Light. And all the communication between him and the God of Light, BDBG, was heard by Lin Moyu. Make peace with yourself? This is a drama between the Lord of Darkness and the God of Light, and specifically, they are using his request for peace as a pretext to lure him over. They will set traps, wait for you to fall into them, and then kill you. This is the ancestral land of origin, the battlefield of heaven and earth. They have no way to escape. The two knew that they were too powerful and had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, so they had to think of other ways. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this kind of thing is as unreliable as children playing house. Perhaps it was because he had never used any conspiracy or trickery before, so the method he came up with was so childish. Since they wanted to play this way, Lin Moyu decided to play with them. Since he couldn't find a chance to get rid of them, he took this opportunity to make them dig their own graves. Lin Moyu's eyes swept across the entire sewage tide. There were faint lights appearing in the sewage tide and then fading away. Every glimmer of light is the soul of a great beast. In one foul tide, at least tens of thousands of great beasts are born. Lin Moyu noted the direction in which these faint lights went away. Naturally, the soul had to find a physical body to extend its life. They were heading in roughly the same direction, and it was probably where their physical bodies evolved. After 3 days, the sewage tide gradually weakened. Sheng Xian said, "This pollution tide only lasted for 3 days. Even if there are great beasts coming after that, it is likely to be scattered, at most a small beast tide." Lin Moyu nodded. "There are hundreds of masters of the avenues here. If it is just a small beast tide, it will not be a problem to deal with it." Sheng Xian nodded. "With fellow Taoist Lin here, even a large beast tide won't be a problem." Lin Moyu smiled and didn't comment. He asked, "Apart from the dirty tide, do the great Tao wild beasts usually come here?" Sheng Xian said, "There will be some, but generally speaking the scale is not large. Grandpa Zhan Huang is guarding here. If there is anything he finds, he will tell us immediately. In fact, the most troublesome ones are not the great Tao wild beasts, but the heaven and earth spiritual demons. The heaven and earth spiritual demons will appear from time to time and come in groups. To some extent, they are more troublesome than the great Tao wild beasts. The spirit monsters of heaven and earth can absorb most attacks. Of the 100% of their power, less than 10% can actually have an effect. This is why they are difficult to kill. They can also penetrate the formation silently, and by the time they are discovered, they are often already inside the formation." Lin Moyu said, "It is somewhat similar to the Soul Devourer." Xingxin said, "They are indeed somewhat similar to the Soul Devourer, but they cannot read memories, nor can they change their appearance. They are not completely immune to attacks. There are still some differences. Fortunately, they are not too strong, and there are not too many of them. Although it is a bit troublesome, we can kill them. It's just that they come at irregular times and in irregular locations, which is annoying. The existence of the spiritual monsters in heaven and earth is just a little troublesome, not dangerous. Unlike wild beasts on the Great Tao, they will be dangerous once they reach a certain size." Lin Moyu asked, "The Great Tao wild beast is here to devour the Great Tao, so why are the heaven and earth spiritual monsters coming here?" Sheng Xian shook his head. "I don't know, no one knows, but it shouldn't be a good thing. If the Great Tao wild beast swallows up all the Great Taos, the world may be destroyed, but the spiritual monsters of the world are a mystery." The dirty tide finally receded after 3 days. The War Emperor put away his sword and continued to stare outside the formation with his thousands of clones. A moment later, the voice of the War Emperor rang out, "Here they are, about 2,000 in number, and the Wild Beast King has 3 to buy." Thousands of clones disappeared, leaving only one, which was about 100,000 miles away from where Lin Moyu was. The great Tao beast came from there. Sheng Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a small beast tide. It won't take long to resolve. Hundreds of Avenue Lords present had already flown to the location where the War Emperor was. The War Emperor opened the formation channel, and a group of Avenue Lords rushed out. Not all the masters of the Avenue took action, only less than 100 of them did. To deal with such a small tide of beasts, 100 masters of the Great Way are enough. Lin Moyu looked at the battle outside the formation. Tian Daoxing swept across with the force of grinding jade. The wild beasts of the Great Tao were no match for the Lord of the Great Tao at all, and more than half of them were killed in just a few moves. The 3 Great Tao Wild Beast Kings were besieged by 5 Great Tao Lords respectively and could not hold out for long. The Lord of the Great Tao displayed his full strength at this moment, controlling the battlefield of heaven and earth and keeping the enemy out of the formation. Lin Moyu saw wisps of energy falling between heaven and earth, landing on the masters of the Great Tao who had taken action. The destiny of heaven and earth. I never thought that by killing wild beasts here, I could gain the luck of heaven and earth. Although the number is small, it is still a gain. Sheng Xian said, fellow Taoist Lin should have seen that killing the Great Tao wild beast is not completely fruitless. At least you can gain the luck of heaven and earth. In addition, if you're lucky, you can also obtain the essence of the Great Tao wild beast, but the chance is too low, so it's better to go to Su Wei. In the virtual world, the probability of killing a great beast and obtaining its essence is 100%, but here it is less than 1%. In this wave of small beasts, there were about 2,000 great beasts and 3 great beast kings. As a result, there were only 5 groups of wild beast essence left, and they were ordinary ones, which were not enough to be divided. Fortunately, the Lord of the Avenue does not have high demands for the essence of wild beasts. Basically, whoever gets it owns it, and there will be no fight over it. Lin Moyu said, since there is destiny, why don't most people take action? Sheng Xian said, the luck of heaven and earth can be good or bad. The good thing is that if we accumulate enough luck of heaven and earth, we will have the opportunity to peek into eternity. But the bad thing is that when we peek into eternity, we may die if we are not careful. Throughout history, there have been many who have tried to spy, but few who have succeeded. Many of the people of the heavenly Tao have died on this road. So those who have dreams should be more proactive and kill more, and those who don't have any dreams should just watch more shows and be happy and relaxed. To peek into eternity and open the door to the place of origin, the luck of heaven and earth is the stepping stone, but there are only a few who succeed. The human emperor can be considered a successful one, but the path he took was made by himself, and he did not fight his way out on the battlefield of heaven and earth by relying on the great Tao. This road is indeed difficult to walk, so many people simply give up and avoid temptation. Just as some eternal beings gave up the last step, they also cherished their lives. The small beast tide ended in a blink of an eye, and the light outside the formation became dim, needing to accumulate again, and then after a period of time, the dirty tide would erupt again. Among these killed Great Tao wild beasts, except for those that turned into wild beast essence, the rest of the Great Tao wild beasts were not truly dead. Lin Moyu saw that after their death, their souls sank into the earth and disappeared. He must have escaped back, then reunited his body and resurrected again. As long as the world is without a master and the rules of the world remain unchanged, the wild beasts on the road will never be killed. The lords of the Great Tao returned, and the War Emperor closed the passage. 2 lords of the Great Tao stayed behind to repair the damaged formation, and then the rest of the lords of the Great Tao dispersed and returned to the Lord Tao Palace. The tide of sewage and the tide of small animals are their daily routine, which happens frequently every once in a while. No one was injured this time, and Sacred Heart did not need to help with the treatment. Sheng Xian said, Grandpa Zhan Huang, Sheng Xian has also gone back. The War Emperor hummed, the next wave of pollution will break out in about a month. From the current perspective, the scale will be larger than it is now, and it may attract a large beast tide. You must be prepared. Sheng Xian nodded, I will go back and make more pills in case of emergency. It can be seen that the War Emperor cares a lot about the big beast tide. A small beast tide is just a minor fight, while a big beast tide is a real war. Sheng Xian did not do nothing after she returned. She wanted to make pills, using various rare materials and the great way of life to make healing pills that could save her life. Shengxin looked at Lin Moyu. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you plan to continue wandering around the battlefield of heaven and earth, or return to the Taoist temple? Lin Moyu said, I'm new here and I'm not very familiar with this place yet, so I'll just take a look around the battlefield. Okay, if fellow Taoist Lin has anything, feel free to come to the Taoist hall to find me. Shengxin knew that Lin Moyu had his own ideas, so he said goodbye and left. After Sheng Xian left, Lin Moyu asked, Senior Zhan Huang, can I go outside the formation to take a look? Zhan Huang said, yes, but you will have to bear the consequences if you leave the formation. Young man, although you are extremely talented, you still have to be careful about some things. Lin Moyu nodded, the junior knows, I'm not going now, I'll come to you when I want to go. Zhan Huang hummed, then go ahead. Lin Moyu bid farewell to the War Emperor and measured the battlefield of heaven and earth. He came to Yuanshan, touched it with his own hands, and felt the feeling it brought. Yuanshan is very special. It can hold divine symbols and become the base of an array, but it cannot be used to refine weapons. It is obviously very strong, but once it is broken, it will turn into smoke and dissipate. This is a special substance that combines strength, softness, solidity, and fragility. A series of special feelings came from the source mountain and penetrated into Lin Moyu's soul. Lin Moyu felt a sense of familiarity. The origin of the great Tao. Lin Moyu was surprised that he could actually feel the origin of the great Tao in the source mountain. Deep in the source mountain, there is an incomparably powerful source of the great Tao, which is many times more powerful than the source of the great Tao that one can condense. Lin Moyu tried to touch the origin of the avenue, but although he could sense it, he couldn't touch it. The soul force was blocked by the outer layer of the source mountain and could not penetrate deeply. Zhan Huang watched this scene from afar and chuckled, you are really a young man, so curious about Yuanshan. A master of the great Tao who was maintaining the formation laughed and said, we were like this back then too. We all knew that Yuanshan was magical and that there were great secrets within it, but we studied it for so many years and still didn't get any results. Request flowers, 0. Zhan Huang sighed, yes, after so many years, no one really understands Yuanshan. He didn't bother Lin Moyu. If Lin Moyu wanted to study, then let him do it. He would give up in the end anyway. Lin Moyu tried various methods, but was unable to touch the source energy of the avenue inside the source mountain. Suddenly, he had an idea and took out the treasure bottle made from the essence of wild beasts. Draw out the original energy of the great Tao from it and explore the source mountain again. The source mountain that had tightly blocked the soul force, when it came into contact with the original energy of the great Tao, it took the initiative to make way for it to enter. Yes. Lin Moyu's soul immediately attached itself to his own avenue of origin and probed in together. Soon they arrived at the innermost part, and Lin Moyu saw a river composed of the original energy of the great Tao, which was magnificent and spectacular. 0. However, the original energy of his own great Tao is not even a small stream. There is a huge difference between heaven and earth. With such a majestic avenue of origin, no wonder it's called Yuanshan. Lin Moyu then understood that the source mountain referred to was the origin of the avenue, but why was there so much origin of the avenue hidden in it? At that moment, his heart moved, and his own original energy of the great Tao flew out and merged into it. Boom! The soul was shaken, and Lin Moyu felt like he was in a space where he was resting. Chaos energy. Lin Moyu was very surprised. The surroundings were filled with chaotic energy, countless chaotic energy. The energy of chaos is extremely mysterious. The world tree continuously draws energy from the energy of chaos and can transform it into its own soul. Chaos Sun also absorbs energy from the chaotic energy to restore himself. However, since I am not yet able to achieve chaos, I cannot enter it, and what I see now is just an illusion. Tiny rays of light emerged and gathered in the chaos, and the originally calm chaos was suddenly stirred. In the dim light, strands of the original energy of the avenue gathered together and eventually formed a mountain, which was Yuan Mountain. Yuanshan opened up a space in the chaotic world, and then Yuanshan grew bigger and bigger, opening up more and more space. Until finally, the source mountain became extremely large and exploded with a loud bang. The original energy of the avenue in its body suddenly burst out, expanding the entire space. In the center of the space, an area appeared. A large amount of the original energy of the Great Tao gathered inside the area, forming a giant egg, which began to hatch. When the giant egg hatched, the original energy of the avenue became even wilder, until the egg exploded again. Lin Moyu exclaimed, "The place of return."